Fiancé cheats on rich second generation. On the day of our engagement, my fiancée threw herself into the arms of a rich second generation heir. Just as Yi Qian was on the verge of despair, the godly wealth system bound to him. Spending money on goddesses guarantees a hundredfold return, no limit. Purchased a Porsche sports car for goddess number 1, 3 million, system refunded 300 million. Funds have been credited. Bought a luxury villa for goddess number 2, 10 million, system refunded 1 billion. Funds have been credited. Purchased shares of a listed company for goddess number 3, 100 million, system refunded 10 billion. Funds have been credited. Chapter 1, Spending Money on Women, a hundredfold cashback. In Hiyu City, Swan Lake Grand Banquet Hall. Yi Tianyang. You got fired. And you're still engaged to me. Are you crazy? R. Mengyao, you already know. Yi Tianyang said anxiously. Mengyao, don't worry, He wanted to say that, although losing his job was unfortunate, he was confident he could find another decent one with a little time. But Wu Mengyao impatiently jerked her hand away from his. You've been fired, next month's mortgage is unpaid, and you're still organizing an engagement party. Are you trying to ruin us, Tianyang? A voice suddenly came from the side. The tone was extremely arrogant and sharp. It was their mutual university classmate, Zhao Haibo. Once Wu Mengyao's most loyal admirer, a small rich second-generation heir, but because he didn't have the looks, Mengyao chose Yi Tianyang, the campus heartthrob at the time. Heard that his family's company had developed well, got listed, and became one of the most famous wealthy families in Jiangning City. If it weren't for Haibo telling me, I would really been tricked by you. After all these years of our relationship, I would still accepted you even if you could only afford a 40 square meter apartment, but you actually lied to me. I was young and ignorant back then, and I missed Haibo for you. Wu Mengyao coldly stared at Yi Tianyang. Mengyao, I've been waiting for you all these years. Zhao Haibo extended his hand, very gentlemanly, inviting Wu Mengyao. Haibo, you're making me so touched. Wu Mengyao eagerly reached out her hand. Yi Tianyang clenched his fists, staring at the two of them. He finally understood. To Wu Mengyao, he was nothing more than an ATM. Once he went bankrupt and had no money left, he would be ruthlessly kicked out. Wu Mengyao and Zhao Haibo walked away hand in hand under the gaze of the crowd, Zhao Haibo's hand already grabbing Wu Mengyao's round and perky bottom, showing off on purpose to Yi Tianyang. I've booked a presidential suite at the 5-star hotel nearby. How about we go there and enjoy ourselves tonight? Zhao Haibo eagerly asked. Our Haibo, you're such a bad boy. Wu Mengyao didn't resist at all, even playfully scolding him. Watching them leave hand in hand, Yi Tianyang's anger boiled, and his head throbbed painfully as he collapsed onto a nearby chair. Damn, it hurts. Ding. Congratulations, you've activated the godly wealth love system. Binding successful. Host gains system support. As long as money is spent on women, you will receive a hundredfold cashback, with no limit. System Rule 1, the source of funds is absolutely secure instant withdrawal and transfer. System Rule 2, the host can see the other person's affection level. When the affection reaches 100, no cashback can be earned. System Rule 3, this system aims to help the host find true love. When you find the one who has an affection level of 100 and you are willing to marry her, the system will provide a surprise gift. Now, start your love journey. Wish you happiness. System. For Yi Tianyang, who often read novels, this was a familiar trope. He had been unlucky all his life, but finally, the heavens had opened their eyes and gave him a system. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yi Tianyang figured out the system's function: spend money on women, and get cashback. And it was 100-fold. Spend 1, get 100. Feeling defeated, he left the hotel. Back at the company, although he had been fired, the handover process would take time until they found someone to replace him. Of course, he didn't come to the company for work. He came to find his true love. Yuan Shisha. The star of the company's PR department, surrounded by many admirers, she was a well-known socialite. She definitely knew how to spend money. Shisha Yi Tianyang called her. It's almost time to get off work. How about I treat you to a meal? Yi Tianyang invited. Yuan Shisha was beautiful, well-dressed, had high emotional intelligence, and was excellent at her job. All the male colleagues in the company were interested in her, but after checking his bank balance, few dared to actually pursue her. Yuan Shisha hesitated for a moment. Yi Qianyan, whom she didn't usually have much contact with, was suddenly inviting her out to eat. Did he have feelings for her? Did he think he could afford to date her on his meager salary? Without thinking, she rejected him. I don't have time today. After I'm done with work, I need to rush home to walk the dog. Yi Qianyan glanced at Yuan Shisha. A virtual panel appeared next to him. Affection, 25. Affection levels, 10 equals ordinary person, 40 equals regular friend, 60 equals close friend, 80 equals lover, 100 equals soulmate. Right now, Yuan Shisha's affection for him was only 25, which meant they were just regular friends. But this was normal, they had only worked together, and he had a girlfriend before, so they had to maintain some distance. This was actually good, there was a lot of room for growth, which meant more opportunities for cashback. Alright, I was going to take you to the Yintai Center to pick out a gift. Yi Qianyan tried testing her. When Yuan Shisha heard Yintai Center, her eyes lit up. Yintai was the luxury shopping center of the city, and any gift from there would make her happy. Looks like this guy had a falling out with his girlfriend. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to make some extra money? I just remembered, my mom should be finishing work early today, so she can walk the dog for me. Shall we go? Yi Qianyan silently scoffed. This was women for you, just mention Yintai Center, and she immediately agreed. He even noticed Yuan Shisha's affection for him increase by 5 points, reaching 30. By the way, I have a best friend who already made plans to go shopping this morning. Would it be okay if I brought her along? Bringing a best friend. As expected of a socialite, she wasn't willing to lose out on anything, even worried about a lone man and woman being together, afraid of Yi Qianyan taking advantage of her. Yi Qianyan didn't intend to take advantage. He just wanted to make some money. Bringing a friend didn't matter to him. More people meant more spending. Sure, Yi Qianyan agreed. Thanks, she said, and they left the company together, a scene witnessed by many of their colleagues, all of whom were shocked. Is Yi Qianyan taking Yuan Shisha out shopping? No way, even a simple meal with a woman could cost him $1,000. How could he afford that? Once they exited the company, Yi Qianyan thought he'd give it a try and bought 2 cups of coffee at a nearby cafe. Spent 46 yuan, system returned 4,600 yuan, funds have been credited. Ding, Yi Qianyan received a bank notification on his phone. Confirmed. So satisfying. His monthly salary was only 7,000 yuan, less than 300 yuan a day. And in just this short time, he earned 4,600? Chapter 2, the first target, Yuan Shisha. So, 4,600 just like that. Although I had mentally prepared for this, I couldn't help but feel an excitement deep inside, a feeling like a dream had come true. This is awesome. Buying coffee for a girl, and it's like working half a month's worth of salary for an office drone. Is this how dating works? Are we sure this won't cause inflation? Alright. I'm overthinking. This is just the beginning, right? Then we took a taxi to Yintai Center. After paying for the fare through WeChat, my phone buzzed again with a notification. Spent 39 yuan, system cashback 3,900 yuan, funds credited. My mood lifted again. We got out of the car at the entrance of Yintai Center, and Yuan Shisha took the coffee and snapped a picture. It was the perfect, socialite, routine for her, posted on her WeChat moments without any trace of any other man. But honestly, I didn't care about that. I wasn't here for her, she was just a tool for me. Right now, the person I'm with isn't some beautiful woman, she's an ATM, a client, a gold mine. As long as I play my cards right, who needs any other girls? At this moment, my mindset had already changed slightly, and I felt much more relaxed and calm than before. My whole vibe was different. Yuan Shisha, who was standing beside me, could sense the subtle change. She noticed that her poor colleague seemed different, less cautious, more confident and relaxed. Let us walk around, I said. Yintai Center was, of course, full of the affluent crowd. There were luxury brands everywhere: Hermes, Chanel, LV, Dior, Versace, Prada, Gucci. Even the likes of Adidas and Nike didn't make it to this level. Every single item here probably cost thousands of yuan. To Yuan Shisha, I clearly didn't belong in this world. Today, she agreed to come here just because all her usual admirers were unavailable. Tonight, she had some free time, and maybe she could pick up a little gift. Let us look around, I suggested. Sure. Although it was a bit early for dinner, strolling around wasn't a bad idea. However, Yuan Shisha had some disdain in her heart. Just looking without buying was pointless. In her eyes, I wasn't on her level. The only reason she agreed to accompany me was that her usual admirers weren't around. Tonight, she had a chance to get some small gift or two. She wasn't going to waste a perfectly good opportunity. If I was willing to be her lapdog, she didn't mind some harmless flirting. But it was just flirting, nothing serious. As a classic socialite, she had to keep things in moderation. No initiative, no rejection, no commitment. That was the rule, leaving the impression that she was just one step away from being won over. Now that I had brought her to a place like this, it was clear that I had some spending power. This meant Yuan Shisha wouldn't hold back, and she wanted to test my limits. I've been eyeing this cushion foundation. Let us check out that store, she said. We walked into a Dior counter, where the focus was on cushion foundations and lotions, each priced around 1,000 yuan. For Yuan Shisha, this was a small gift that she could accept. Anything under 1,000 yuan was beneath her, and she wouldn't even bother. If I hesitated to buy this, then our trip here would be pointless. So, Yuan Shisha quickly picked out a cushion foundation, tried it, and gave me a clear signal. I only had this month's salary left, around 7,000 yuan, and with the cash back from earlier, I could afford this little gift. Do you like it? Let us buy it, I said. No, this cushion foundation just came out. It may not work well. No one has posted reviews on Little Red Book yet. Let us wait, she rejected. The sales assistant, who had noticed us since we entered, immediately formed an opinion. The guy looked ordinary and his clothes cheap. He definitely didn't match the beautiful woman beside him. She guessed he was just some admirer, likely a broke loser, so she didn't bother trying to sell him anything, just guiding us briefly. If you like it, just buy it. How much can a cushion foundation really cost, she said, dismissively. After hearing that, the sales assistant was even more certain that this guy was trying to show off. What do you mean, how much can a cushion foundation cost? Don't you know what store this is? Sir, this is our latest model, priced at 1,999 yuan, the assistant said, her tone now dripping with superiority. This cushion foundation is excellent at covering blemishes and pores, giving a smooth, hydrating finish, perfect for your girlfriend. She kept pushing it. The assistant thought to herself that this guy probably liked to act rich, but when it came down to paying, he wouldn't be able to afford it. If he didn't buy it, he'd look cheap in front of his goddess. Well, let us see how this plays out. Based on her years of experience, the assistant was sure that even if this guy was pretending to be rich, he'd still buy the product to avoid looking stingy. But then, I said something unexpected. This isn't even 2,000 yuan. That's too cheap. Shisha, maybe you should check out some other options. Both Yuan Shisha and the assistant were taken aback. She thought, wait, he just said it's too cheap. Is he trying to back out? Yuan Shisha was puzzled. This guy seemed so humble normally, but today he was acting a little pretentious. Sir, if you think this cushion foundation is too cheap, we have other options. Let me show you, the assistant said, her tone now more pointed. Okay, you want to play? Let us see how far you can go. The assistant was now determined to see how far I would take it. No need, I said, shaking my head. I pointed to a younger, more naive-looking sales assistant and said, you, come here and show me a few options. The assistant, probably a newbie, looked at me in confusion, asking, you mean me? Yes, you, I confirmed, nodding. This store gave commissions for every product sold. The assistant had clearly become irritated and decided to bring in someone she felt more comfortable working with. No need to pamper her. Chapter 3, This Hand is So Soft. Xiao Zhang is indeed a newcomer in this store, and because of the suppression from the old shopping guide just now, she usually has no chance to serve big customers. Only when it is very busy, she occasionally gets some individual customers. Xiao Zhang, what are you still doing there like an idiot? Why don't you introduce the product to our big customer? The shopping guide was naturally unconvinced, and thought to himself, if you don't want me to introduce it, then don't introduce it. It's not a big order anyway, so it doesn't matter. The young shopping guide came over and very patiently introduced several air cushions to Yi Tianyang in detail. Finally, Yi Tianyang decided to choose a set worth 4,999 yuan. Shusha, do you like this? Yeah, it's okay. Okay, I'll pay then. Spend 4,999 yuan, the system returns 499,900 yuan, which has been credited. The moment he paid the money, he received a rebate from the system. This feeling is so great. Purchase. Must buy. Must give this customer service a thumbs up today. Shusha, is there anything else you want to buy? Yi Tianyang straightened his back a lot now and asked boldly. His monthly salary is only 7,000 yuan, but he gave me a set of gifts worth 5,000 yuan. How is he spending this month? Yuan Shusha was confused. Could it be that he has really fallen in love with someone else and fallen in love with me? Even though she didn't get the sales result just now, the shopping guide was still very happy. You were allowed to show off here, and you probably spent a month's salary in one go. Thank you, Tianyang, this is really too expensive. Yuan Shusha thanked him. Have to. When the shopping guide heard this, it was just as he thought. It was just a relationship between a dog and a goddess. He spent 5,000 yuan and only heard a thank you. My family, I laughed my ass off. Xiao Zhang, why don't you introduce a few more models to our big customers? This shopping guide was deliberately doing mischief. Xiao Zhang didn't dare to disobey her order and introduced several other products to him. Shusha, do you like these? Yi Tianyang asked. Fine. Then pack them all for me. Sir, are you sure you want all of them? Xiao Zhang calculated that the total value of these things was more than 30,000 yuan. Okay. Yi Tianyang scanned the code immediately. Spend 32,986 yuan, the system returns 3,298,600 yuan, has been credited. That is more than 3.2 million. Now I am a millionaire. Yi Tianyang smiled. The shopping guide was stunned. The total amount spent in the store was nearly 40,000 yuan, but he didn't show any pain at all and was still smiling. Could it be that I really made a mistake this time? Xiao Zhang was also a little surprised. She was a newcomer and had a 7-day probation period. She had not sold anything in these days. If she didn't have any more sales, she might not be able to pass the probation period. Unexpectedly, a customer came today and directly reached her full sales target for this month. Sir, our Dior perfumes and lipsticks are very good. Let me introduce them to you in detail. The shopping guide immediately changed his attitude, smiled, and wanted to place a few orders from Yi Tianyang. Forget it, your stuff is too cheap. It takes me so long to spend 30 or 40,000 yuan. It's boring. Shusha, let's go. After saying that, Yi Tianyang took Yuan Shusha away. The shopping guide stood there dumbfounded. Yi Tianyang glanced at Liu Shusha and his current favorability level increased. Favorability 45 points. It increased by 15 points. It seems that Yuan Shusha is not easy to please. I spent nearly 40,000 yuan on her, only to increase her favorability by 15 points. The relationship is just ordinary friends, not even good friends, let alone the possibility of sleeping in the same bed. It's no wonder that she is the queen of the sea. This level is really quite high. Yuan Shusha was still confused at this time. What was going on with Yi Tianyang? Did he win the lottery? How could he be willing to spend so much money on her all at once? Did he make a fortune and think that he could scare her with just these little tricks? If she had just graduated from college a few years ago, she would think that since he was willing to spend 30,000 or 40,000 yuan on her today, he would definitely be willing to spend more money on her in the future, and it would definitely be a good deal to commit herself to him. However, Yuan Shusha, who has been promoted to the Queen of the Sea, no longer thinks so. Yi Tianyang must have been a rookie before, probably because he made a fortune and had no practical experience. He saw some PUA tutorials on the internet, which meant that he would spend more the first time, but he would definitely spend less and less, and even didn't want to spend a dime after he succeeded. Tianyang, you bought so many things for me today, won't your girlfriend be angry? Yuan Shusha asked tentatively. No, we've broken up. Then can you tell me why we broke up? Cannot. Yi Tianyang didn't want to talk about this, firstly because it was too embarrassing, and secondly, he never wanted to hear that name again. He didn't say it, but Yuan Shisha probably guessed something. For an ordinary loser like Yi Tianyang, it was normal for his girlfriend to dump him after he found a sugar daddy, which was so normal. Then all his actions today can be explained. He was just engaging in revengeful consumption because he was unhappy. It is even possible that all his expenses today were paid by overdrawing his credit card or borrowing money from online loans. By the way, didn't you say your bestie was coming? Why hasn't she arrived yet? I just sent him a message but he hasn't replied. I guess he has something going on at the company. I have to wait a while. Yuan Shisha felt that he was testing her. If her best friend didn't come today, he could let go and touch her, and even suggest that they stay out tonight. But all this was absolutely impossible, and she would be too cheap, so she added, "Come when she's done." What she meant by saying this was to remind Yi Tianyang not to have any evil thoughts. Okay, we'll hang our own. Then Yi Tianyang took Yuan Shisha to the clothing store next door and bought a few clothes. Every piece of clothing here is very valuable. Any random piece costs several thousand yuan, and a slightly higher one will cost tens of thousands of yuan. Spend 68,000 yuan, the system returns 6,800,000 yuan, has been credited. There is now nearly 10 million in cash in Yi Tianyang's card. This is equivalent to the wealth he could only obtain if he worked for 100 years without eating or drinking. Now I'm standing in front of him. He's my financial sponsor, so I must serve him well. Yi Tianyang also discovered at this time that Yuan Shisha's favorability had increased again. Favorability 65. The woman was talking and laughing with him, and Yi Tianyang tentatively pulled her hand. A woman that you will never get in your lifetime. Done. This hand is so soft. Chapter 4, Earn over 1 million from a meal. Just at this moment, his cell phone rang. It was his manager calling. Xiao Yi, do you have time tonight to accompany me to meet a client? It's a big client. Once you get this client, I'll see if I can help you talk to the HR department. The manager's surname is Zhang, and his name is Zhang Fengwei. He is 45 years old this year, has a bold complexion, is slightly plump, and has a shrewd look between his brows. He is a gold medal salesman and also Yi Tianyang's apprentice. He is a pretty good person and treats Yi Tianyang very well. Brother Fengwei is really not in good condition today. I have an appointment with someone and am now shopping outside. I have to go out for dinner later, girl. The two of them were already very familiar with each other, so Yi Tianyang directly stated the reason. Girl. These two words were the best reason. When he was having dinner with Zhang Fengwei, he often advised Yi Tianyang that he should get married as soon as possible since he was in love at his age. As for Mengyao, forget it. Is that so? Fine, fine. Go ahead and do your thing. Be careful and don't be stingy. Zhang Fengwei said with a smile. He thought to himself, it seems like I really can't stay in this company anymore. I have to make a decision as soon as possible. During the call, Yi Tianyang held Yuan Shisha's hand and did not stop. After about 2 minutes, it seemed normal to hold hands. The hand was quite soft. As soon as I touched it, I knew that this woman must not have done any work in her daily life, not even housework. She was truly a spoiled girl. During this process, Yuan Shisha did not resist and let Yi Tianyang hold his hand. Of course, he was the only one holding his hand. If Yi Tianyang wanted to move forward a little, Yuan Shisha would refuse without hesitation. After all, to be a qualified sea queen, you have to pay a little. You can't just let others lick you without getting any benefits. The salesperson didn't order much, so your skin was not broken or your flesh was hurt. What's more, no one saw it. But Yi Tianyang didn't think so. After walking around hand in hand, he felt much more excited. To be honest, Yuan Shisha has the qualifications to be a queen of the sea, as so many people are coveting her body. So many people in the company don't dare to pursue her, mainly because they don't have enough money. For now, just the action of holding her hand while shopping has surpassed those other bootlickers. He can even brag about this scene in that small circle and can brag about it for a long time. My best friend just sent me a message. She said she has arrived at the gate of Yintai City. Let's go pick her up at the gate. Okay. Tianqian, here. Yuan Shisha waved to her best friend Tianqian, and took the opportunity to break free from Yi Tianyang's hand. And after saying hello, he never pulled me again. Yi Tianyang smiled and didn't say anything. This girl here is not so good in terms of purple. She is a little fat with a round face, like a thinner version of Jialing. If you must praise her, you can only praise her for being cute. TSK TSK. These are all the little thoughts between women. Such a woman seems too ordinary next to Yuan Shisha, without any highlights at all. This is also one of his secrets. When going out on a date, he always has to find a green leaf to set off this little red flower. Yi Qianyang smiled and handed the coffee in his hand over. Now that night had fallen, the three of them chatted and laughed as they found a hot pot restaurant. The three of them sat down. Shisha, you order. Yi Qianyang handed the pad to her casually. Okay. Yuan Shisha ordered the dishes quickly. Yi Qianyang was standing beside them, looking at them with a smile, chatting with them occasionally. After they finished ordering, he looked at the menu and saw that the total price was more than 9,000. If this had happened in the past, Yi Qianyang would have definitely felt distressed as a meal cost him nearly 10,000 yuan. But now it was different. He felt that what they ordered was too little. After all, he could get 100 times the rebate based on how much they spent. The more he spends, the more he gets back. Would you like to order some wine? He saw that the wine section was empty, so he just picked a bottle of red wine at random and saw that the price was over 2,000 yuan. Let's not drink. Let's order juice. Yuan Shisha naturally wouldn't drink now. If Yi Qianyang insisted on drinking, that was fine. Anyway, she asked her best friend to come over today to help him block the alcohol. Then let's order these first, but we'll order this later. According to normal logic, her best friend would never go out on a date with someone who looks like this, unless this guy named Yi Qianyang is extremely rich. Chen Qian also noticed that Yi Qianyang was carrying a lot of things next to him. These things were all branded, and if added together, they must be worth tens of thousands of yuan. Now this meal cost more than 10,000 yuan. With so much money to order takeout, 5 or 8,000 a day is enough for many orders. It seems that her good friend Yuan Shisha has caught a pretty good rich man this time. Shisha, how did you two know each other? Chen Qian asked curiously. Colleague. Chen Qian was really envious. How come her best friend Yuan Shisha was like a magnet, with so many rich men surrounding her? Most importantly, these rich men were willing to spend money on her. She also wanted a rich man like Yi Qianyang. However, Chen Qian was self-aware and knew that she came here today just to help her best friend. After all, she often helped her like this and it was enough for her to get a little benefit afterwards, so she didn't dare to have any bad thoughts towards Yi Qianyang. Their hot pot came up very quickly, and the three of them ate and chatted at the same time. Activities like eating can actually bring people closer together. But that was for 2 people. Now it's completely different when 3 people eat it. When 2 people, a man and a woman, have a meal together, there will be some ambiguity between them. But if 3 people eat together, they can just be considered ordinary friends. This principle and bottom line is very clear. Of course, Yi Qianyang doesn't care about whether he can pick up girls or not. The person sitting in front of him is not a woman, but a financial sponsor. After this meal, he can earn more than 1 million. With this 1 million, does he still need to pick up girls? The meal took more than an hour. When he went to pay the bill, a total of 13,000 yuan, at the moment of payment, he once again received a 100-fold rebate from the system. Consumption of 13,790 yuan, system cashback of 1,379,000 yuan, has been credited. Another 1.3 million arrived. How can I describe this feeling in just one word? Awesome. Next game. Must play next time. We must provide good service to these 2 sponsors tonight. Chapter 5 worthy of being called a soft sister currency. While Yi Qianyang was paying the bill, Chen Qian asked, Shisha, what is your relationship with this Yi Qianyang? I've never seen him before, and I've never heard you talk about him. Well, he's just an ordinary colleague, nothing. In Yuan Shisha's mind, Yi Qianyang was just making revenge purchases after breaking up with his girlfriend, so she hasn't taken it too seriously so far. When Chen Qian heard her best friend say that they were just ordinary friends, she immediately understood that her best friend had accepted another bootlicka. After eating hot pot, the 2 girls went to the bathroom hand in hand to use the toilet and touch up their makeup. Yi Qianyang was waiting at the door, wondering where he would go next. If you want to increase consumption, the most expensive place is naturally to go to a nightclub bar to dance, but you may not be able to convince 2 girls to go. She would probably call Yuan Shisher over. With a man who loves to play so much, she wonders how many backup guys he has. Maybe some of them already have boyfriends. It's just that she has never made it public, otherwise it would scare away all the bootlickers around her, so she has to pay more attention to her image in front of outsiders and avoid being exposed. No matter what, we have to find a way to solve this problem. After all, this is a 100-fold rebate. If you spend 100,000 yuan in a disco at night, your net worth can increase by tens of millions in one night. Fight for money. Tianyang, let's go watch a movie later. It's my treat. The latest movie, DAG, is really good. I've been wanting to watch it for days. After walking out of the bathroom, Yuan Shisher took the initiative to suggest watching a movie and said generously that she would treat. Yi Tianyang smiled. It's true. This is a little bit of a woman's mind. What's the point of watching a movie? If I go to the movies now, I will probably fall asleep while sitting. How about we go sing and dance? We have been working for a week. Tomorrow is the weekend and we can relax. Yi Chinya's purpose is very clear and his position is very firm. When he suggested going to a nightclub bar to dance, Yuan Shisher instantly became more wary of Yi Tianyang. Favorability 5. Chen Chen glanced at Yuan Shisher and didn't seem to want to go over, so she said, "Forget it, it's too late. You guys have a rest tomorrow. I still have to go to work tomorrow." Are you going to work tomorrow, the weekend? Is this overtime? Yeah, I'm not as happy as you guys. Go ahead. You can just not drink when you get there. Go dance and listen to some music. You've worked hard for a week. Wouldn't it be nice to relax? If you two are worried about safety, you can call your friends over, male or female. I'll pay the bill, and just treat it as if you are accompanying me tonight and relax. Yi Tianyang had a faint smile on his face and finally expressed in full the words he had just thought of. His expression and eyes are very sincere, because he really thinks so in his heart. What is happening in front of him now is not picking up girls or anything like that. He is accompanying his financial sponsors and his customers, and he is working to make money. After hearing Yi Tianyang say this, Yuan Shisher's last worry was completely dispelled. She was also a little surprised, thinking that Yi Tianyang was a rich man. Could it be that I really had made a mistake before? As for shopping and eating, the two of them can still handle it, but if they go to the bar and drink a few glasses of foreign liquor, it's hard to say. So Yuan Shisher refused to go to the bar to drink before. Now hearing what he said, he probably broke up and really wanted to vent, and now he can call a few people, which makes it even more likely. Chen, then go ahead. I've been wanting to go clubbing lately. This work is really tiring, so it's a good time to relax. Yuan Shisher was already tempted, so she took the initiative to persuade her bestie. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Tianyang and said very naturally, "Then I'll call a few friends over. It will be more lively with more people." Yi Tianyang was naturally happy to call people over. He nodded repeatedly, thinking in his mind that he should call as many as possible, the more the better, and the more who could drink the better, so that he could let them drink as much as they wanted tonight. I heard that a set of magic dragons costs tens of thousands of dollars, so after a 100-fold increase, it would be several million. Now Yi Tianyang is not afraid of many people coming, he is just afraid that no one will come. Tianyang, you're so nice. Yuan Shisher's smile became even sweeter, and her voice contained a bit more admiration than before. This time he didn't care about Chin Chin's reaction, he just took out his phone and started calling people. By the way, which one should we go to? Yuan Shisher asked naturally. Let's go to Obeis. I heard that this place has the best decoration and the sound effect is also great. Yi Tianyang said. Although he has never been to the bar, he often watches Douyin and knows that this is the most upscale bar in the local area. If you just book a booth for a night, you will definitely spend several $1,000s. When Yuan Shisher heard him say he was going to Obeis, she was stunned for a moment and felt a little surprised. Sure, he has some capital. Could he really be a hidden rich man? The average spending per person in Obeis is at least 2,000 to 3,000. Can you afford it with your monthly salary of 6,000 to 7,000? Could it be that he is a hidden second-generation rich, or a hidden first-generation rich? With thoughts swirling in her mind, she continued to call people. No matter if it was a close friend or a former classmate, a trip to Obeis was definitely an experience worth posting on WeChat Moments. She had been there several times before, and on those occasions, this bootlicker was reluctant to order anything to drink. She just sat at a table and spent a few hundred yuan before leaving. Now that someone invited her to go, she was naturally happy to do so. Since she started shouting, she quickly got the person to come to her senses. Then I've called 3 of my besties, is that okay? Now realizing that Tianyang's financial situation should be okay, Yuan Shisha slightly raised his dog-licking level and began to consider for him. After all, the grown man invited her to drink and dance, so he definitely didn't want her to ask any men to come over, so all the girls she called over were girls, and they were the kind that could drink, have fun, create a lively atmosphere, and be cool in the community. Okay, it's up to you to decide. Tianyang also noticed that at this moment, Yuan Shisha's tone and expression had changed slightly. He guessed her thoughts in his heart, and felt happy and couldn't help but sigh. Soft sister currency. It is worthy of being called RMB. Chapter 6: The Dangers of the World. Wait until the 3 of them took a taxi to Obeis. Spend 32 yuan, the system returns 3,200 yuan, has been credited. I heard this prompt right after I paid the fare. The system is really reliable and efficient. Let's go. Have your friends arrived? Tianyang asked as soon as he got off the car. He felt his hand being held by Yuan Shisha. She took the initiative to hold his hand. Her slender fingers, soft skin, and smooth skin almost made him lose his composure. Looking at her, Yuan Shisha blushed twice, but she pretended to be calm on the surface, as if she didn't care. They are already here, right there. Tianyang looked in the direction he pointed and saw 3 girls with hot bodies and very cool clothes standing at the door waiting. The one on the left is wearing a low-cut vest and denim shorts. The black silk high heels with the letter in the middle. The one on the right is relatively sexier, dressed in a mature lady style, with a thin cigarette dangling from her lips. The makeup of several people is quite exaggerated, and it is really pleasing to the eyes when they stand together. If it were in the past, Tianyang would be really scared of such a scene and would never dare to bring them in. The money spent there for one night would not be enough even if they sold it, but now. Young Master Yi will pay for all the expenses tonight. As I said, spend as much as you can. The more he spent, the more he earned. My dear, you are finally here. We have been waiting for a long time. You must drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment after you go in. Wow, Shisha, your boyfriend is so handsome. Shisha, when will you find such a handsome boyfriend? Yuan Shisha pulled Tianyang over, and several of them came forward to greet them, all smiling and very enthusiastic. Tianyang was speechless. Am I handsome? You are so handsome. How can you be handsome dressed like this? You are all so hypocritical. Tianyang is very self-aware of his appearance. Although I am not ugly, I am still a little bit short of being a handsome guy. I am only a little bit more handsome than an ordinary person. But this is the advantage of being able to play with the girls here. This experience is absolutely great. These soft girls are all pretty, good at talking and have high emotional intelligence. No wonder they have so much fun every day and every night. Hello, 3 beauties. My name is Tianyang. Tianyang greeted them with a smile. Okay, now that we're here, let's go inside and talk. When they called him boyfriend, Yuan Shisha neither acknowledged nor objected, but urged them to go in, and so the 6 of them entered the bar. Roaring music, colorful spotlights, and diffused hormones. Immediately, a smiling waiter came over with a respectful and polite attitude. A man brought 5 young girls who looked and dressed very well to the bar. What kind of concept is this? Either he is a second-generation rich man, or he is a rich man who was deceived by these women. But no matter what, it is necessary to place an order tonight. Especially if he encounters these 5 goblins, there is a high possibility that he will take all his money away from this man. It can't be that the party these guys are having tonight is a party for rich women. Even if it is a rich woman's game, it will definitely be able to make a big deal. Hello sir, have you reserved a seat? Tianyang shook his head. Then where would you like to sit? A booth or a table? The waiter asked this deliberately. While speaking, he kept looking at Tianyang's face, mainly to test his spending power and willingness. Let's go there. That position is wider and the field of view is much better. Tianyang took a look and pointed to the position in the middle. This obeis is worthy of being the most popular and best decorated bar in her US city. After entering it, you will instantly be immersed in the bright lights and music, and feel like you are in a trance. It's still a bit early now, so the place isn't completely packed, but the occupancy rate of the booths has already reached 60%. As for the seat he chose tonight, of course he chose the largest and most expensive one. Otherwise, what are you doing here tonight? It can't be that he's really trying to pick up girls. Okay. Then you. Come with me first. This is VIP booth number 1. I need to tell you that there is a minimum consumption for booth number 1. After sitting down, you naturally need to order some wine, said the waiter. He was already certain in his heart that this was most likely a fat sheep. How many? 88,888 yuan, and I'll give you a VIP card with 88888 in top-up credit. From now on, when you spend money at the bar, except for the Spade Ace Dragon set, all other items will be discounted by 20%. And holding this VIP card also has other small benefits. TSK. This price is indeed a bit high. Yi Qianyang sighed in his heart. He had never come into contact with these things before. However, he still said calmly on the surface, okay, open it. He doesn't even have time to look closely at the funds he has now. It's already tens of millions, so spending this is no big deal. More than 80,000. VIP number 1. Yuan Shisher subconsciously licked her beautiful red lips. She felt an invisible force rushing straight to her head, making her feel dizzy. Just drinking tonight cost over 80,000 yuan, and he remained calm. How rich is Yi Qianyang? She originally thought that spending 10,000 or 20,000 yuan here tonight would be the limit, and it was not cheap at all. It seems that poverty really limits people's imagination. Then, she instinctively hugged Yi Qianyang's arm a little tighter. The women next to them looked at each other, then quickly looked away, each of them understanding something tacitly. It seems that tonight's game is a big one. There are different ways to play each game. Best friends are best friends, but men are different. It depends on each person's ability. Yuan Shisher was so stupid to bring such a rich man out and even date them. I really don't know how dangerous this world is. Chapter 7 earned another 8 million. Then, a dozen young and beautiful waiters and security guards welcomed him to VIP booth number 1 like a star surrounded by the moon. The moment the desk lamp on this booth was turned on, the brightest spotlights in the whole venue also shone on this side. The lights were specially designed, with spotlights from 4 directions, east, south, west and north. Instantly, I felt like the most powerful boss had appeared. At the same time, around this booth, the dry ice maker was turned on, and white smoke came out from all directions, making everything seem like a dream, blocking the sight of people around. This is deliberately designed to prevent the most distinguished guests from being secretly photographed by others. Some of the rich people who come here to play also value their privacy. And many people like this low-key luxury style. Wow! When seeing this scene, Yuan Shisher almost screamed, and she covered her cherry lips tightly. I was thinking, is this a bit too exaggerated? But I really like this feeling. Looking back, she had people bring her here to spend money before, but most people would only have a small booth and spend a minimum of 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. But now it's completely different. Scan the code. It is indeed expensive, but the show is enough and it is time to pay. When they got there, the waiter took out a QR code and Yi Qianyang scanned it to pay. He paid more than 80,000 yuan in one go, and he looked a little dazed. This was probably the first time in his life that he paid so much money in a single payment. His previous life was ordinary or even very difficult, but one day he could be so generous as to pay so much money at once. At the same time, the prompt was also fed back. Spend 88,888 yuan, the system returns 8,888,800 yuan, has been credited. Finally, there was the text message from the bank. Feeling the vibration of his phone, Yi Qianyang leaned slightly to the side and glanced at the text message on the screen. He suddenly felt hot all over. More than 8 million. It was so easy to get. Fortunately, I am physically and mentally healthy and my heart is relatively stable. I don't have heart disease. Otherwise, who could withstand such a great stimulation? Given the current situation, nearly 20 million in cash has suddenly flowed into his personal account today. Given the current state control over funds, is this sure not to attract attention from above? You have to know that with his previous education and work, it would be impossible for him to earn so much money in his lifetime. Cool. So cool. He resigned soon and asked the system with his mind, and the system gave him a very clear answer. Host, rest assured that all the sources of funds are absolutely legal. There will be no impact until all the assets available to the host reach 1 trillion. Once it exceeds 1 trillion, other allocations may be required in terms of assets. After hearing this reply, Tianyang felt much more at ease. 1 trillion was just a joke. It was still too early. It was also because he had never seen the world before. Now, added together, 20 million was an unimaginable figure for an ordinary person like him. However, for those truly wealthy people, even this 20 million could not meet the standard of a bank's VIP customers. I heard that to become a true VIP customer of a bank, one must have at least 50 million in funds. It is difficult for ordinary people to make money, but for those who make tens of millions, it is simply too easy. Brother, what kind of drinks should we order? After paying the waiter, he brought the drink list. Shisha, take a look at what you like to drink and order it. Tianyang handed the drink menu to Yuan Shisha. He took a look at it and realized that the favorability between them had increased to 70. This is far beyond the favorability of ordinary friends. A slight increase will reach the level of lovers. Look at the girls next to him, who were all in their 20s or 30s just now, and at this moment, all of them have increased to more than 60. As expected, ordinary people cannot experience or imagine the happiness of rich people. This is an experience that Tianyang has never had before. All his relationships are rapidly improving under the impetus of money. The so-called sincerity, respect, knowledge, and accomplishment have been long forgotten under the stimulation of money. Shall I order? I don't care. I'm not picky. At this moment, Yuan Shisha basically curled up in Tianyang's arms. Just like a well-behaved kitten, their voice is as gentle as it can be. Okay, then I won't pick it. Give us a Shenlong set first, the one with black and gold. Since we are going to drink, we will naturally choose the most expensive set. A Shenlong set with black and gold is only 88,888. We must spend money tonight. Ordering this wine only spends the money he just recharged. He must open another set to make him more than 8 million. If you think this way, it's not enough for them. They definitely can't finish drinking this dragon set. But there is no rush about this matter, money can be earned slowly, and with the 20 million in hand, his mentality suddenly became much more relaxed. The pressure of survival that he had been under for all these years disappeared in an instant. This may be the financial freedom that those people describe. Seeing the man casually buy a dragon suit without even blinking, how could he be a rich man? The waiter finally understood that a rich man had come tonight. I'll arrange it for you right away. After the waiter confirmed it, he made the arrangements via the intercom and then retreated to the booth, standing with the 2 security guards. It was obvious that he was here to provide special service for this rich man tonight. After hearing that Tianyang ordered the Shenlong suit tonight, Yuan Shisha looked at his eyes, which had some different feelings in them, and her expression became much more confused. To be honest, she now had this unrealistic feeling. Originally, she just didn't have anyone scheduled for tonight, and since this guy came to her doorstep, she was just going to take some small gifts and kill some time. Who would have thought that it has only been such a short time, step by step, to have reached this point? This allowed her to discover a hidden rich man. She used to always talk about coincidences and chance, but now she is sure that her policy of casting a wide net was correct, and this time she finally caught one. A few minutes later, the music in the venue stopped, and the thick dry ice fog was released again, and all the spotlights were focused on the booth in front of them. Chapter 8: The Happiness of the Rich. Accompanied by a group of girls dressed very coolly, holding various fine wines in their hands, they slowly walked towards this side under the lights, attracting the attention of everyone present. The waiter and the security guard were standing guard beside the booth, preventing others from getting close and obeying their orders at any time. Faced with such a scene, Tianyang had only 2 words in his mind. Pump. This is really impressive. Even the people who often hang out in Obeas think that the person sitting in this position must be a big shot and want to rush over to chat with him when they see this scene. Although they couldn't see what he looked like, they quickly gave up the idea when they saw 5 young girls sitting in their booth. As expected, rich people are always a scarce resource in this era. How could he come here without bringing girls? Hey! That girl called Yaya is here too. Is it possible for a person like that to get close to such a big shot? Many of these people are familiar to everyone, and they are all very dissatisfied and unwilling to accept Ye's presence here. But there is nothing we can do. After all, I have already made it that far. Whether the big boss appreciates it or not is another matter. At least I have a chance now. Tianyang, who had never drunk any kind of shenlong suit, only now knew what this gold shenlong suit meant. Just now he had only seen the drink list. It turned out that this so-called shenlong suit was divided into several grades. The black and gold one was the most expensive. It not only included drinks, but also came with 2 large fruit plates, snacks, table lamps, small barbecue, spicy strips, etc. I haven't had a drink in a long time, so you guys better let me go. By the way, I don't know what to call these beauties. Tianyang asked, looking at Yuan Shisher's other 3 girlfriends. In fact, in places like bars, the relationship between men and women can easily heat up. You can imagine that this kind of flashing light can basically only allow you to see the general outline of a person, and if she comes here and dresses up a little, her appearance will be improved a lot at once. Add to that, if she drinks some wine, under the stimulation of alcohol, a woman who originally only scored 30 points may become 60 or 70 points. If a woman originally scored 50 or 60 points, she may instantly reach the standard of the goddess in your mind. In addition, the girls who come here to play are all dressed very hotly and try to expose as much as possible. The lighting here is dim, but there are many white areas. Tianyang is now picking up girls and making money at the same time. After all, there is no delay. Picking up girls requires money, and he makes money by spending money. Moreover, in his eyes, these girls in front of him are all big clients who can bring him a steady stream of funds, and they are all financial sponsors who can give him money. As for whether he can get it, to be honest, it doesn't matter anymore. There are only 2 words in his eyes now. Make money. Once I get the money, I will find an honest girl and have a serious relationship with her. If this idea is changed to a different gender, or a woman, it is also very normal. Those women talk about money and resources with poor young men, and talk about time and feelings with rich men. Tianyang asked them their names, and the girls told him their names. The one wearing low-cut denim shorts and with a really amazing figure is called Shinshin. The woman wearing high heels from Balenciaga is called Yaya. The one with the sexy mature lady style has a cute name called Angela. These women were all very confident when introducing themselves, without any stage fright or embarrassment, and their eyes were shining with electricity when they spoke. At this moment, Tianyang was like a piece of Tang monk's meat. He was targeted by many goblins. Play dice. Yeye, who was wearing Balenciaga, was the first to suggest a way to play. Among them, except Yuan Shisher whose dice playing skills are a little bit worse, which one of the others is not a master. Okay. Tianyang nodded. Finally, they started rolling the dice. Although this game relies heavily on luck, it also involves some technical skills. For someone like Tianyang who has never been to such a place, his dice playing skills are naturally average. The result is that he loses more than he wins. He has already drunk several glasses of wine in a row. Yuan Shisha, who was standing next to him, had originally planned to stay sober tonight, but she also drank several glasses of wine. You must feel that this so-called shenlong suit of wine tastes just so-so. Not yet. He usually drinks fruit wine, which costs about 30 yuan a bottle. It's delicious. In fact, in a bar like this, the dragon set costs 88,000, and the alcohol only accounts for at most 1/3 of the cost. In the bar, the dragon set is mainly sold for its momentum and grandeur. Spotlights, dry ice, smoke, and cool beauties will draw the attention of everyone present to you. This kind of appearance is what you are selling, and this kind of vanity is what you are selling. Many times, men are not necessarily vain, but the women who come with him are vain. Looking at their excited expressions, you can tell that it doesn't matter whether the wine in the shenlong suit tastes good or not. After drinking several cups, everyone gradually became familiar with each other and started talking more. Actually, I'm very curious. Brother Tianyang, when did you and Shisher meet? I remember that a week ago, Shisher was still single. That busty girl, Shinshin suddenly asked a question. On the surface, it seemed that she cared about their affairs, but there was something else behind her words. This made Yuan Shisher secretly feel that something was wrong. At this time, she slowly realized that she had made a mistake this time. What a bad decision. Originally, she called these close friends over for safety reasons. Worried that Tianyang had drunk some wine and done something excessive, she dragged her best friend over to act as a shield, but who would have thought that the situation has changed so drastically now? Now these best friends may very likely become your competitors. In today's society, rich men are a relatively scarce resource, and there are even fewer men who are this young and rich. Now that someone suddenly appears, is it possible for these women not to fight for it? Impossible. So this question made Yuan Shisher hesitate about how to answer. Does that mean they are dating? Or are you not dating? If Yuan Shisher said that she and Tianyang were already dating, wouldn't that make her look too cheap? Tianyang wouldn't take it too seriously, thinking that she was too easy to pick up. If they are not dating yet, then she knows these close friends of hers too well. These little bitches will definitely have some bad intentions. It is very likely that he will find a way to snatch Tianyang away from her. For a moment, Yuan Shisher felt inexplicably flustered and she didn't know how to answer this question. Chapter 9 Favorability Increases. Just as she was hesitating whether to declare the sovereignty issue in front of these little bitches, after all, it was she who set up this game tonight, and she was also the one who brought Tianyang here. You may have misunderstood. Shisher and I are not dating yet. We are colleagues. We just want to relax together after get off work. It's the weekend after all. When Tianyang said this, he was also helping Yuan Shisher out. There was a sense of confidence and openness in his words. He dares to say anything here. When you are still a bootlicker, what do you say? Others listen to you, but once your status reaches a certain level, what you say may not mean what it seems. Sometimes it's not about what you said, but about what position and identity you are in now. As a celebrity once said, when you become strong, everyone around you will be good. After hearing her answer, Yuan Shisher could only feel slightly relieved, as she helped her save some face, but she was still speechless in her heart. It seems that Tianyang is not a good person either. Colleague. He. You said you are pursuing me now, can I die? This guy has such low EQ. When Yuan Shisher was secretly reconsidering her decision, the busty girl Shinshin spoke again. Colleague. Then you are Shisher's backup. The woman's tone was quite exaggerated, and she covered her beautiful red lips while speaking, and laughed. Because she had a lot of capital, her laugh was also quite exaggerated. It was really a series of waves, and in this dimly lit place, occasional flashes of white light could be seen. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere became a little awkward, and Tianyang was speechless. All of this woman's behavior could only be described in 4 words: big breasts and no brains. Of course, it is very likely that her rank is relatively high, and all this is just her routine. After all, in this bar, sometimes it is a good thing to create a persona of being big-breasted and brainless or simple-minded with a great body. Hey, Shinshin, what are you talking about? You're drunk without even drinking. Drink a penalty. Tianyang should be the one with the best relationship with Yuan Shisher. She was the first to speak and poured a large glass of wine for Shinshin, and pinched his slender waist silently. Shinshin was quite relaxed in this place and drank the glass of wine in one gulp very happily. Tianyang doesn't care about what these women think now. He has no intention of pursuing these women. Even Yuan Shisher is just a tool for him to make money. As for whether he had other thoughts about Yuan Shisher, of course he did. There couldn't be any deep feelings between them, and he didn't want to pursue her. It's just that he had been greedy for her body for a long time. I bought so many gifts for Shisher at once. She's such a good person that she didn't even buy herself any clothes. If you meet such a good man, you must cherish him well. Why can't I meet such a good brother? If I meet such a good brother, I will give my life to him. When they said these words, on the surface they were asking Yuan Shisher to cherish Tianyang, but anyone could hear the hidden meaning behind what Yaya and Angela said. This made Yuan Shisher a little anxious. She asked them to come here today to act as a shield, so why are they trying to trick her now? Are there any best friends like you? As expected, there are no truly reliable best friends. When seeing a good man, the so-called friendship between best friends falls apart in an instant. Although there is no open robbery now, what difference does it make? When they were shopping before, Yuan Shisher also told Tianyang to buy him some clothes, but Tianyang refused her firmly at that time. He didn't want her to buy him clothes. What could she do? She couldn't just give them to others with a flattering face. Now her so-called best friend has used this matter to trick her. I'm not too particular about what I wear, and Shisha said before that she would buy me some, but I refused. Even though the clothes I'm wearing look tattered, they are very comfortable to wear. Yi Qianyang could naturally see through the other little thoughts of these women, and he didn't have any ideas about Yaya and Angela, so he took the initiative to help Yuan Shisha out. Shisha, how about we go up and dance for a while? Favorability plus 10. This time, Yuan Shisha's favorability towards him increased by another 10 points, which has reached the level of lovers. Yeah, okay. Then, the two of them went into the dance floor in the middle. Yuan Shisha, although she doesn't come here often, she has been to other bars and nightclubs many times, and all kinds of dance postures and routines are natural to her. What's wrong? Have you drunk too much? Can you drink more? It's just a disco, just dance around. At the same time, he leaned close to Yuan Shisha's ear and asked. They haven't finished drinking the current set of Shenlong yet, so he has to find a way to buy another set. After all, buying another set means earning an extra 8 million. Not bad. If you feel like you can still drink more and you haven't had enough, I'll continue drinking with you later. Yi Qianyang would never have dreamed that Yuan Shisha would speak to him in such a tone. In the past, Yuan Shisha was a famous ice goddess in the company. Only those rich bosses could melt the ice on her face. A poor loser like him, although not so much that he couldn't say a word, was just a colleague. In the company, apart from work, they probably didn't have any more interactions. But what about now? Yuan Shisha lay in his arms like a well-behaved kitten. At this time, it would probably not be difficult for him to do anything. And what did she mean by that? Did she mean that even if she had drunk too much and couldn't drink anymore, she could still continue drinking in order to enjoy herself? Is this the happiness of rich people? If it were the previous Yi Qianyang, he would never have enjoyed this kind of treatment. Let's go down and take a break. After jumping for more than 10 minutes, Yi Qianyang said. Yeah, okay. Just as the two of them were returning, Yi Qianyang discovered that there was a strange man sitting at their booth. Chapter 10. Everything depends on strength. The man was about the same age as Yi Qianyang and the others, about 24 or 25 years old, tall and thin. With light makeup on his face, he looks like a handsome boy. The position where this guy was sitting was in the middle of where Yi Qianyang was sitting before, a little bit to the east. He was holding their card in his hand and their wine glass on the seat, and was whispering with Xing. Seeing the two of them being so close and the blurry eyes when they were talking, it can be seen that they are very in sync. In this case, as long as they chat a little more and be taken away directly later, it should not be a problem to get a room. But this scene made Yi Qianyang very unhappy. Damn it, are you sleeping? Do I know you? You come to my place, drink my wine, and pick up my girls. You are so brave. And Yi Qianyang was still a little angry. Although he didn't have much interest in the big-breasted girl Xing, he had paid for the order, bought the wine, and brought the girl here. Now you are borrowing my place, drinking my wine, and picking up my girl. You don't take the owner of the house into consideration at all. If someone treats you as if you don't exist and behaves like this, as a normal man, it is impossible for him not to be angry. And now Yi Qianyang is no longer the poor loser he used to be. He is rich now. He should be more assertive and change his previous style of doing things in a timely manner. At this time, Yuan Shisha also noticed that Xing and another strange man were being intimate in their booth. She quietly glanced at Yi Qianyang beside her. She wanted to know what this man was going to do now. But she saw that Yi Qianyang's expression was calm at this time, without much change, which surprised Yuan Shisha a little. Yeye, who was now sitting in the booth, looked at Yi Qianyang and quickly pulled Xing next to them. Xing may have realized that this was not a good idea, so she quickly distanced herself from the man next to her. Then Yi Qianyang took Yuan Shisha back to their seats. Who is this handsome guy? Yi Qianyang asked. Oh, this is my friend, Cao Xiaoming. I met him by chance in the bathroom just now, so I asked him to come over for a drink. After Xing introduced Yi Qianyang, she also explained. This is Mr. Yi, call me Xiaoming. The young man was very sensible. He immediately stood up from his seat and lowered his posture. Anyone who is not a fool knows that what he just did was extremely unreliable. He wasn't sure if he had been seen by this person just now, so he had better be honest and lower his attitude. Oh, you are friends, let's go. Yi Qianyang returned to the center position and greeted them, then called the waiter next to him, bring a few cups and some ice cubes. Yuanshi, who was standing nearby, was a little surprised. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, he would probably be very upset and would scold the person away, or even take major action. Tianyang, who was considered a semi-invisible person in the company before, was embarrassed to say that he was honest. If he were to be called the Sea King and the Sea Queen by them, he would be someone who could be manipulated at will. He was just a bootlicker and was usually timid. When did he become so magnanimous and courageous? He didn't give anyone a bad look, didn't curse anyone, didn't hit anyone, and even took the initiative to ask the waiter to bring cups and ice cubes. Tianyang's performance at this time could be said to be very eye-catching. Thank you, Mr. Yi. It's rare that you think highly of me. I toast to you. Cao Xiaoming picked up the wine glass next to him and poured 3 full glasses of wine to toast Tianyang. Are you coming here alone tonight? Yes, it's a person who just arrived. That's perfect. We just started drinking not long ago anyway. Let's join in. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Then I, your little brother, will feel at ease to get the dragon set here. Cao Xiaoming was very sensible and lowered his attitude. He did not sit down near the girls, but sat at the edge of the booth. He still couldn't figure out the background of this man called Mr. Yi, and he didn't dare to offend him easily. No matter who this person is, one thing is certain, that is, this young Master Yi is definitely richer than him. He just casually sat in the best booth number 1 and ordered the dragon suit. He was definitely much stronger than him. He definitely couldn't afford to offend such a person. After that, they continued to drink and play dice. After about 10 minutes of drinking, Tianyang suddenly called out, Xiaoming. What's wrong, Master Yi? What is the relationship between you and Shinshin? Hearing this, Cao Xiaoming's heart tightened instantly and his face turned a little embarrassed. Shinshin next to him also changed her expression. To be honest, this kind of question more or less touched upon their privacy. Asking it so directly in front of them would make them feel a little uncomfortable, but Cao Xiaoming didn't dare to pretend not to hear it and didn't dare not to answer. I used to be a live broadcaster and opened a very small live broadcast company. He was a small anchor in our company before. Oh, so that's it. Tianyang nodded. Then he continued to ask. As her boss, have you ever taken advantage of your beautiful subordinate? If this question were asked to a stranger in normal times, someone they were not familiar with or someone of equal status, Cao Xiaoming would probably slap the person in the face without hesitation. But here tonight, everyone's expression just changed, no one was angry, and Cao Xiaoming answered the question very gently. No, I didn't know much when I started that small live broadcast company. I asked my family for hundreds of thousands of yuan to start that small company. At that time, I was just thinking about making money. So what kind of relationship did you think about? Tianyang could tell from his expression that this guy was not lying, otherwise he would not have been able to answer so fluently. What about the other anchors in your company? Of course not. Those are my golden eggs. They are all waiting to make money. Who dares to offend them? Cao Xiaoming replied anxiously. Oh. Got it. Tianyang felt very refreshed in his heart. This was much more satisfying than just scolding this guy away. Outside. You ask people questions, and they must answer. If you toast, others must drink. If you are interested, ask the girl to dance for you. Even if she is not happy, she has to dance for you. Sometimes, disrespecting others and acting according to one's own wishes is a manifestation of rights. But if you have no money, no ability, and no status, would you dare to try it? Chapter 11 Money Power. If you meet someone with a bad temper, he might smash your head on the spot. Now Shinshin and Cao Xiaoming were actually unhappy with Tianyang in their hearts, but on the surface they still had to smile at Tianyang. If Tianyang had no money, would he dare to do this? I drank too fast tonight and my head is dizzy, so I said everything I should and shouldn't say. Please don't be angry, I'll have another drink with you. Tianyang was pretending to be confused and said deliberately. We are all friends, you can ask whatever you want, Mr. Yi. I've drunk a little too much. I'll go get some water. Tianyang stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom. Tianyang, let me go with you. Yuan Shisha stood up and said. Har, I'm going to the bathroom. What are you going for? Can you help me hold it? Har, that's right, Shisha, what are you going to do? Oh, sorry, I was drunk and didn't react. Yuan Shishi's face flushed. After going to the bathroom and flushing the toilet, he also washed his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, he reeked of alcohol. Just now when he was playing dice, his skills were very poor and he lost many times. Those women made him drink a lot of wine. Now this situation is almost reaching his alcohol tolerance limit. If he drinks any more, he will easily get drunk and lose his memory, which will be meaningless. But these are all minor problems. If you have money, these problems can be solved. Tianyang can't drink as much as these women now. It's simple. He can just spend money to get them. After coming out of the bathroom, I happened to see the waiter standing nearby and waved to him to come over. Brother, if you need anything, just tell me. Do you have anyone here who can accompany customers to drink and play dice? Of course there is. Find me someone who can drink and is good at playing dice. If you can find one, also give me a set of dragon suits for my booth. The waiter looked at Tianyang, who was drunk at the moment, and was a little confused. You brought 5 girls here today, but you didn't get any of them drunk. Now you can't handle it. Do you want to find someone to help you get them drunk? Do you want a pentacle tonight? This is not important anymore. It has nothing to do with him. As long as he can place an order, that's fine. He earns money from it. In such nightclubs, he has seen all kinds of things, including all kinds of bizarre and strange things. Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. When Tianyang returned to his seat, the waiter brought over a girl in less than 2 minutes. He is quite tall, at least 1.7 meters. This woman's dress is very different from other women in the house. Most of the women in this nightclub wear suspenders and miniskirts. Expose the top, expose the bottom, expose as much as possible. But this woman is different. She wears an ordinary t-shirt on the upper body and long jeans on the lower body. This kind of outfit looks very abrupt and ordinary here. But this girl has a very good temperament, coupled with her good looks, she stands out here. Hello, brother. This is Wanifeng, the leader of our sales team's second team. In other words, the leader of a sales team is the backbone among the many girls selling wine. After taking a closer look at Wanifeng, Tianyang felt a little sorry for her. What can I say about that woman? If she changes to any job, as long as it is a serious job, she will be successful with her looks, temperament and figure. There are probably countless men willing to donate generously to her. Why does such a beautiful woman with such a good figure have to sell alcohol in the bar? Although Tianyang has never been to a bar, he has heard a lot about selling alcohol in the bar. It is not only about selling eloquence, time, and drinking with people, but also about paying some beauty in order to sell more alcohol. The waitress just now also said that she is the team leader of the second sales team. If she doesn't have some skills, it would be impossible to become a team leader in a place like this. That is to say, she pays more than ordinary people. Needless to say, the reason why she pays more than others here is most likely her beauty. It's a pity to see such a beautiful girl here. She is no worse than Yuan Shisha. If she had a proper job outside, she would definitely be more popular than Yuan Shisha. Master Yi, my name is Wanifeng, you can just call me Xiefeng. Do you know how to play this dice? Tianyang asked. Yes, I will. How was the fun? Not bad. Okay then, you can play for me, so I can put on another dragon suit. Spend 88,888 yuan, the system returns 888800, has been credited. I felt the vibration of my phone and took a glance to find that the money had arrived in the system. A few minutes later, the music in the venue stopped again, and the amount of dry ice sprayed out was obviously much greater than before. All the spotlights were focused directly on VIP seat number 1, and this time they stayed longer than before. The waiter next to him looked much more excited at this moment. He made a lot of money tonight, and he even picked up the microphone and shouted loudly to the whole audience. Seat number 1, Master Yi is going to use the dragon set again. This time the scene is quite sufficient. Sitting in booth number 1 tonight, Tianyang is the most handsome guy in the audience. Xinshan, Yeye, Angela, Chen Chen, Cao Xiaoming and Yuan Shisha were all stunned. Where did this Tianyang come from? He is so rich that he ordered the most expensive booth tonight. 2 sets of Shenlong suits have cost him nearly 200,000 yuan. Now he can't drink any more wine, so he ordered more. A sales team leader asked her to drink for him. Even if you have money you can't spend it like this. Just now everyone respectfully called him Mr. Yi, and there was more or less a little element of politeness in it. But now it's different. Everyone present had to respectfully call him young Master Yi. Except for those really wealthy second generations, who would be willing to do this. Chapter 12. This woman is interesting. Yuan Shisher was also quite shocked by the current situation. She had already spent nearly 200,000 yuan here tonight, not to mention the wait. How much would this sales team leader want to check off? How much would he pay? From the beginning to now, Tianyang has been using his mobile phone to scan codes for payment, which means he has never overdrawn any app or credit card. When did he become so rich? If he had always been so rich, there would be no news in the company. Could it be that he suddenly made a fortune in the past 2 days, won the lottery, or got a few million from his family when their house was demolished? Just now Shinshin and the others were staring at Tianyang, and now he has ordered a set of the dragon set. Next, these women will definitely launch a real attack. She should have discovered this a long time ago, and if Yi Chen had no money to support him, he would never dare to invite her today. She shouldn't have invited her girlfriends to come today. Now she is in trouble. This is inviting a wolf into their house. The man who she could have conquered little by little or even easily controlled now needs to compete with these women. Okay, since young Master Yi trusts me so much, let's get started. However, we have to change the way we play. Young Master Yi trusts me so much, we have to increase the difficulty and excitement. No matter what this woman, Wang Yifeng, does, she has a self-confidence that makes people's eyes shine. Simply put, his aura is very strong, and he can control the situation even when facing these people. Tianyang watched from their side and found that Wang Yifeng's favorability towards him was only 15 points, which surprised him a little. No matter what, I can be considered a big customer here tonight and I have spent so much money. In Wang Yifeng's eyes, he was just an ordinary stranger, which surprised him very much. People like Shinshin, Yeye, Angela, Chen Chen, and Yuan Shisha, after he spent so much money, everyone's favorability towards him increased a lot, especially Yuan Shisha, which has now reached 85. But to Wang Yifeng, Tianyang was just an ordinary customer. She came to drink with Tianyang, help him drink, and help him play dice, just to complete a job, and she didn't have any other thoughts. Let's start with you, beautiful lady. Wang Yifeng started with Yuan Shisha, who was next to Tianyang. I can't drink anymore. If you guys play, I won't play. Yuan Shisha was feeling very anxious and conflicted. How could she have the mood to play games if she was unhappy? She had to find a way to deal with her best friends. Wang Yifeng did not continue to ask for a change of person and said, then let's start with you, beautiful lady. Shinshin was very unconvinced. It was just me, so how could I be afraid of you when playing dice? You are just a little prettier than me, right? So what? Playing dice depends on skills and luck. And my breasts are bigger than yours. 7 ones. Open. 5 sixes. Open. Wang Yifeng won both times, which surprised Tianyang. It seemed that this woman really had some skills. Didn't she just say that he was just okay? This was already quite impressive. He couldn't play with these women, nor could he drink as much as these men, so he paid someone to come and help him. He won right away and made Shinshin get 2 big glasses of wine, which made Tianyang feel very happy. This is what they call superpowers. Thinking of these guys and the scene of them playing dice and getting him drunk, he felt much better at this moment. 7 sixes. Wang Yifeng called a little too much this time. Others thought that if Shinshin opened the conversation directly, Wang Yifeng would definitely lose and would have to drink. But who would have thought that when Shinshin said she wanted to open the dice, she turned over the dice and saw that all 6 of Wang Yifeng's dice were 6. When Shinshin opened the dice, there were 2 6 in it, so Wang Yifeng won again. Shinshin drank another large glass of wine reluctantly. Under normal circumstances, after drinking 3 cups in a row, if you lose 3 times, you have to pass the dice to the next person, and then it was time for someone else to play with Wang Yifeng, but she did not pass the dice down, but instead said, I was careless just now, let me do it again. Sorry, according to the rules, you can only come back next time. Next one. Wang Yifeng has a strong aura. She sets the rules and everyone must follow them. She never gives Shinshin any chance to cut in line. If you lose, and you must follow the rules. If you are not convinced, then wait for the next round and it will be your turn to compete with me again. Among the people present, Wang Yifeng completely controlled the situation, and Yi Qianyang became more interested in this woman. Well, you are having a great time. How can I buy wine to count as your performance tonight? Yi Qianyang asked from the side. Master Yi, you just need to keep ordering wine. Whether you order more or less, it will be counted as my performance, and I will get dividends. Okay, give me another set of Shenlong suit. QR code. Spend 88,888 yuan. The system returns 8,888,800 yuan, has been credited. This time, Yi Qianyang spent the money for Wang Yifeng, and the system also recognized the consumption and the cashback was immediately credited to his account. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your support. Wang Yifeng smiled sweetly at Yi Qianyang, which made Yi Qianyang's heart beat faster. However, Yi Qianyang noticed that Wang Yifeng's favorability towards him had not changed at all and remained at 15 points, which surprised him very much. Chapter 13, Total Victory. This surprised Yi Qianyang very much. Logically speaking, he had bought a magic dragon suit to support her, which was to improve her performance, equivalent to rewarding her with money, which should at least improve her favorability. Who would have thought that it didn't even improve her favorability at all? This woman is quite interesting. Yi Qianyang became even more interested in her. Could it be that she was the type of person who would sell her art but not her body? Are there still such women in this day and age? Wang Yifeng's sweet smile just now directly touched Yi Qianyang's heart, but this woman's impression of him did not change at all. This made him subconsciously think that he had to win this woman over first, and it would be a bit difficult to rely solely on money. Qianyang, I'm a little tired now and want to go back. But I came out in a hurry today and the bag where I put my keys is at the company, so I may not be able to go back today. Yuan Shisher whispered to Yi Qianyang in his ear. The voice was delicate, and one could feel the hot air coming out of her mouth. Especially what this woman said made him want to have sex with Feifei even more. Something like he forgot his keys at the company and couldn't go back. What she meant was that he had no place to stay tonight. Did he have to stay at her house or go to a hotel with her? Then go to the hotel next to the company and book a room. Tell me how much it costs and I'll transfer it to you. It's still early and you're not sleepy yet. Let's play here for a while. Now that the favorability level has exceeded 85, Yi Qianyang is not so interested in her anymore. Now all his interest is on Wang Yifeng. Sometimes men are so fickle and heartless. If Yuan Shisher had told him an hour ago that she had nowhere to stay that night, he would have been happy to go to the hotel next door and get a room with her and release all his energy. Oh, I see. Apart from saying hello to Yi Qianyang, Yuan Shisher didn't say anything to anyone else. She just picked up her bag and left. She now understood that her best friends, be it Qian, Shinshin, Yeye, or Angela, would no longer care about her. All their targets were aimed at Yi Qianyang. On the surface, they were still calling each other sisters, but in fact, they had already become enemies. Yuan Shisher naturally didn't care about such fake sisters. They all met each other when they were having a casual affair outside. Compared with the level and methods of these people, Yuan Shisher's side was relatively cleaner, and she also knew the methods to hook men. She probably wasn't their opponent, so if she went head-to-head with them to snatch Yi Qianyang, she might not be their opponent. Instead of doing this, it is better to take a step back. After all, they are colleagues and they will always have more opportunities than them. Moreover, by taking a step back, staying less in such occasions, maybe you can attract more men's attention. After Yuan Shisher left, Yi Qianyang was thinking in his heart, how much money should I give to this woman in a red envelope? It's all been taken care of, girl. You can't just throw it away because you're stingy, but you can't spoil him too much either. You have to find a balance now. Her US city is considered a new first-tier city. To stay in a star-rated hotel here, 1 or 2,000 yuan a night is enough. He has never seen or heard of a room that costs tens of thousands of yuan. So you think Yuan Shisher would not spend that much money to stay there? In the end, he just transferred 5,200 yuan to the woman, which was close to 520 yuan, leaving the woman some hope. He also left her a message saying that he had delayed her time tonight and she should find a better hotel to stay in. Finally, I muted my phone and continued to watch Wang Yifeng and the others play dice and drink. In the final competition between them, without any surprise, Wang Yifeng won all the games. Qian, Shinshin, Yeye, Angela, and Cao Xiaoming were all drunk by him, and they all went to the bathroom to vomit once and came back. And because of this incident, their favorability towards Tianyang all decreased a little. There's nothing we can do. It's your fault for being so unsportsmanlike that you actually found the women in the bar who were good at drinking and asked them to drink with you. You made them drink so much that every one of them vomited. It would be strange if you don't persuade them during this process and their liking for you doesn't decrease. Of course, Tianyang doesn't care about their so-called decline in favorability. It doesn't matter if the favorability of these people declines. It can be improved by just spending some money. I can't drink anymore. I need to go to the bathroom. The one who drinks the most in this scene is Cao Xiaoming. This is his second time going to the bathroom. Help me, I'll go too. Shinshin said. After getting them drunk again, Tianyang became even more satisfied with Wang Yifeng. He thought it was worthwhile to buy this magic dragon set. Do you still want to play? I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. I really can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. It's all in my throat. Chen Chen and Ye both kept patting their bulging chests, their brows were obviously furrowed. They had already drunk enough, and now they could no longer refuse to accept it, so they could only beg for mercy from Wang Yifeng. Chapter 14. This is released. Okay, then I'll accompany him to work and complete the task successfully. Wang Yifeng picked up a glass of wine, turned to look at Tianyang, and drank it in one gulp. Mr. Yi, would it be convenient for me to exchange prices on WeChat? Even though Wang Yifeng's favorability towards Tianyang was only 15 points at this time, she still took the initiative to ask to add Tianyang on WeChat. Add WeChat. Tianyang naturally couldn't refuse, so he quickly scanned the QR code and added her. Finally, Wang Yifeng took the initiative to send him a WeChat message. Mr. Yi, when we get off work, would you like to go for a midnight snack together? It is naturally inconvenient to say these words in front of so many people, but it is very natural to post them on WeChat. Tianyang is becoming more and more interested in this woman. Being able to do things in such an occasion, especially becoming the leader of the sales team, her emotional intelligence is absolutely sufficient. Tianyang had the idea of taking this woman down completely, but being at this level, he was still a little nervous. No matter how powerful a man is, there will always be a woman he desires but cannot get. Some women are just more difficult to deal with, and Wang Yifeng should be one of this type. Just spending money may not necessarily lead to quick success, but Wang Yifeng is selling drinks in this bar, so she must be doing it to make money. If not to make money, why would she drink so crazily? Is it just because she likes to drink and have fun? To be honest, this possibility exists. Young girls nowadays have all kinds of personalities and temperaments. But what kind of man can control a top-notch girl like Wang Yifeng? Is it okay for me to be like this? Tianyang now has this system. When it comes to money, he is not afraid of anyone. However, when it comes to picking up girls, Tianyang is still a rookie. For example, Yuan Shisha has already reached the level of Aquaman, although she may be a junior Aquaman. Women like Shinshin, Yeye, Angela and the others should be considered as female sea kings who are slightly more powerful than Yuan Shisha. Now that he was able to defeat all the women like Yuan Shisha, Shinshin, Yeye, and Tian Tian, and made them vomit after drinking, what level is Wang Yifeng at? If we calculate by rank, you might underestimate Wang Yifeng by saying that she is at a high level, because she is at least at the king level. At this moment, Tianyang suddenly felt a little afraid that he would not be able to take on the move, but at the same time, he felt that this matter was quite exciting. The more powerful the object is, the more men want to conquer her. If Wang Yifeng can be conquered tonight, or if something happens to her, I believe any man will feel a sense of accomplishment. After adding Tianyang's WeChat, Wang Yifeng quickly left seat number. This one was walking fast with the waiter just now, and he came closer to greet him and said, "Brother, do you still want to drink this wine?" "I can't drink anymore, I can't drink anymore, I'm already drunk." "You can't let me open a bar?" Tianyang said with a smile. No, this is the VIP card that our Obeis bar prepared specially for you. Of course, if you feel comfortable with this card, please leave your mobile phone number with us. Next time you come, you will enjoy our Obeis top-level service regardless of your card or mobile phone number. The waiter explained to Tianyang with a smile. Tianyang took a look and saw that the two women left in the booth were so drunk that they could hardly stand up. If he asked them to go to their hotel for a 1v2 fight, they would probably not refuse. However, the fact that these two women could be taken away easily by himself tonight meant that they were also easily taken away by others before. What can I say about these women? Their looks are all above 60 points, and their figures are also quite good, but they must have been battle-hardened for a long time. I don't know how many times my personal combat experience has surpassed his. Especially for those who hang out in such places, it is very likely that they have some minor problems. If they come into contact with them and get infected, it would be really not worth it. I was lucky enough to get this awesome system. If I die because of it one day, it would be a huge loss. There's still a little wine left. If you want to drink, just drink it here. If you don't want to drink, just save it. I'm going to go out for a walk because it's too boring here. Yi Qianyang said, pointing to the few bottles of wine left on the booth. The waiter was stunned. I don't understand. What's going on? You've done several Shenlong sets in a row, but you didn't take any of the girls on the scene with you. What are you doing tonight? Or has Wang Yifeng completely taken this guy down? However, he felt that the waiter had a slightly higher chance of being taken down by Wang Yifeng. With Wang Yifeng around, these girls really can't compare to her. Master Yi, can I add you on WeChat? If you come to play with us in the future, please tell me in advance and I will arrange all the drinks for you. If you drive, I will also arrange a designated driver for you, so that you can come here easily and leave without any worries. How could he not provide good service to such a big customer? If he were to bind the customer, he would be able to get a commission. The commission from this one person would be equal to that from all other customers. Yi Qianyang added the waiter's WeChat without refusing, and then left Obeus under his attentive escort. When he reached the street outside, Yi Qianyang finally had the opportunity to check the balance on his bank card, and he looked at it for a long time. 27,775,680 yuan. He made a total of more than 27 million that night. Chapter 15 Yuan Shisher's Regret. Now, Yi Qianyang has completely gotten over the issue of money and no longer has to worry about it. This will be his greatest reliance in the future. He just needs to find ways to improve in other aspects, such as knowledge, quality, pattern, tolerance, various cultural backgrounds, and so on. In the past, I heard a lecture that said that when you get a large amount of wealth, even unparalleled wealth, you should take out half of the money to invest in yourself and improve yourself, rather than suddenly engage in revengeful consumption. After earning more than 27 million tonight, Yi Qianyang was thinking about buying a house, a villa, and a luxury car tomorrow. This is obviously the thinking of a poor person at the bottom of society. But after seeing what happened just now, Cao Xiaoming actually dared to come to his booth, drink his wine, and flirt with his girls. He realized that he still needs to improve in other aspects. But when other aspects are worthy of his wealth, Cao Xiaoming would definitely not dare to sit there tonight. So after leaving Obeus, the desire to buy a house and a luxury car is not as strong anymore. Just at this moment, a message popped up on the mobile phone. It was sent by Yuan Shisha. I'm already at the hotel. The room is ready. It's room 2808 at Swan Lake Hotel. The meaning of this WeChat message is extremely obvious. Anyone who is not a fool can see what Yuan Shisha wants to express at this moment. Has she booked a room and is waiting for me to come over? Yi Qianyang muttered to himself. After hesitating for a moment, he finally replied with a simple, good dream, and ignored the message sent by Yuan Shisha anymore. At this moment, inside the Swan Lake Hotel, Yuan Shisha had just finished taking a shower. She was wrapped in a large bath towel, holding her mobile phone, constantly refreshing the WeChat interface. Just now when she was taking a bath, she imagined the sound of Yi Qianyang knocking on the door and coming in, but when she saw this message, she instantly felt mixed emotions. He replied with 2 words, sweet dreams. I have hinted so clearly, doesn't he understand? The meaning of this WeChat message I sent is very clear. I've told you the room number, 2808. Come over and sleep with me tonight. You asked me to go shopping, eat, and then go to the bar today. Isn't your ultimate goal just to sleep with me? This process will probably take several more times. Now I can say that I can help you achieve your wish and save all the steps, but you just want to have a good dream. What do you mean? Is this a rejection of me? Or did you not originally think this way? At this moment, Yuan Shisha was a little confused about what Yi Qianyang, this man, was thinking. Everything he did today was unlike that colleague Yi Qianyang she knew before. What kind of changes happened to this man? Why did he become like this? And how did he suddenly become so rich? Or was he so rich before, but he was just keeping a low profile and deliberately disguised himself as an ordinary person like in TV dramas, just to find true love? Yuan Shisher is very upset now. When they were shopping in the mall in the afternoon, even if Tianyang rejected her kindness, she would still buy him a few clothes, even if it only cost a few $1,000s. It was not until they went to the Obeis bar and he spent more than 200,000 yuan that she realized this man was not as simple as she had imagined. The Tianyang she knew before was a very honest, loser man. She could easily control such a man. She could take advantage of Tianyang's love and covetousness for her to control him at will and make him do anything for her. Although Yuan Shisher has only been working for 3 or 4 years, she has come into contact with a lot of men. At the same time, she is a little tired of this kind of life as a sea king and sea queen. If she can develop smoothly with Tianyang as a normal couple, and if this guy is really a bit shallow and can meet her material life needs, this man can be said to be a very good partner for love and marriage. But such a perfect man was lost by her today. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning now. I wonder which of his best friends has won the heart of Tianyang. Who will sleep next to him tonight? Or could it be Wang Yifeng, the sales team leader of Obeis Bar? I guess Wang Yifeng has a higher probability. The more she thought about this, the more annoyed Yuan Shisher became. She was so angry that she tore off the bath towel from her body, buried her head under the quilt, and screamed in frustration. Tianyang, who was outside enjoying the breeze, did receive the WeChat message sent by Wang Yifeng. I just got off work. Is Mr. Yi asleep? Not yet. So where are you now? I'm just strolling on the street outside, getting some fresh air to sober myself up. I drank too much tonight. Then send me your location and take a photo. Wang Yifeng was very direct. Tianyang was also very direct. He just sent the location and then took a picture of the sign of a nearby store. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a yadi quickly stopped nearby. Get in the car. Oh, no way, you just drive this car to pick me up. How about you drink so much tonight and still drive? Tianyang thought about it and realized that it was true. Don't drink and don't drive after drinking. This is a matter of principle and also a matter of responsibility for one's own life. Wang Yifeng changed her clothes. The t-shirt she was wearing was not the same one she was wearing just now, and it had a faint fragrance on it. It was obvious that the woman had taken a shower and changed into clean clothes after get off work. But there is not much difference in the style of the clothes, except that this t-shirt is quite tight, revealing her slender waist. At this moment, her waist seems even thinner than it looked in the bar. When Tianyang sat in the back seat of the electric car, he saw the white flower and wanted to pinch it. The electric car drove for about 7 or 8 minutes and arrived at a fairly busy street shop. There were a lot of people on the street and it was very lively. It was a shop specializing in selling barbecue. It was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the evening, and there were still so many customers here. Boss, grill 10 skewers of kidney, 1 serving of leeks, 1 serving of oysters, 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of pork belly. Wang Yifeng ordered several dishes in a row, but there were several dishes among them that could be said to be specially used by men to strengthen their kidneys. Was she worried that Tianyang's strength was not enough tonight? So she prepared so many hard dishes for him. Tianyang. Chapter 16. This woman is very high. Why did you think of treating me to a midnight snack? Tianyang asked the question in his mind. It's very simple. Seeing that you are quite rich, I naturally want to curry favor with you and get to know you. Wang Yifeng did not hide anything and directly expressed her true thoughts. She said it very naturally, as if it were true, but Tianyang thought that a woman like Wang Yifeng could not be easily won over by just spending money, at least not by using the tactics he was going to use tonight. Tianyang has similar thoughts to other men. They have very low favorable impression of women who like to hang out in bars and nightclubs. Girls often say that although I smoke, drink, like to go clubbing, go to bars, and have tattoos, these are just my hobbies. I think this will make my life more colorful, and I am still a good girl. In this case, most people would just listen to it. No one would believe it, or even not believe a single word of it. Girls who have these hobbies may not necessarily be bad girls, but a good girl will definitely not have these hobbies. But Wang Yifeng might be an exception. After the magic dragon set was used tonight, this woman did not even have the slightest favorability towards him. This alone was enough to shock Tianyang. He could say that Wang Yifeng was not like Shinshin and Yeye, the bar girls who like to have sex in nightclubs. Those who can open a booth in Obeis are basically rich people. It is very easy to open a booth in Obeis, drink some wine, and spend tens of thousands of dollars in one night. So what Yi Qian meant by raising him was, with so many rich people, why would they choose him? Because you are obviously richer than them. He. Wang Yifeng answered with a smile, her expression still so natural. Yi Qianyang did not refute what she said. He knew very well that those who were worth several million would not dare to spend 200,000 or 300,000 in one night in Obeis. They must be worth at least tens of millions and have so much cash. Your real estate and the like don't count at all. Now Wang Yifeng told him that she wanted to get to know him because she saw that he was very rich. Yi Qianyang now didn't know whether he should believe what he said. Or is Wang Yifeng really like Yuan Shisha and the others, someone who can cast a wide net and catch targeted fish? Just at this moment, the simple proprietress of the barbecue stall came up with barbecue and beer, and Yi Qianyang suddenly asked, "Boss, does this beautiful lady often come to your place to eat barbecue? I think I've seen her 2 or 3 times." The boss was stunned for a moment. The beauty was very pretty, so he had some memory of her. Does she come alone every time, or does she bring different men with her? After asking this question, not only was the proprietress stunned and puzzled, but even Wang Yifeng had a frown on her face. She really didn't expect Yi Qianyang to ask so directly. Then she shook her hand helplessly at the proprietress and said, "Sorry, go ahead and do your thing." The proprietress put down the dishes and left in embarrassment. At this time, Wang Yifeng also stood up from the opposite side of the table and sat next to Yi Qianyang. This time she was sitting very close to him and spoke seriously. "Yeah, do you think that women like me who work in bars and accompany customers to drink are basically no different from prostitutes, and are both relatively dirty, so you can humiliate me like this casually?" Yi Qianyang shook his head, his expression not changing much as he said, "It's not as exaggerated as you said. I'm just a little curious and it suddenly occurred to me." In fact, such a question was definitely not appropriate to ask. He was already prepared after asking it just now. It was very likely that Wang Yifeng would curse at him, or even pour the glass of wine in her hand on his face. Wang Yifeng stretched out her slender jade fingers to hold up Yi Qianyang's face and asked, "Are you so curious?" Yi Qianyang nodded honestly. Wang Yifeng sneered and rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. Suddenly, she leaned forward and kissed his face unexpectedly. She said, "Then come home with me tonight. I'll have a whole night to explain it to you in detail." Yi Qianyang was stunned. He was kissed like this. Although it was very unexpected for him, his body was more honest. The fire in his heart was instantly ignited. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand to take the next step. But Wang Yifeng took 2 steps back. "Don't be in a hurry, let's eat something first and talk after we're full." She threw a coquettish glance at Yi Qianyang, stood up with a sweet smile, went to the table next to her, and got a pack of napkins. As she walked, her plump buttock swayed, which was very attractive. She took the napkin, pulled out a piece, and gently wiped the lipstick on her mouth. She also gently helped Yi Qianyang wipe off the lipstick marks on his face. This woman is really a fairy. Touching the face that had just been kissed, Yi Qianyang felt like crying but had no tears. This woman was quite bold. Was she sure of him? Sure, even more direct than Yuan Shisha. Good. Very good. Now Yi Qianyang likes Wang Yifeng more and more, but this woman's favorability towards him makes him doubt whether the system is broken. Current favorability, 15 points. Her charming smile, her bold seduction, and her directness all seemed so direct and natural to Yi Qianyang. Could it be that all this was the result of his superb acting skills? I don't think so, but the favorability has not increased. This means that Wang Yifeng is a very, very high-level Neptune. If she hadn't been nurtured by a lot of men, it would be impossible for her to have such a state of mind and courage. I'm not hungry now and don't want to eat. Let's just go. Yi Qianyang said anxiously. Why are you in such a hurry? Just eat something. How many times can you go through all this trouble in one night? Wang Yifeng sneered. Yi Qianyang was indeed a little impatient. There's nothing I can do, he's greedy too. He had a girlfriend before, but they were always in a licking relationship. When it comes to matters between men and women, he sometimes didn't have the real right to decide, and it depended on whether the other person was in a good mood before he could do that thing. Now that he has the initiative, things are completely different. And with such a stunning girl, it would be strange if he wasn't anxious. Then the dish came up, and Tianyang didn't care whether it tasted good or not, or whether it suited his appetite, and he started eating it with relish. Anyway, it has been confirmed that they will spend the night at Wang Yifeng's house tonight, so these kidney-nourishing foods that she has carefully prepared cannot be wasted, otherwise it will be embarrassing. Chapter 17 finally brought it home. About half an hour later, the two finished their meal, paid the bill, and left the barbecue stall. The person who paid was Wang Yifeng. Is your home far from here? Tianyang meant that if the distance was far, then she would not take her small electric car. This car was so slow and uncomfortable. It would be more comfortable to call a car. Wang Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Are you really going? Tianyang? What do you mean you really want to go? Was that just a joke? He was ready to fight all night, so why would he let you joke with him like that? And if you don't let me over, why did you order these dishes tonight? Aren't you afraid that after I come to my house tonight, I'll kidnap you or sell you to the mountains? Speaking of Tianyang, he is actually a little scared. He is very rich now and others may really do something bold for money. I was just joking with you. It's already this late. I have to take you home to rest. Otherwise, I can't just leave you outside. Wang Yifeng said with a smile and raised her eyebrows at him. With Tianyang's current level, he simply couldn't stand Wang Yifeng flirting with him like that. Those charming and affectionate big eyes seemed to have completely won over his heart, but Wang Yifeng's favorability towards him was still at 15 points, not increasing at all, which made him feel very frustrated. Let's get in the car and go. Sitting on the back of the Yati electric scooter again, Tianyang was not as restrained as before. He stretched out his hands very directly and hugged Wang Yifeng's slender waist. Oh, your hand. I drank too much. Now the wind is blowing, and I feel car sick. I need some support. This is an electric bike, why are you dizzy? You won't get motion sickness if you ride an electric bike, but you will get motion sickness just the same. The wind is blowing even stronger. Tianyang would not let go of his hand just like that, and he had to praise Wang Yifeng's slender waist, which felt so amazing. Hey, if you want to hug me, go ahead. Please don't touch me like this, okay? I'm ticklish. I'll fall down. In this way, after about half an hour, they arrived at the Greentown Osmondus Garden Villa area in her US city. You live here? This shocked Tianyang a little. He had calculated that he had nearly 30 million in cash, so he planned to come here to buy a villa. This is where the housing prices are the highest in her US city. He was a poor guy before and didn't know much about this place, but had seen it on online forums. Rumor has it that the housing prices here are ridiculously high, and the security and property services in this villa area are excellent. Look at that swimming pool. The open-air swimming pool is clean and tidy every day, and it is in good condition. Several people are taking good care of it. The creek, rockery and lawn outside are maintained by dedicated people every day. The cost of this property alone is quite outrageous. This can be said to be the place that everyone in her US city dreams of. Yes, but it's rented. Wang Yifeng replied. The two of them rode the electric scooter and came to a separate villa under the watchful eyes of the security guards. Normally, electric scooters are very rare in such a luxurious villa area, but the security guards did not try to stop Wang Yifeng and had a very normal expression. It seemed that these people knew her and knew that she lived here. After pressing the fingerprint, the door opened. The two of them walked into the villa and after entering the entrance hall, Wang Yifeng took off her high heels. Her pair of flawless white feet made a soft sound as they walked on the solid wooden floor. Why do you rent such a big house by yourself? Or do you share it with others? This villa is really big. He can easily live in any room, but there are 3 floors in total. At a glance, there are already quite a lot of rooms. How much does it cost? The rent, isn't it a waste for one person to live in such a big house? The rent should be quite scary, definitely starting from 5 figures. You should know that the house that Tianyang is renting now costs 800 yuan a month and is a single room with a bathroom. Do you really want to know why? Wang Yifeng walked over, tiptoed, and looked at Tianyang without looking away. Although Tianyang is not as tall as 1.8 meters, he is still 1.75 meters tall. Wang Yifeng walked up to him. She was no longer wearing high heels, so she had to stand on tiptoe and hold her head high to look at him. Suddenly, the whole person broke over and all her weight was on Yi Qianyang. That pretty face and those seductive red lips were only 1 or 2 centimeters away from Yi Qianyang. At this moment, they could feel their hot breath hitting each other's faces very clearly. What's wrong? Yi Qianyang was stunned by the woman's behavior. Are all women nowadays so fierce? Do they still like to turn defense into offense and actively push him? But it feels pretty good. Are you going to buy a house? Yi Qianyang? What? These words completely confused him. Tonight, he had always believed that when he came to Wang Afeng's house, something wonderful would definitely happen. Isn't this kind of thing known to everyone? Now she's getting so close to him to ask him if he wants to buy a house. Does that mean that in addition to selling drinks in the Obeas bar, Wang Afeng also has a part-time job selling houses? How much money do you need? You work so hard. Wang Afeng let go of Yi Qianyang, then took a few steps back and walked to the main switch nearby, turned on all the lights in the villa, and then gave him a detailed introduction. This villa was built in 2002. It has 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. There are 2 underground floors, mainly entertainment rooms, libraries and wine cellars. There are 3 floors above ground, living room, tea room and study on the first floor, bedrooms on the second floor, bedrooms and observation deck on the third floor. Each room has a bathroom downstairs, and each floor also has a utility room of 200 square meters. The garden, lawn and orchard outside are all taken care of by professionals. This is definitely a rare villa. It is hard to buy a villa in such a good location now. Yi Qianyang? He was really confused. There were several times tonight when he was completely bewildered. As long as you buy this villa, I will be your woman. Chapter 18, A Successful Strategy. At this time, Yi Qianyang could see very clearly that after the woman said this, her favorability began to change rapidly, from the original 15 to 75, and it was still gradually increasing, and finally fell and stayed above 85. It turns out that this is the key point. As long as he buys this villa, Wang Afeng is willing to follow him. He just said that becoming his woman is the only condition. How many people have you asked this question, or how many people have you brought to this villa? Yi Qianyang asked bluntly. Wang Afeng looked straight into Yi Qianyang's eyes with a sincere look, and replied, So far, you are the first person to come to this place, and I have only asked you one question. Judging from her eyes and facial expression, Wang Afeng should not have lied. If she could still deceive Yi Qianyang at this time, then this woman's level was simply outrageous. It would be a pity not to take such acting skills to the entertainment industry. Definitely, the Oscar-winning actress is waiting for her there. Then why me? Yi Qianyang continued to ask. You don't look as annoying as those people. You look very comfortable. You don't have any bad intentions. You are definitely not a bad person. That's why I dare to bring you here in the middle of the night. Of course, the most important thing is that you should be able to afford this place. Yi Qianyang, oh? What do you mean I don't look like a bad guy? Is it so easy for people to see through me? I'm going to be honest with you now. This was originally my family's house. But a few years ago, my father lost money in business and was framed. He went bankrupt and was imprisoned. Before he was imprisoned, he cut off all ties and transferred this house to my name. He thought that even if he was imprisoned for the rest of his life, at least I would have this house and would never have to worry about food and clothing. He repeatedly told me not to sell this villa, otherwise he would definitely not recognize me as his daughter when he got out. But I'm afraid he doesn't know that after he went to jail, the debts he owed didn't stop. We can't pay off these debts even if we want to. So I have no choice but to sell this villa and pay off all the debts. Otherwise, the interest will compound, and we won't be able to pay it off even if we work harder. My dad is about to be released from prison in less than 3 months. He will definitely live here after he is released from prison, so I have no choice but to rent this house in advance. I have been working hard to save money over the years and have saved about 5 million yuan, but I am still far from buying this house. It is definitely unrealistic for me to earn so much money in less than 3 months. So I am thinking of finding someone to buy this villa. So far, you are the most suitable candidate, and you are also the man I am most satisfied with. After Wang Afeng finished talking about this at home, her originally confident and cheerful expression dimmed a lot. It is true that money can make a hero fall. No matter how noble she is completely defeated by money. How much is this villa? The total is 36 million. You pay 30 million and I pay the remaining 6 million. When the time comes, the property title will need to be in our names. If you're not sure, we can get a marriage certificate right after we buy the property and I'll be your wife. After Wang Yifeng finished speaking, her favorability level completely stopped at 85 points, which is not much away from the full score of 100. It seems that she really intends to become Yi Qianyang's woman, and even marry him. Okay then, I'll ask you a few questions first, and I hope you'll answer them truthfully. Okay, ask. You've been working in that bar for so long. Have you ever had a one-night stand, rounded corners, or anything like that? No. Have you ever been someone's mistress or married? No. Have you ever lived with someone else? As for my health, you can rest assured. My father has been in prison these years, and I have been working hard to make money and pay off the debts. The two of us have no time to talk about love. If you are worried, you can take me to the hospital for a detailed examination. I guarantee that I am clean. While she was talking about these things, her eyes dimmed a lot. She was still in her prime, and if things hadn't happened at home, she should have just graduated from college and either chosen a normal job or continued her studies in a favorite major. Why would she be forcing herself to smile and make money in a bar? Now, in order to keep the house, she is marrying a man she doesn't know at all when they meet for the first time. But she had no other choice. This was the best solution she could think of at the moment. With his personal ability, it was impossible for him to buy this villa. Yi Qianyang kept his eyes on Wang Yifeng and felt that this woman should be true, and at this time the Shenhao system also sent a prompt. The system reminds the host Yi Qianyang that he has successfully captured a goddess. If he obtains a marriage certificate or his favorability reaches 100, he will receive a wonderful prize from the system. The system also has reminders in this regard, and there are also awards. The products produced by the system are naturally high quality. Yi Qianyang is looking forward to this award. Okay, I'll buy this villa. Really? Wang Yifeng's eyes lit up and she became cheerful again. Well, you have negotiated it, just contact me when you need to pay. Okay. Wang Yifeng felt that even if he used herself as a bargaining chip, this man should still think about it. After all, this was not a small amount of money, and was she really worth so much money? But who would have thought that this man would agree so readily? He must be very rich to have agreed to do this even though his face was changed. Chapter 19, Really buy it. Are you sure? This is 30 million. Wang Yifeng looked a little strange. Although there are more than 10 million people in this city, many of them are rich, but there are not many people who can easily take out 30 million in cash. Yi Qianyang nodded, that's true, but money is nothing in front of a beautiful woman like you. Mr. Yi, I'm a little bit suspicious of you now. If you were a woman, you would definitely be a naive person. How did you earn your potential? Why does it feel so easy to earn money? Could it be that you made tens of millions just by buying a lottery ticket? Wang Yifeng's mood is now a little higher than before, and she is a little excited. In the past few years, her life has been pretty good and relatively smooth, but even with all the work, drinking like crazy, improving her various skills, and staying up late, she has only earned a little over 5 million in total. Adding tonight's commission and this month's salary, her earnings may be around 6 million. For ordinary people, this is already a very profitable amount. It is no exaggeration to say that none of her classmates have earned 6 million in the past few years relying solely on their own abilities. She is definitely the best among her peers, so she told Yi Qianyang that he would pay 30 million and she would pay 6 million. But no matter how much money it is still far from the 30 million. This. After Yi Qianyang heard this question, his expression became interesting. You may not believe it, but the way I make money is really easy, even easier than lottery. I just need to pick up girls. However, he also agreed with what Wang Yifeng said. 30 million is definitely not a small number. Most people who can earn so much money are definitely not fools, and it is even more impossible for them to spend so much money on a woman. Those rich people know best how much they paid to earn 30 million, especially the first generation of rich people. As for the second generation of rich people, unless they have a very good family background, the top ones like Wang Tsong, there is still a possibility. In fact, ordinary rich second generations cannot come up with so much money at once. They only have about 100,000 yuan for living expenses every month, and 200,000 or 300,000 yuan for more. Their families give them at most 2 million to 3 million yuan a year, and provide them with a house and a sports car. If they want to come up with another 30 million yuan, they must tell their parents and get their consent to get so much money. Even if the parents of these rich second generations agreed and took out the 30 million, Wang Yifeng might not be able to get it. After all, it is extremely difficult to catch a real rich son-in-law. This probability is even higher than buying a lottery ticket. So in this day and age, if you want to marry a rich man and become a wealthy wife, you have to have ability. So without worrying about these things, Yi Qianyangdao agreed with what she said. This was definitely a good thing for him, and it was a good thing that did not require any difficulty. On the one hand, he got such a beautiful woman, and on the other hand, he made money. With this super rich system, he can get 100 yuan for every yuan he spends on the goddess. If he spends 30 million and gets 100 times return, that is 3 billion. I made so much money all of a sudden and picked up a beautiful woman for free. Such a good thing would make you laugh even if you were dreaming. So, even if Wang Yifeng did not choose to be his woman, he would still do this, even if this woman was cheating on his feelings, cheating on his body, tricking him, and spending so much money on him, but as long as he bought the house, the system would return the money to him, and 100 times, then it didn't matter. To be on the safe side, Yi Qianyang also asked the system in his mind just now to confirm whether he could get the 100 times reward after helping the woman buy the house. The system gave him a very positive answer, so he is now very relieved and very happy. If you're worried, we can do another notarization after both of our names are written on the property title, and then change the names on the property title a year later. My dad won't live long when he gets out. He was originally sentenced to 20 years in prison, but has behaved well in prison over the years, and now he's in the late stages of cancer, so he can be released on bail early. The doctor said that with his current physical condition, he can only live for 7 or 8 months at most. I just want to be by his side, and don't let this make him unhappy during this last period of time. Is this also the main reason why I am so anxious? When Wang Yifeng said this, she stared at a table lamp beside her, looking a little confused, as if her eyes were sore and there was a faint glimmer of tears in her eyes. He is a good and filial child. But these things are not important to him at the moment. His main focus now is to make money. Women and love are just extras. Hey, just tell me, at least reveal a little bit, what do you do? The woman is worthy of being the most powerful master of face changing. As soon as she solved the problem, her face immediately changed, from the aggrieved and pitiful look just now to a charming and attractive one. She pulled his arm and shook it, acted coquettishly, and spoke in a sweet tone. Let me ask you, how many men can withstand this? That is not a business that can be shown on the stage. Yi Qianyang pinched Wang Yifeng's pointed chin and said in a gloomy tone. He looked like a man who was active in the gray area, but Wang Yifeng rolled her eyes at him. You are still pretending here. You were so timid when you went home with me just now. I asked you what business you are doing. Look how capable you are. Wang Yifeng exposed him mercilessly. You think those gray businesses are easy to do? Do you really think that I, a little girl, know nothing? Why does my family make so much money? Why could we afford such a big villa before? It's because my parents, uncles and aunts were doing these shady businesses before and were severely cracked down by the state. That's why they were imprisoned and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Do you think you can compare with them? Yi Qianyang. What specific business do they do? Yi Qianyang asked curiously. Wang Yifeng said softly, open an underground casino. When hearing this word, Yi Qianyang's calves couldn't help but tremble, and he became silent for a while. Chapter 20. I'm sick and can't sleep alone. But he was exposed long ago after he was locked up. He offended a lot of people when he was doing this business. His left arm was removed and 2 fingers on his right hand were lost. He has been in there for more than 10 years. He is no different from an ordinary old man. Wang Yifeng said hurriedly, fearing that Yi Qianyang would care. What would happen if her father got out then? Tianyang looked at Wang Yifeng calmly, remembering the scene in Obeis where she played dice and won a lot of battles, and asked, did you learn the dice playing skills from your father? Well, I studied for a year or 2, but at that time I just did it for fun. I never really sat on the gambling table, let alone went to Aoshima to play. This is just a little hobby of mine, but I don't dare to challenge other people's professional skills. Don't touch this thing. If you touch it, no matter how big your family business is, it will be gone. Yi Qianyang nodded, but he naturally disagreed in his heart. Others might not be able to bear it, but he might not. He was destined to become a wealthy man that others could not imagine. But on the surface, he still agreed and said, yes. Wang Yifeng, so good. Yi Tianyang. They chatted for a while and he looked at the huge weight falling on the wall. It was already 3:30 in the evening and Tianyang felt a little sleepy. I'm sleepy. Let's go to bed. Well, go to bed. I'll go clean up your room. Wang Yifeng stood up, took him upstairs, and walked to the bedroom next door. You don't want me to sleep in the guest room, do you? Tianyang quickly stopped her and asked. Then where do you want to sleep? Wang Yifeng's big watery eyes looked at him blankly. To tell you the truth, although I am very rich, I am really sick recently. I have recently contracted a disease that makes it difficult for me to sleep if I sleep alone at night. I haven't slept well for several nights. If I don't sleep well tonight, I will have not slept well for 4 or 5 days. If this goes on, I will die. The medical name is autism. It is very serious and has reached the late stage and cannot be cured. Yi Tianyang stopped Wang Yifeng. He has become completely shameless now. I've already followed them home, it's already this late, and everyone is getting ready for bed. Am I still going to pretend to be serious and sleep alone? Do you really think you are still young, 17 or 18 years old, and that you can have innocent relationships between men and women? Is this a joke? Only a fool would be willing to give up this charming beauty to sleep alone, not to mention that he is not a fool. Wang Yifeng was smiling all the time, and her favorability didn't drop either, but he raised his handsome eyebrows and said with a smile. Oh, so you are sick? Actually, I have something to hide from you. Let me be honest with you now. I have practiced martial arts since I was young. I have been in the Ame sect for 3 years. I have learned Taekwondo and obtained various certificates. At least I have the black belt level. I have won the top 5 in several national martial arts competitions. Is it so powerful? Yi Tianyang was unwilling to believe it no matter what. I don't believe it. Then let's try it. Wang Yifeng smiled brightly. Now she waved her little fist. Her hands are really beautiful, with long and slender fingers. But when she turns her fists, you can't see if there are any calluses on the palms of her hands. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. How can a grown man like me hit a woman? But if you have any needs, I will satisfy you and fight to the last bit. Tianyang felt that he was indeed no match for her, so he could only let himself go completely and show his shameless nature. Look at what you said. You can tell at one glance that you are a scumbag. You have told many people about this, but you can't get in. Wang Yifeng's eyes flashed with wisdom. Yi Tianyang. Beautiful lady, you are not, have you never been in love? I told you before that I didn't do this. If you don't believe me, let's go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. When talking about this, Wang Yifeng's expression became much more serious. Oh, don't you have any needs and ideas in your daily life? Yi Tianyang didn't expect that this sentence would come out of his mouth, and he was discussing these with such a beautiful woman. It was too shameless. But it is quite exciting and appropriate to talk about these things with a beautiful girl in the middle of the night. If I don't talk about these things in the middle of the night, am I going to chat about the spring and autumn period with her? What about me? When it comes to this topic, Wang Yifeng didn't show any pretentiousness. Instead, she smiled and said, yes, but can't you just find a way to get rid of it? Once I have an idea, I will go exercise. When you are exhausted after 2 hours of crazy exercise and don't even have the energy to drink a sip of water, will you still think about these things? Oh, by the way, I have a few wooden stakes and some fitness equipment at home. If you can't control yourself now, you can play for an hour or 2. I guarantee that I can help you get rid of these bad thoughts. Tianyang looked at Wang Yifeng's beautiful mermaid line, nice small waist, and round and perky peach buttocks. Okay. Why did you order so many leeks, oysters and kidneys for me during our midnight snack tonight? Yi Tianyang was depressed. Even to the point of gnashing teeth. He. When talking about this matter, Wang Yifeng laughed. She laughed very happily. It was really one wave after another. The sound is clear and pleasant, like a silver bell, touching people's hearts. Okay, come in. After a while, she opened the door of the room and invited him in. Yi Tianyang was a little unconvinced. Looking inside, this should be the master bedroom of the villa. The bed is very big, about 2 meters long. But there was only one pillow lying there alone on the big bed. After Wang Yifeng walked in, she opened the closet next to her, took out another pillow, and placed it on the bed. Then she took out a set of men's pajamas from it, handed it to Yi Qianyan, and said, "Go take a shower. These pajamas are new. I just bought them to prepare for my father to come out." Yi Qianyan took the pajamas, looked at her, and without hesitation, went directly to the bathroom next to him. Although he was a little suspicious whether this woman was playing any tricks, he couldn't care less. He couldn't just back down at this point. I took a quick shower, changed into my pajamas, and returned to my room. Unexpectedly, Wang Yifeng had just returned from the bathroom next door after taking a shower. She was wrapped in a large bath towel, using the towel to wipe her hair, and then she climbed onto the bed and lay down. "Go to sleep. You sleep here and I'll watch you." Seeing Yi Qianyan coming out, Wang Yifeng pointed to another pillow and said, "Aren't you going to sleep? And you're still watching me sleep. You are going to wait until I fall asleep before you go to sleep." Chapter 21 The Past. "It's not necessary, just turn off the lights." Yi Qianyan put his cell phone on the bedside table and got into bed, still feeling a little nervous. Now the situation is quite special. How should I put it? It is not easy to get started. I looked at her favorability level, which had dropped from over 80 to 60. This barely reached the level of good friends or close friends, but was not yet a romantic relationship. Now that the light in this bedroom is turned off, a very dim small light is left on, which is convenient for getting up at night. Wang Yifeng also lay down, but she was lying on her side, and just stared at Yi Qianyan. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he said softly, "Good night." I just closed my eyes in front of him, and from what I could hear, my breathing was still very peaceful. But Yi Qianyan, who was sleeping next to him, couldn't sleep. He couldn't help licking his lips and moving his body. At this midnight, even if he just moved his legs, the friction between his skin and the quilt seemed so harsh. I can't sleep," Yi Qianyan said shamelessly. "Then just sleep hard." Wang Yifeng opened her eyes and said softly, "Yi Qianyan, it's because it's hard that I can't sleep." Wang Yifeng. "You filthy rascal." "Yes, I am." Yi Qianyan admitted it very frankly. Suddenly this feeling, this atmosphere is so wonderful. Is this what they call the period of ambiguity between lovers who are not yet lovers? It's very addictive. What's your relationship with those girls you brought to Obeas to drink today? At this moment, Wang Yifeng suddenly asked. "One is a colleague, and I meet the others for the first time." Yi Qianyan answered frankly. "You spent so much money on him tonight, why didn't you take him away?" Yi Qianyan, "That's because my heart is with you." 2e. "You scumbag. Why, can you please explain it clearly? What is a scumbag? She and I just had a drink together, and I didn't do anything to her. Why do you say I'm a scumbag?" Yi Qianyan said somewhat aggrievedly. "You don't want to do anything to her, so that means you want to do something to me. Yes, you are prettier than them, and have a better figure than them. Moreover, women with your personality can stimulate our desire to conquer. Now that I have you, I naturally have no thoughts about them." Yi Qianyan is now very calm when expressing his feelings and thoughts, so his tone is very calm when he speaks, without too much fluctuation. He doesn't need to hide much. This may be the greatest support that the godly rich system gives him now. It is also because of this that his calm tone and direct expression make people believe in him more. Sure enough, when he was talking about this, Wang Yifeng seemed very calm, and her breathing was still the same as before, without much change. It was obvious that the topic was over and she was not angry. After a moment of silence, Wang Yifeng suddenly asked another question. "How many women have you had before?" "No, I really don't have a girl. I'm still a bachelor since birth." The light in here was very dim, and Yi Qianyan's hairstyle didn't change much. When he said this, the corners of Wang Yifeng's mouth twitched slightly, and there was a hint of starlight in her eyes. "Really? Are you so miserable? It's the same to you, isn't it?" Yi Qianyan said with a smile. Wang Yifeng sighed and said, "Then our situation is different. My parents went to jail after I graduated from junior high school. I was only 15 years old at that time. From then on, I had to study and make money. I had no other choice. During this process, my mother also died in prison due to illness. My father was the only relative I have in my life now. But you are different. At your age and with your wealth, what kind of woman do you want?" Yi Qianyang patted her head with some heartache and said slowly, I was also very poor before, and I just made some money recently. I have chased many girls before, but none of them succeeded. Wang Yifeng was a little surprised by this, and her eyes became much calmer than before. She also felt relieved because he had just become rich, and said, That's good. It's rare that you can make so much money all of a sudden and not lose your mind because of your sudden wealth. Yi Qianyang suddenly chuckled and said, In fact, the sudden desire for revenge must be more or less a little awkward, so I urgently need a pure soul and body to comfort me and save me. Wang Yifeng. You really can't stand compliments, and you always talk in a roundabout way. And Shin, why do I feel so familiar when you say this? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Yes, Mr. Xing said so. So that's how it is. You learned all these greasy words from movies. There's nothing I can do. I have no experience, so I can only learn more. I also want to have an achievable goal, but there has never been anyone for me to practice on it. Yi Qianyang said, I just became rich suddenly, not always. So you will be very happy to date me. I will buy you milk tea every day, and I will send you a red envelope and buy you gifts on any memorable holidays. When you have stomach discomfort during those few days, I will warm your stomach. When you are angry, I will also find ways to make you happy and take you to eat delicious and fun things. When we quarrel, I will admit my mistake first, and then we will discuss why we quarreled just now after you are happy. Yi Qianyang recounted everything that had happened between him and Mengyao over the past few years. He wants to show his most sincere heart. After listening to this, Wang Yifeng's expression and eyes became strange, and she spoke slowly. How can you date like this? You call this licking, okay? You call this dog licking behavior? After she said this, Tianyang was stunned. Then what do you think is true love? Yi Qianyang asked slowly after a moment. Wang Yifeng slowed down and said slowly, It should be like my parents. When my father and my uncles first started that business, because they occupied other people's territory, people targeted them everywhere. Every now and then, someone would come to make trouble. Once, my uncles were not around and my dad was the only one watching. Suddenly, a few people came over and stabbed my dad. When my mom found out, she used a few machetes to hack the people away. During this process, she was stabbed several times and bled a lot, but she didn't step back. It was because of her bravery that she saved their lives. Chapter 22 Treasure Girl. But because of this, my mother's health deteriorated a lot. A few years after she went in. I remember that in order to make my mother's health better, my father went everywhere to ask for so-called elixirs and tonics. No matter how much money it cost, he never frowned. I remember my dad's hair turned white overnight after he got the news of my mom's death. So when two people are together, everything you said is empty talk. Being able to share weal and woe is true love. After he said this, Yi Qianyang's expression became much more serious. He kept his mouth open for a long time but didn't say a word. About 5 or 6 minutes later. Go to bed, it's getting late. Although there was a beautiful woman beside him at this time, his heart was extremely calm, without any desire, and his heartbeat was much more normal than usual. He slowly closed his eyes, thinking about the scene of sharing weal and woe in his mind. This was what he had always dreamed of, and Wang Yifeng hit the nail on the head. Wang Yifeng looked at him from the side, or to be more precise, kept staring at him until she realized that this guy's breathing was becoming more and more frequent, and finally he was snoring. Looking at this guy snoring and falling asleep, Wang Yifeng inexplicably wanted to laugh, but she held it back, then slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. This guy is really naive and cute. That night, Yi Qianyang slept very comfortably and was truly relaxed. This was the first time in recent years that he slept so comfortably. After waking up in the morning, he felt much more relaxed all over, but he was the only one on this large bed. There was still a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. He was very familiar with this fragrance. It was from Wang Yifeng. He looked at the phone on the bedside table. It was already 10 o'clock. But today was the weekend. And didn't the company fire him? He was just handing over his work. Even if he had to go to work today, he wouldn't be in a hurry. Wearing pajamas like this, he left the bedroom, stood on the escalator on the second floor, and soon found Wang Yifeng. The sun was shining brightly outside. The warm morning sunlight shines through the window onto the lobby on the first floor. Wang Yifeng is doing Pilates there at the moment. Her current action was to kneel on the ground, with her hips raised high and her body pressed down as far as possible. The sunlight also fell on her, like the light that she originally emitted. It's like a goddess descending to the earth, shining brightly. Tianyang was stunned by this scene, and tears of excitement flowed from the corners of his mouth. Do you exercise every morning? It was obvious that Wang Yifeng had noticed him, so Tianyang asked calmly. Wang Yifeng let out a long breath, retracted all movements and stood up. At this moment, because of the morning exercise, her forehead and body were covered with sweat, and her little face was flushed, making her look even more beautiful and charming. I cooked porridge and fried some pancakes. You can eat first. I'll take a shower and come over, Wang Yifeng said as she walked towards the bathroom next to her. This woman is simply perfect. He is extremely self-disciplined and maintains a good figure. Even though he has been living in dire straits over the years, he has been able to maintain this figure. She deserves to be rich and powerful. Even if she didn't meet me, she would have met a man who admired her very much. The most important thing is that this woman can actually cook breakfast. For young girls nowadays, cooking instant noodles is considered a survival skill. Tianyang felt a little emotional as he watched the woman slowly leaving back. When he heard the sound of water splashing from his hand, he couldn't help but licked his lips. Forget it, he should go and have breakfast quickly, otherwise he really can't hold on. Not long after, Wang Yifeng came out after taking a shower, changed her clothes, and ate breakfast in the living room. Then what are you going to do later? Tianyang asked curiously. Normally, they work in the nightclub and sleep during the day, but Wang Yifeng gets up so early, he can't just sit at home all the time, right? In the morning, I go to my cake shop. I opened a small cake shop next to Wonder. I go there to take a look in the morning. In the afternoon, I usually go to the gym outside the community. I work as a yoga instructor there. At night I go to the Obeis bar. What's wrong, Boss Yi? Please persuade our workplaces to open VIP cards for us to show your support, Wang Yifeng said with a smile. Tianyang felt a little touched, even admired her. He really found a treasure girl. It is already difficult for a person to survive normally under such pressure, but he can live such a wonderful life, doing 3 jobs a day and still be organized. This is not something that an ordinary woman can do. She is definitely a treasure girl. I'll go back and get some things, and I'll come to see you in the afternoon. Then go buy a car. What kind of car do you like? Tianyang was sincere and proactive this time. It would cost 30 million to buy a house, and he only had a little bit of money left, so he had to find a way to make up for it. Normally, he could just find a girl to buy him something, but he subconsciously wanted to buy something for Wang Yifeng, as he didn't want her to continue riding that small electric scooter. Buy me a car. Wang Yifeng was a little surprised. Yeah. Tianyang nodded. Wang Yifeng frowned, thought for a moment and said, I usually like motorcycles the most because they are convenient and there is no traffic jam. If it is a 4-wheeled vehicle, I like off-road vehicles, such as the hard drive like Con or G-Class, but they are too expensive and I can't afford them. Tianyang smiled and said, no, if you can afford it, I'll buy it for you. I am not afraid that you will not choose the expensive one. The more expensive the better. Isn't the 100-fold rebate enough to buy a villa? And such a domineering and bold statement made me feel much happier after saying it. Even though Wang Yifeng was always calm, at this moment, she paused for a moment while drinking porridge, with an indescribable emotion in her eyes. Are you really going to buy it for me? Chapter 23 Buying a Car. Wang Yifeng paused for a moment, and her tone sounded a bit like that of a normal family situation. Are you really going to buy me a car? What about the 2 or 3 million yuan for the most convenient car tax? Don't we still have to buy this house? You are so rich. It seems that I am really lucky this time. I have brought you, a rich man, back. I must go burn incense when I go out today. My luck is so good. He couldn't understand this man's behavior at all, and he couldn't guess it. If he just wanted to have sex with her, then buying this house would be more than enough. He would be willing to give up his own and let him do whatever he wanted. There is no need to buy another car at all, and you can choose the car you like. Is this too much money to spend? Or is this man really obsessed with me? Regarding this aspect, Wang Yifeng did not feel any great pressure. Instead, she had some small surprises in her heart. The richer the man I choose is, the better. And after getting to know him last night, I am now more sure about this man. He is definitely a good man with a pure character. Although this guy must be very lustful, men are not lustful. At this age, it is normal to be greedy for beauty. It cannot be said that this is a shortcoming. If there is no desire for beauty at this age, that would be a tragedy. What's more, he is greedy for himself, isn't that better? I'm not that rich, but I can still make your life worry-free. If you decide to buy the car first, then make an appointment with the other party and we will buy the house. Tianyang smiled. He could say that he was a little more sincere now, and felt that life was getting better and better. As expected, there was nothing in the world that money couldn't solve. If there was, it must be because he didn't have enough money tilder. After they both finished breakfast, I called a car on my phone and took them to the International Automobile City, the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. Hello sir, are you looking for cars? Is there a car you like? The sales lady was very enthusiastic. Tianyang stayed at Wang Yifeng's house last night. He was still wearing the same worn-out clothes as yesterday, and a pair of ordinary sneakers, but even so, others would think he was a very rich man. Sometimes, the easiest way to judge whether a person is rich or not is to look at who is standing next to him. For example, standing next to Tianyang now is the radiant and charming Wang Yifeng, who is holding Tianyang's arm at the moment, like a little bird. Everyone who sees this man thinks that there must be something special about him. If not, how could he have such a beautiful woman by his side? Big G, right? Tianyang said casually. But after she finished speaking, I realized that this salesperson was a young lady, and her face turned red and looked a little strange. At this time, Tianyang also reacted and smiled. Big G, there is no such thing, right? Sales lady, oh. I could only smile and say, sir, please treat me. Come over here. Big sister, we have the latest model here. Let me give you a detailed introduction to the latest configuration changes. No need to introduce it. It doesn't matter what configuration it has. He can just pick a color later. Just tell me how much it costs. I'm paying in full now and I'm in a hurry to leave. Who has time to listen to you introduce this updated configuration? What's more, is this updated configuration important? Tianyang just wanted to get the car quickly. The configuration is not important. Full payment. It was obvious that the sales lady was not as happy as before. Sir, I believe you. There is no pressure to buy a G-Class in full. However, I still recommend that you buy it in installments. This way, the large amount of cash flow will still be in your hands and will not cause any pressure on you. Oh my god, what the hell is this? I paid in full and she suggested that I pay in installments? Tianyang naturally had no money to buy a car before, and he didn't expect that 4S stores would not be happy for customers to pay full price for the car, and even suggested that they buy it in installments. However, he has been in sales for such a long time and has heard some rumors. He knows the twists and turns involved. If the full price is paid, the cost of buying the car will be clearly marked, and the profit will be the same as the manufacturer's profit. It is not so objective for sales staff to get commissions. I don't need your advice. I'm buying it now with full payment. Tianyang said, is there a car I can buy? If not, I'll go to another 4S store. Yes, of course. I'll take you to see it. The sales lady smiled and quickly led them to the place where the Mercedes-Benz G was placed in the middle of the exhibition hall. I took a quick look at the configurations of this latest model, got in and sat in it for a while, and then asked Wang Yifeng to drive it out for a spin. There was no other way. Tianyang also wanted to take a test drive, but there was no way because he didn't have a driver's license. Before, his salary was only enough for his living, and he never thought about buying a car, so he never spent money to take the driver's license test. Moreover, it costs several thousand yuan to get a driver's license, so he saves as much as possible. After a stroll outside, he soon returned to the 4S shop. To be honest, this car is naturally quite good. Tianyang had never driven any luxury cars or SUVs before, but he was still very satisfied with the comfort. In fact, he himself did not have much interest in cars. That was just what he said to others. There is no man who doesn't like to eat. He didn't like to eat before mainly because he was poor. How can a man not like to eat when he is rich? But now he has to take the time to get a driver's license as soon as possible. That's it, let me know how much it costs. This is our Mercedes-Benz G-Class 2023 latest model. If you pay in full, it will cost 2.3 million. Plus insurance, car purchase tax, license plate fees, etc., you need to add another 250,000 or so. The total price is less than 2.55 million. After you have calculated everything, issue the invoice and give me a QR code or card number. I will pay and you will take care of the rest. Tianyang said, and was about to take out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay, but Wang Yifeng pulled him aside and stopped him from paying. Wait a moment. We have to pay more than 2 million, right? Is there no discount at all? Even if the price is fixed, there are no gifts. Just because we paid in full, you treat you differently like this. Seeing the sales lady dumbfounded by Wang Yifeng's retort, Tianyang wanted to laugh. It was as if I saw this woman again last night in Obeas, who was in control of the whole situation, looking like she was the only one in charge. And judging from the way she looked, she would be sure that there would be no problem in her future life. Chapter 24. My family is strict and will beat me. She is not the kind of woman who likes to spend money recklessly. Then Wang Yifeng and the sales girl argued with each other for more than 10 minutes, and finally alarmed the sales girl's superior. Finally, the specific plan for purchasing a car was completely implemented. In total, the price was reduced by about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, and a lot of gifts were given. The most important thing was the maintenance for tens of thousands of kilometers. This maintenance is very valuable. Tianyang stood by and watched from beginning to end without saying a word. He just looked at himself and let the woman do her job. Not to mention that Wang Yifeng was really amazing. A salesperson and a sales manager, they would be very powerful people no matter where they were. Even the two of them combined couldn't beat her. It's really amazing. Hello sir, this is the final contract. You need to pay 2.51 million. As for the insurance and licensing fees, they will all be borne by our company. The sales girl felt a little aggrieved. After paying this amount, the company's profit would be less, and his commission would also be less. Okay, pay. Tianyang was about to scan the code to pay. When he needed to fill in the name of the car owner, he pointed at Wang Yifeng and said, just register hers. After hearing what Tianyang said, Wang Yifeng looked at him, opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but didn't say it. Consumption of 2,510,000 yuan, system rebate of 251 million yuan, has been credited. After paying the money, Tianyang quickly received the rebate from the system. Adding the more than 20 million in his previous account, all added up to more than 270 million. However, this time the system was a little different when giving him a 100-fold rebate. Before, it was a direct transfer, but this time, there was an additional detailed description after the bill, which stated that it was a stock dividend. It seems that in order to make the funds formal and legal, this will have to be added only after it can pass the review of the regulatory authorities. However, the system said that he would be responsible for all these matters, so Tianyang didn't think much about it. Anyway, as long as the money can be used normally and legally, how it came from has nothing to do with him, and he can't control it. The formalities were completed quickly, and the 4S store also brought the temporary license plate for the new car. The other specific procedures would take about a week. After the temporary license plate was hung up, Wang Yifeng drove away from the 4S store with Tianyang. You really don't have a driver's license? Wang Yifeng asked with some surprise after the car was on the road. Yes, I don't have a driver's license. From now on, you will be my full-time driver. Wang Yifeng, oh. I now really believe that the business you run cannot be put on the table. The way you spend money like gold and treat money as if it is nothing is so cool. I like it so much. Tianyang said, don't talk nonsense, I am a good person, I absolutely abide by the law, it's just that I was a little bit luckier. So what business does your family do? Where is it located? Wang Yifeng asked curiously. After hearing this, Tianyang's eyes became vague. He looked out the window and said slowly, where's my home? I grew up in an orphanage and lived in a daze for so many years. Wang Yifeng was stunned for a moment. I'm sorry, What are you embarrassed about? You are not my parents, and you didn't abandon me. Why are you apologizing? Tianyang looked at Wang Yifeng with a little apology in his eyes and said with a smile. After saying this, Wang Yifeng was stunned again. What's going on in this guy's train of thought? I was serious. I just felt a little sorry for you and wanted to comfort you, so you played this joke on me. It was this joke that made her lose her mind. The new car was driving a little too fast just now and rear-ended something with a bang. It hit a BMW car in front, which seemed to be an old model. But no matter what, it was their Mercedes-Benz G-Class that hit someone else, so they cannot escape full responsibility. Wang Yifeng was a little confused, but seeing her silly expression with her mouth open, Tianyang couldn't help but look down at himself and measure his size. It seems a bit forced. Just at this moment, the owner of the BMW in front got out of the car. He was a man in his 40s wearing a standard suit. Seeing this, Wang Yifeng had no choice but to get out of the car quickly. "I'm sorry, I was distracted just now and hit you. I will pay for all the repair costs for your car." "I'm really sorry," Wang Yifeng said embarrassedly. The damage to their G-Class was not very serious. The most important thing was that this car was much taller than his, so it was just a little deformed. But the rear bumper and taillights of the old BMW in front were all damaged. It's okay. How about your car?" "Oh my god, it's a new model. What a pity." The owner of the BMW had a good attitude and did not intend to blame Wang Yifeng. Of course, any man can understand this. His attitude and tone are so good now, on the one hand because of this luxury car, and on the other hand because of Wang Yifeng's appearance and figure. "Tell me how much the repair will cost this time." Wang Yifeng had been in the nightclub for such a long time that she could clearly see the man's expression. She also knew what he was thinking and said directly, "It's a small expense to repair it, just 10,000 or 20,000 at most. Let's just consider it as making friends. I'll add you on WeChat. Your driving skills are not that good. Well, I'll take you for a ride when I have time." The middle-aged man was very generous, and with the exquisite suit he wore, he looked like a successful person with a successful career. Wang Yifeng smiled and said, "No need. Just tell me how much it is. My husband is very strict. If I add you on WeChat, I will get beaten when I get home." Seeing Wang Yifeng pointing at the passenger seat, the man's expression became a little unnatural. After a few seconds of silence, he stretched out his hand and said, "Then transfer 15,000 to me." "Okay." Wang Yifeng agreed. How much does it cost to repair the car? She didn't care whether she was being ripped off or not. She took out her phone and scanned the code to pay immediately. During this process, Tianyang did not get out of the car from beginning to end, but he heard their conversation clearly in the car. After Wang Yifeng got back into the car, he looked at her nonchalantly and smiled, looking heartless. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Yifeng suddenly felt that this guy's expression looked a little bit mean. "Tianyang, you look good when I smile. The one in your family is so strict. If you add me on WeChat, he will beat you up. Am I that cruel? You are slandering me, defaming me, and damaging my reputation." Chapter 25, Emotional Heat. Wang Yifeng took a look at this guy. At first she thought he was mean, but now she has gotten used to his joking tone. Hand. Huh. Although Tianyang was surprised for a moment, he still stretched out his left hand without hesitation. "R." She soon let out a scream. Looking at the very clear teeth mark on the back of his hand, with a trace of saliva, this woman bit it pretty hard, it was almost bleeding. It seemed that this joke really pissed this girl off. After Tianyang screamed, he raised his left hand and looked left and right. His movements were quite outrageous. "What are you looking at? Let me try again. I want to see if your mouth is the right size. I saw you were a little careful just now, it looks like it should be able to fit." Wang Yifeng, oh. Her little face really turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She is not a fool. She understood this sentence instantly. No matter how strong she is in her heart, she will still feel embarrassed by such teasing. And no one has ever told him such a dirty joke in all these years. Can you please be more reliable? Be a gentleman. Look at what you said, it's so obscene. Although this guy speaks in a vulgar and even a little disgusting way, doesn't he feel that seductive? After about a minute or two, Wang Yifeng slowly calmed down and said, "Are you usually so good-tempered? You said nothing when the car hit you, and you didn't blame me when I bit you." To be honest, these two things just now made her feel warm in her heart. Now thinking about it carefully, although this guy is a little bit vulgar and lustful, he really has many advantages. There are really too few men with such a stable temper. Most men subconsciously scold their women when they do something wrong. How can you be so stupid? You always hit others when you drive. If she bit him, he would definitely be even angrier, but the man next to her was gentle from beginning to end and did not blame her at all. Moreover, Wang Yifeng could clearly tell that this man was not pretending, he really did not care and did not blame her. What's so strange about this? I bought your car as a gift for you. Now he was hit by your car. Why should I blame you? Yi Qianyang laughed and said, besides, you took a bite, so I know your size better. Isn't that good? Wang Yifeng. She really has no temper with this guy. You say she is angry, but it's not worth it. You say you are not angry, but this guy is a little bit mean. Can I ask you a question? Are you like this towards everyone, or just me? After about 5 or 6 minutes, while driving, she thought to herself that Wang Yifeng roughly knew a little bit about this man's temper, so she asked directly. Why do you ask that? I just feel that sometimes expressing your thoughts, dissatisfaction, resentment, etc. in a joking tone seems immature. But I can understand your thoughts. This does not affect the impression of you in my mind. On the contrary, I think the impression of you in my mind is better. This woman's evaluation immediately penetrated Yi Qianyang's heart. To be honest, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if he was irritated. The impression this woman had left in his heart was obviously deeper than before. However, the expression on Yi Qianyang's face did not change much at this time. Instead, he continued to speak jokingly. Don't take it so seriously. I just like to joke around. Come here. Suddenly, Wang Yifeng stopped the car, turned around on the side of the road, looked at Yi Qianyang in a charming manner and said, no way, it wasn't enough to bite it just now, and now you want to bite it again. Come here, I asked you to come. This coquettish tone made Yi Qianyang's calves tremble, and he even felt his heartbeat quicken a lot. Boom boom boom. It's about to jump out of my chest. Yi Qianyang approached, and Wang Yifeng came over without hesitation and kissed him. Yi Qianyang didn't know how long the kiss lasted. He only felt a buzzing in his head, followed by a burst of electric wave sound. Will you dare to talk dirty to me again in the future? After hearing this, Wang Yifeng's beautiful face was filled with a triumphant smile, like a little fox who had succeeded in her evil plan. Oh, I should have installed the dashcam just now. Now you took advantage of me and molested me, but I have no evidence. If there was a dashcam, I would definitely use the video to report you, What's the matter? Even if you sue me, will it be of any use? If you don't let me kiss you, it's against a woman's will, you know that. I'll stay still, and if I want to kiss you, come closer. Yi Qianyang. Very domineering, I like it very much. A few minutes later the car started again, and surprisingly, neither of them spoke anymore. The atmosphere in the car changed, as if pink bubbles were popping up. This is the feeling of love. Although he had only known Wang Yifeng for a short time, she had really brought Yi Qianyang an extremely wonderful love experience. Although Yi Qianyang knew that this was assisted by money, seeing that the favorability level had now reached 90, he felt much more at ease. It would be great if it could always be like this. The money in hand now is enough for living, and it doesn't matter whether there is a rebate in the future. This is probably the ultimate effect of this sudden emergence of the super-rich system, which is to make its host feel happy. Afterwards, Wang Yifeng sent Yi Qianyang to the residential area where he lived. Wang Yifeng still had to go and take a look at her own cake shop, while Yi Qianyang went back to change his clothes and think about what to do with his house. They made an agreement that in the afternoon, after Wang Yifeng had talked to the landlord, she would send him a message to arrange a meeting place. Yi Qianyang returned to the small bungalow where he lived with some excitement. Looking at the room, which was only about 10 square meters in total, he felt sad. The difference between this house and the one Wang Yifeng lives in is so huge that it is not even as big as other people's bathrooms. But, it's okay. He can finally escape from this kind of life. If you want, he will have endless money in the future. He should be able to buy anything that can be bought with money. A rapid knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Knock, knock. Along with the knock on the door, there was a clear and pleasant voice. Brother Qianyang, are you there? Are you home? Hearing this pleasant voice, Yi Qianyang knew who the person was. It was the little girl who lived opposite them. Still in college. Chapter 26. Zhang Yu. It seemed her name was Yeye, but he couldn't remember the exact name. Zhang Yu? What was a little strange was that they didn't have much of a relationship with each other. Although they all lived in the same residential area, they were just familiar with each other. They just nodded and smiled when they met, and they didn't even have WeChat. How did she find him today? Yes, I am. No matter what, she came knocking on the door, so I had to answer it. After opening the door, I saw a beautiful girl standing at the door. She was wearing a silk pajamas and her white jade feet were wearing a pair of light pink slippers. Maybe because she hadn't gone out today, this girl had no makeup on her face. She was completely barefaced. But even without makeup, this girl was really good looking, at least she could get 70 points. Her skin is white and tender. At this age, in her 20s, she is very tender and beautiful. According to my previous memory, the figure in this silk pajamas was absolutely curvy. Are you okay? Seeing this girl holding a plastic takeaway box filled with sliced cantaloupe, Tianyang became even more confused. It's okay. I just heard you coming back. I just happened to have cut some cantaloupe, so I brought it to you. Zhang Yu had a smile on her face and her jet black hair scattered on her shoulders made her even more attractive. As she spoke, she naturally walked into Tianyang's room and looked around. Her expression did not change, but she already looked down on him in her heart. This guy was truly a loser among losers. Oh, thank you. Don't you have class today? Tianyang didn't feel much about this girl's enthusiasm. In the past, he would definitely be happy if such a beautiful girl came to his room, but not now. What's more, he knew that the beautiful girl in front of him had a boyfriend and was not single. She had met her boyfriend, who was tall and thin. Compared with Tianyang, although her appearance might not be as good as his, she heard that her boyfriend had a high level of education and was currently studying for a master's degree. Brother Tianyang, you drank too much last night and you're still not sober. Today is the weekend, there's no need to go to class. The girl rolled her eyes, which was quite charming and interesting. Then he put the cut cantaloupe in his hand on the table and said, I just chilled this. It tastes best now. If it's not so cold later, the taste will be worse. Just tell me what you want to say. Tianyang is not a fool, and he has experienced the hardships of society. It would be strange if this girl suddenly came to him and showed her courtesy if there was nothing else going on. Isn't there a joke on the internet? The most frightening thing is that your friends suddenly come to you to ask what you are doing, not to mention that they are not your friends. Actually, it's nothing particularly important. Just eat the cantaloupe first, and I'll talk to you after you've eaten it. Zhang Yu urged with a smile. Oh. Tianyang nodded, thinking that they didn't have much of a relationship, so why would he ask him to do something? She had a boyfriend who didn't need his help with small matters, and she certainly wouldn't care about big matters, so why should he care about her? Watching Tianyang eating the cantaloupe bite by bite, Zhang Yu felt that she was becoming more and more confident. We've finished eating. Tell me what you want to say. Tianyang said as he threw the takeaway box into the trash can. I just want to find Brother Tianyang and borrow 10,000 yuan. Seeing Tianyang finish eating, Zhang Yu was no longer polite and directly stated the purpose of why she did so much. Forehead. Tianyang paused and asked curiously, aren't you just a student? What are you going to borrow so much money for next time? Doesn't Apple have a new model of mobile phone now? My boyfriend's phone is broken, and his birthday is in a few days, so I want to buy him a phone. Zhang Yu explained. Oh. Tianyang nodded, expressionless. This reason is really novel. How about it? Brother Tianyang, just lend it to me. I will pay you back a little bit every month when my living expenses arrive. I promise not to default on my debt. As if sensing Tianyang's reluctance, Zhang Yu quickly moved next to him. Tianyang thought about it. His system offered a 100-fold rebate. He didn't know if borrowing money would be effective. Anyway, it was only 10,000 yuan. It didn't matter. So he nodded and said to Zhang Yu, QR code. Drop. Transfer successful. The system did not provide any feedback. Tianyang opened his mobile banking app to check the transaction details and found that there was indeed no rebate. That means borrowing money is ineffective. At this time, Zhang Yu didn't know what Tianyang was thinking, but the smile on her face was very happy after borrowing the money. She even looked at Tianyang with a more pleasing look than before. To be honest, Tianyang was more handsome than her boyfriend, and he was clean, but a little sloppy, and the clothes he wore were a little too bad. At this moment, Zhang Yu, who was standing next to him, suddenly saw Tianyang, and was stunned by the series of balance numbers on the bank app. Wow, brother Tianyang, how much money do you have? Looking at the balance, a number that she didn't even have time to count, Zhang Yu felt her heartbeat quicken a lot. It was the first time she saw someone with such a large balance. Because of this exaggerated number, her tone of voice became much softer at this moment. Her sweet voice made Tianyang a little eager to try. When a man has money, what will be the most obvious change in him? It is naturally rapid expansion. The ambition that he never had before will burst out at this moment, and the desires that were originally suppressed will also erupt quickly. Things that were only fantasies before can now be realized one by one through money, just like Zhang Yu who is sitting next to him. The moment I saw it when I moved here half a year ago. After seeing her curvy figure, Tianyang had some thoughts in his mind. This was normal, but he suppressed it because of his ordinary status and lack of money. But now, brother Tianyang, why don't you lend me another 10,000 yuan? I want to buy a new bag. Zhang Yu spoke again. Her tone of voice became even gentler, and she even moved from the seat next to him to sit next to Tianyang. It's rare to see such a rich person, so Zhang Yu naturally would rather let him go. Moreover, she had already made up her mind before coming here that she would never pay back the money she borrowed this year. After all, borrowing money and not paying it back was not a big deal. At worst, if he really pursues the matter, I can just pay him $1 a day and see what he does. He. Tianyang looked at Zhang Yu and laughed. Chapter 27 No Need to Pay Back. He. Tianyang smiled and looked at Zhang Yu. What does this woman think of him now? Is this a rich guy that you finally found? I was just trying to see if I could get a rebate by borrowing 10,000 yuan. Now, when I see the balance in my mobile banking, I can't bear to leave. Brother Tianyang, you have already lent others 10,000 yuan. Are you going to lend them another 10,000 yuan? You are so rich already. You must pay a lot of interest every day, right? Zhang Yu had not yet seen clearly how many digits his balance was. But in her mind, this is definitely a number that represents wealth and freedom in life. At this moment, she no longer had the energy to think about why he was so rich but still lived here. She just felt that Tianyang was a little reluctant to lend her money, so she immediately moved closer to him, hugged his arm tightly, and said coquettishly, I can lend it to you, but do you have the money to pay it back? Tianyang asked casually. He really didn't believe that a student who was just in college had the money to pay him back. Relying on her living expenses, when can she pay off the 20,000 yuan debt? Of course I have the money to pay it back. I go out to work part-time every weekend. Zhang Yu's eyes were vague for a moment, and then she quickly answered seriously. Really? Why do I see you and your boyfriend going out shopping and watching movies every weekend? Tianyang looked at Zhang Yu strangely and said, but before he could explain, he waved his hand and said, but this is not important. If you really want to borrow money, there are ways to do so. Speaking of this, Tianyang's eyes suddenly became vague, revealing a different idea. Is there any other way? For some reason, Zhang Yu felt that the man next to her was a little dangerous, and she really wanted to leave here. But I can't bear to leave now. Right now, if you take off one piece of clothing, I will transfer 10,000 yuan to you immediately. Tianyang said as he picked up the air conditioner remote control on the table next to him and turned on the air conditioner. You're crazy. Zhang Yu cursed unhappily and wanted to pull her hand away and leave. Anyway, she had already borrowed 10,000 yuan today, and she would definitely not pay it back. One piece of clothing is 10,000 yuan, 2 pieces are 20,000 yuan, 3 pieces are 30,000 yuan, and 4 pieces are 40,000 yuan. And you don't have to pay back the money. It's such a good thing, you'll never have it again if you miss it. Tianyang said slowly, with a hint of regret in his words, which made Zhang Yu, who had just taken 2 steps, stop. Didn't you lie to me? You really don't have to pay it back. She turned around and looked at Tianyang and asked, do you think I'm short of these tens of thousands of dollars? Tianyang said with a smile. You are really just watching and you won't take the opportunity to touch me, right? Zhang Yu seemed to be still asking him and wanted to get his answer, but in fact, she had already made up her mind at this time. She was conflicted in her mind just now, but finally couldn't resist the temptation. She was only conflicted for a second. After all, such a good thing was really rare. She was wearing 3 pieces of clothing now, which meant she could get at least 30,000 yuan. She is even very upset now. Why did she only wear 3 pieces of clothes when she came out today? Why didn't she wear more? What do you think? Tianyang asked him back, then slowly leaned against the bed. Because the air conditioner was turned on and the heater was on, the small room of 10 square meters, which was originally not very big, instantly became warm. Moreover, the house opposite Tianyang's room is much bigger than his. It has its own bathroom, 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and is very warmly and cleanly decorated. On the bed in the bedroom, a good-looking man is lying there, scrolling through the short video platform on his mobile phone, occasionally revealing a slightly obscene smile on his face. Why hasn't Ye come back yet? Does it take so long to fool a loser? He didn't think that his girlfriend would go back empty-handed if she went to Tianyang to borrow money. They knew Tianyang very well. This guy was a complete loser. He seemed to have a girlfriend, but she was never willing to stay overnight at his place. This must mean she was very thirsty. If they said a few nice words to her, he would definitely be willing to lend them money. Time passed quickly while he was posting videos and watching beauties. He didn't even notice how an hour and a half had passed. Honey, I'm back. Zhang Yu's voice had never been heard before. After he opened the door and came in, it was obvious that he looked a little tired. After taking another look at her boyfriend, Zhang Yu lowered her head and took a long, deep breath. She also took a sun hat from the cabinet next to her and put it on her head to cover her messy hair. At this time, there was a blush on her face that had not yet faded, and her legs felt sore, numb and swollen. Why did you take so long? Although he didn't know how long he was gone, it seemed like he had watched a lot of videos just now, so her boyfriend Liu Feng raised his head and glanced at Zhang Yu, but didn't notice anything wrong. At most, he could say that his face was red, but it was cold now, and it was normal for his face to turn red from the cold after going out to blow the air. I just met a classmate next door. He was grinding soy milk and insisted that I have a taste. Zhang Yu said it casually, but soon gave up, feeling nauseous, and quickly ran to the bathroom. I'll wash up first, and then we'll go shopping and watch a movie together. Did you find that loser and borrow money from him? Liu Feng asked at the bathroom door. Yes, I borrowed it. I borrowed 20,000 yuan. Zhang Yu, who was brushing her teeth, responded hesitantly. Since he can borrow so much, it seems that this idiot has a high salary and is quite rich. Liu Feng said with a smile. I can naturally save a lot by eating and drinking alone every day. Zhang Yu answered casually, and turned on the faucet of the water heater. Instantly, hot water spread throughout his body and he began to take a shower. Unexpectedly, the nearly 2-hour experience just now caused her to have the most instinctive reaction. The most important thing is that she never expected that this loser was so strong. She originally thought that it would only take a minute or two and she would just treat it as being bitten by a dog. But who would have thought that this process would take more than an hour? Liu Feng, who was waiting outside the restroom at this time, did not think about these things and laughed at Tianyang with some pride. You don't even have a girlfriend, what a waste. But he didn't know that he now had an additional hat, one of the most popular green hats. Not to mention this, Zhang Yu's calves are a little swollen due to tiredness. On the other side, Tianyang was also savoring the exercise just now. Chapter 28 Going Out and Spending. Last night, whether it was Yuan Shisha, Shinshin, Yeye, Angela, and later Wanafeng, these beauties who were usually out of reach teased his nerves in various ways. Most importantly, they just slept the whole night and did nothing, which led to such a strong feeling this morning. This happened with Wu Mengyao before, but it only lasted about 10 minutes at most. But I don't know why it happened like this today. Normally, after drinking, it would take at most 20 minutes, but today it lasted more than an hour. The main thing is that he doesn't feel any uncomfortable emptiness, nor does he feel physically tired. Instead, he feels refreshed. He believes that he can handle a few more attacks without any problem. Could it be that money has increased his fighting power? Anyway, no matter what, his happy life will start completely from yesterday. At least he doesn't have to worry about money. After a simple shower, he found that there was nothing much to remember in this house. The rent of this house was paid for half a year, and there were still a few months left, so he was not in a hurry, so he changed into a set of clean clothes and went out. By chance, he met Liu Feng and Zhang Yu who were going out from the opposite side. Hey, brother Yi, you're going out too. Liu Feng greeted him warmly and said gratefully, thank you for lending us the 20,000 yuan. I will definitely pay you back in a few months when I get my money back. Heh. Yi Qianyang smiled, but didn't say anything. He just looked at Zhang Yu next to him. Honey, let's go. Zhang Yu felt a little embarrassed and pulled her boyfriend Liu Feng, asking him to leave quickly. Liu Feng was in a good mood today. He nodded repeatedly. Before leaving, he turned around and said to Yi Qianyang, Brother Yi, are you free to have a drink with me these days? If it were in the past, Yi Qianyang might have some interest in Liu Feng's invitation, but now he has already used it before. To be honest, he really doesn't have much interest. After all, for someone like Zhang Yu, it's okay once, but the second time is completely useless. She's not a goddess-level girl at all. He had just sent a message to Wang Afeng. After confirming that he had not made an appointment with the landlord today and having nothing to do on the weekend, he decided to go for a stroll by himself. Since he had money, he naturally decided to spend it first. Otherwise, what's the use of having this money? Master, let's go to the Wonder Plaza next door. After leaving the community, he hailed a taxi. Yi Qianyang originally wanted to go to Yintai, but it was a bit far, so he thought that he was more familiar with Yao Hai Wonder, and there were many good brands there, so he went there directly. His main purpose today was to buy some clothes for himself, but before leaving, he specially transferred some money to his WeChat and Alipay and put it in them, otherwise his bank balance would be a bit scary to show to others. For example, Zhang Yu today, she was a woman so it was better, so he spent some money to solve the problem for her and even won her over. But if he meets some people with bad intentions, this might bring him into trouble. After all, that 270 million is enough to drive people crazy. So he recharged 3 million each into WeChat and Alipay. That amount of money would be exciting, but not crazy. Why are there so many people here today? Passing by a store, Yi Qianyang saw that there were a lot of people here. At this time, a middle-aged uncle next to him muttered, they have a special discount today, so everyone comes to grab it. Discount, special price. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianyang lost interest. He walked past this one directly, especially the other stores. It was obvious that Yi Qianyang knew very little about brands. He had been struggling at the bottom of life before, so he had no time to learn about these brands. But he couldn't just pick a store and buy something, as that would really ruin his current identity as a wealthy man. However, Yi Qian quickly thought of a solution. It would be so boring to go shopping alone, and his system required him to spend money on women in order to get rebates, so he turned his attention to the beauties who came here to shop. Especially nowadays, this group of fashionable beauties who are dressed beautifully, look sexy and have slim figures. The prettier they are, the more likely they are to get rebates, so Yi Qianyang naturally looked for the prettiest one he saw on the street. He quickly identified a target and walked over with a confident smile on his face. Hello, two beauties. When a young man suddenly came up to them to chat, the two beauties were obviously surprised and looked quite confused. When others don't know your financial strength, a person's appearance is often very important. Fortunately, Yi Qianyang is not bad looking, otherwise, if he spoke so blankly, these two beauties would not have stopped. What's the matter, little brother? The beautiful girl who was slightly shorter was obviously much more optimistic. She stopped and asked. These two beauties are probably in their early 20s. They are both dressed very attractively. They are about 1.65 meters tall, one is 1.68 meters tall, and both are wearing stockings with letters on them, but one is black and the other is flesh-colored, which makes their long legs look longer than before, attracting the attention of passers-by. I'm a little confused about what I want to buy, so I'd like to ask the two beauties to help me keep an eye out. Yi Qianyang expressed his current thoughts very directly. Oh, little brother, what do you want to buy? Perhaps because Yi Qianyang was very confident now, the taller girl next to him also spoke to him. However, this woman was wearing a short down jacket on her upper body, so it was difficult to see what her upper body looked like, how tall and beautiful she was. I just want to change my clothes and buy some famous brands, but I don't know which brand is the best and which brand is more expensive. I can't tell them apart. Yi Qianyang said with a smile. Hee, how much money do you have now? You're actually obsessed with these brand names. The slightly shorter little girl glanced at Yi Qianyang and saw that his dress and appearance didn't seem like that of a wealthy second generation. Fortunately, he was prepared, so Yi Qianyang said directly, it's inconvenient to say how much money it is, but there are still several million pocket money. As expected, when they heard that Yi Qianyang had so much pocket money, the two women's eyes suddenly brightened up. They looked at each other and the taller girl said deliberately, "If you say there are millions, then there are millions. I also said that I have more than 10 million in my Alipay account. There are not many fools nowadays. It is impossible for them to open their legs obediently after a few tricks." So Yi Qianyang was very honest. He directly opened his mobile phone, expanded WeChat and Alipay, and showed the balance. Chapter 29 Sisters Fight. Seeing is believing, and also showing that he was not trying to fool people, Yi Qianyang said very frankly, "Shopping should be enough, right? Are you teasing us on purpose?" The beautiful woman who was slightly shorter looked at Yi Qianyang carefully again and said doubtfully, "I'm familiar with shopping. Come on, handsome, I'll take you there and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the selection." After confirming his WeChat and Alipay balances, the taller beauty suddenly became enthusiastic and pulled him without hesitation, insisting on leading him to a clothing store next door. Yi Qianyang had heard of the brand Prada before, but he had only heard of it and had never purchased it. He only knew that it sold bags, but he didn't expect that it also sold men's clothing. Welcome. After entering the store, Yi Qianyang deliberately looked at the shopping guide and found that the guide did not look down on him at all. This was much better than what he saw at the Yintai store yesterday. "What do you call handsome guy?" the tall girl said enthusiastically when the shopping guide was helping them choose clothes. "My name is Li Xiangxue, and this is my best friend Chen Yufan." Yi Qianyang. Yi Qianyang responded simply, then took the clothes prepared by the shopping guide next to him and gestured at them one by one. Now, the lowest number on the clothes is 5 digits, but he doesn't care about the price at all. "Sir, you have very good taste. This one suits you very well." Yi Qianyang just picked up a piece of clothes at random from the pile, but the shopping guide next to him immediately took over the conversation and started to introduce the clothes to him in a torrent of words, explaining the whole process from how to select the materials, how to design, and how to make them in great detail. "It's really good." Li Xiangxue nodded in agreement. "The main thing is that you are handsome and have a good figure, Qianyang brother. You will look good in any clothes. You are born to be a clothes rack." "Yes." Chen Yufan also agreed and nodded. Her beautiful eyes had never been moved away from Yi Qianyang. No matter whether they are men or women, they will feel very comfortable with the praise from others. This is why flattery has been passed down from ancient times to the present day and has never been interrupted. Yi Qianyang was naturally no exception, but he knew in his heart that a large part of the praise from these two women was due to his financial situation, otherwise why would they be so easy to talk to? After all, he had lived for so many years and had already suffered the beatings of society. After coming out of this store, Yi Qianyang had changed his entire appearance from head to toe, and his image and temperament had improved a lot. Walking among the crowd, he could feel that many eyes were on him. Among them were both men and women. Most of the men were envious. After all, he was dressed richly and was surrounded by two very pretty beauties. As for the women, they were probably envious because of his outfit that did not make them fat. "Brother Qianyang, do you have a girlfriend?" The three of them continued to stroll around the golden street outside. Yu suddenly reached out and pulled Yi Qianyang's arm and asked. "Not yet." Yi Qianyang shook his head and answered. Although he knew very well why the woman asked this question, he still answered the question honestly. It was true that he didn't have a girlfriend now. So was Wanifeng his fiancée? That's impossible. "Brother Qianyang, you are so handsome and rich, how could you not have a girlfriend?" Chen Yufan, who was standing next to him, was a little unconvinced, but she still had a happy smile on her face. It's good not to have a girlfriend, because only without a girlfriend can he have a chance. When he thinks of the handsome guy next to him, with so much balance in Alipay and WeChat, if he can win this handsome guy over, wouldn't his life change instantly? It is even very likely that all his balances will appear in his WeChat and Alipay. Li Xiangxue and Chen Yufan probably had the same idea at this time. They looked at each other, and there was a hint of hostility in the harmonious atmosphere just now. "The main reason is that I haven't met the right one," Yi Qianyang said with a smile. What he said was not a lie. "I really haven't found the right one. It seems that Brother Qianyang's standards are too high," Li Xiangxue said. As she said this, she moved closer to Yi Qianyang. Now, she was hugging Yi Qianyang's arm and holding it in her arms. Smelling the faint charming fragrance emanating from Li Xiangxue, and the touch on the arm, if anyone watched from the side, anyone would think that the two of them must be a young couple in the passionate love period, which made Chen Yufan, who was standing next to them, feel very uncomfortable. Sisters, you can't be like this. You finally meet such a good guy, but you just snatch him away. This is too unfair. Although they are good friends and besties, that is only under normal circumstances. They will not give in to each other at this time. Brother Tianyang, what kind of girls do you like? Chen Yufan also came over, hugged Yi Tianyang's other arm, and asked directly. People like you, young and beautiful, would be best if they had long legs. If they like to wear stockings, that would be even more perfect. Yi Tianyang stared at the long legs of the two beauties with an unceremonious look. He was so blunt that he didn't know how to express himself tactfully at all. He even stretched out his hand and stroked Chen Yufan's long legs while speaking. In the past, Yi Tianyang would never have dared to do such a thing. Besides, he didn't have such a hobby before, otherwise he would probably order such takeout when he was outside. But now he definitely won't order takeout. If he likes her, he can just go out and look for her on the street. If he meets someone he likes, he will pursue her directly. Oh, Brother Tianyang, you are too much. Chen Yufan was a little panicked by Yi Tianyang's sudden action. She quickly reached out and grabbed his hand, saying coquettishly, "We are outside now, there are so many people." She was not angry because Yi Tianyang suddenly attacked her, but she just felt that the current environment outside in public was not very good. "Yufan, if there is no one around, would you just take off all your clothes?" Li Xiangxue, who was standing next to her, was a little unhappy and felt very depressed. Her legs were obviously much longer than Chen Yufan's, so why didn't Yi Tianyang touch his own first? However, Li Xiangxue would not give up just like that. She quickly thought of a solution, which was to hold Yi Tianyang's right hand even tighter. Yi Tianyang was deeply touched by this. Really hugged tightly. Chapter 30. Boy, you can't be without money. I'm not as hungry as you, huh? Chen Yufan said sarcastically without showing any weakness. Because of the appearance of Yi Tianyang, these two best friends who used to be like sisters completely became fake sisters at this moment. They began to try to suppress each other with words so that their side could monopolize the fruits of victory. Yi Tianyang, who was sandwiched between the two of them, did not feel impatient at all. Instead, he found it quite interesting. Then they continued shopping. Under the numb gazes of Li Xiangxue and Chen Yufan, Yi Tianyang casually spent nearly $1 million in these stores. He changed everything from clothes, shoes, ties, bags, and mobile phones. For some styles that he liked, he bought 3, 4, or 5 sets. Yi Tianyang meant that since the clothes fit him well, he would buy one in different colors for easy daily change. As for whether one piece cost more than 70,000 or 80,000, it made no difference to him. However, he didn't pick up these clothes for the time being. After all, there were too many of them for him to hold. So he left his contact information with each merchant. After he was sure, he would give them the address and ask them to deliver them. As he spent so much in each store at once, the stores were naturally happy to give him the clothes. If they spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, they can just take a taxi and send the money over. For women, shopping is their nature, and the crazy shopping along their way inevitably stimulated the nature of Li Xiangxue and Chen Yufan. But what made them quite depressed was that they could only watch Yi Tianyang buy piece of clothes that usually amazed them, but they did not get any benefit at all. Each of these clothes is worth 5 or 6 figures, which they normally wouldn't even dare to think about. Now they just fantasize that this rich boss will buy 1 or 2 pieces for them after he finishes shopping. However, they waited and waited, and in no time did Yi Tianyang take real action. An hour or two passed like this, and neither of them felt angry because they got nothing out of it. I just feel that I must take drastic measures as soon as possible, otherwise it would be depressing if my rich husband ran away at this moment. If they can confirm that they are in a real relationship, then it would be easy for them to ask their boyfriends to buy something as a girlfriend. Brother Tianyang, I've been shopping with you for such a long time that my legs are almost swollen. You must thank me properly. They shopped for more than an hour, and before they knew it, it was already evening. Li Xiangxue put her arm around Yi Tianyang's arm and said in a coquettish voice, "That's for sure. You've worked hard today. I must thank you very much." Yi Tianyang smiled very naturally, and he even shook his arms deliberately, which made Li Xiangxue shy. "What about them?" Chen Yufan also spoke immediately, refusing to fall behind. "Don't worry, we have them all. We will not favor one over the other. A picture began to appear in Yi Chenyang's flickering eyes, an extremely beautiful picture, but one that is difficult to describe. It can even be said that when he saw these two beauties on the street before, those ideas had already appeared in his mind, and he had already decided to act according to this goal. This is the same as what most men think. It is normal to meet a beautiful woman you like outside, or to have fantasies about her in your heart. However, most men can only look and fantasize about her in their hearts, but they cannot put it into action. It's different from Yi Chenyang. When he met two beauties today, he not only took the initiative to act, but also turned the fantasy in his mind into reality. In front of the Swan Lake Hotel, an ordinary taxi stopped. After the door opened, Yi Chenyang got out of the car first. Through the clean glass, he could see that the decoration inside was extremely magnificent. At the same time, he was thinking to himself that he had to get a driver's license and buy a car as soon as possible, otherwise it would be less fun. He used to see on major forums that some cars were more spacious and had better shock absorption. He could bring a few long-legged girls to try out the shock absorption of this car. Although he has conquered Wang Yifeng and she can be his driver, if he often changes girls outside, asks her to drive and serve him, sooner or later she will be unhappy and it will affect her mood. Why bother? You can order whatever you want to eat today. Don't be polite to me. Li Xiangxue and Chen Yufan looked at each other and were ready to leave immediately after having a good meal today. So when ordering food, the two of them were not polite at all and ordered whatever was expensive. They ordered everything they had never eaten before. Australian lobster, caviar, French snails, no matter how many digits are behind the order, as long as it is expensive, they order it. Just ordering food. Why not order some wine? Yi Chenyang didn't care what they ordered. He let them spend as they pleased. Anyway, this was the only chance they had. It was small money, so he called the waiter over and casually ordered a bottle of red wine worth hundreds of thousands. Inside the presidential suite on the 28th floor of Swan Lake Hotel. At this time, Li Xiangxue closed her eyes and enjoyed the man's caress. She never thought that she would sleep with a man she had only known for half a day. What's even more outrageous is that she is not alone. Chen Yufan was there too. Are you going to say this is the power of love? Will anyone believe it? Chen Yufan, who was lying next to her, also had her eyes closed. It was obvious that no one was asleep. As for why they closed their eyes, it must be the same reason as Li Xiangxue, everyone was afraid of embarrassment. The two of them had never expected that things would develop to this extent, but when they saw a few bags on the sofa next to the suite and the red bills that had been scattered on the ground while they were playing, they instantly felt that it all seemed to be no big deal. Each of them has one of their three favorite bags, Prada, Hermes, and LV. Any of these were the ones they had said they admired before but couldn't bear to buy, but now they have them all. Sometimes it's not that those beauties are unwilling to cooperate with you, unwilling to lie next to you, unwilling to share the same bed with you, but mainly because the price you pay is not enough. Boy, you don't have enough money. Chapter 31 Love. There may really be lovely girls in this world who are fearless and willing to sacrifice their bodies for love, but they are definitely extremely rare. For example, Yi Chenyang had never met such a girl before. Wu Mengyao dealt a great blow to his view of love, which led to Yi Chenyang not thinking about love at all. He now only understands one thing, that in this world, money is the most reliable. As for those tear-jerking love stories promoted on TikTok, such as, if we were together in the snow one day, we would grow old together in this life, etc. Yi Chenyang just laughed it off. Now the so-called love is just funny in front of him. There are two most effective ways for women. Intimidation. Inducement. Maybe Yi Chenyang didn't want to use intimidation or anything like that now, but bribery was the most effective and easiest way to achieve. After all, he had money now. And in today's society, most women, when being used by him, have completely let down their guard and opened themselves up to his so-called discoveries. 1v2. Today, an idea suddenly popped up in my mind. I tried it and achieved my wish easily. Looking at the two beauties lying next to me with sarcastic looks on their faces, I felt quite emotional. Brother Chenyang, you are so amazing. Another hour later, Li Xiangxue, who was completely exhausted, lay there and said with emotion. At the same time, Chen Yufan next to him also felt weak all over and very tired. She could only curl up beside Yi Chenyang, catching her breath and slowly recovering her strength. On the contrary, Yi Chenyang was still full of energy at this time. It seemed that the series of intense exchanges today had no effect on him at all. But now Tianyang has no interest in the two women around him. On the one hand, it is just a common problem for most men. This is naturally the most typical sage time. Even if a fairy from the sky comes over, he probably won't bother to look at her. After the three of them rested for a while, they went to the huge bathroom and took a shower. Of course, this top-level presidential suite bathroom also had various equipments which were very convenient. Some very pleasant things happened during the showering process. The most important thing was that the equipments here were so convenient. When you see something like this for the first time, people are subconsciously very curious and want to try it. This led to him having enough physical strength and the two beauties being willing, so they tried various places. Bathroom, living room, balcony, sofa, study desk, and so on. Until he finally got tired and went to sleep. When he woke up the next day, he was the only one in the presidential suite. The bags that were originally placed on the table and the various red banknotes scattered on the ground have now been cleaned up. There were still 1 or 2 bills on the ground, but they were all 5 or 10 yuan. Floating there, it shows that it has witnessed the prosperity before. Even though it ends a little lonely, I have participated in it. In an office building in Huiyue City, Li Xiangxue and Chen Yufan were working. Because it was Monday, they both got up early to go to work. Although it is always said that there are only cows that die of exhaustion but no fields that are damaged, and women's recovery ability has always been much stronger than men's, but from yesterday afternoon to tonight, they have experienced too much, and the intensity is really too great. Now they also feel soreness, dizziness, and lack of strength. Shuer, what's wrong with you today? Why do you feel like you didn't get enough rest over the weekend? Another male colleague sitting next to Li Xiangshue's desk looked at him and asked with great concern. Yeah. A little. Li Xiangxue nodded helplessly. He didn't get any rest, okay? He didn't get any rest at all. He slept for at most 1 or 2 hours last night, and it was intermittent. Why don't you take a leave and go back to have a good rest? You won't be able to work like this. The bootlicker male colleague suggested very enthusiastically. Hey, Shuer, look at how nice and caring Xiaowan is to you. Chen Yufan, who was sitting opposite Li Xiangxue, couldn't help but tease when she saw this scene. Although they were comrades yesterday and their situations were similar now, this kind of bad taste made her unable to help but speak. At the same time, Chen Yufan despised this male colleague named Xiaowan in her heart, saying, 1,000 to 10,000, boy, you don't have any money. What's the point of saying so much? You're still trying to pick up girls. Do you know how long it takes you to save up enough money to buy this bag? No, thank you. Li Xiangxue glared at Chen Yufan and said nothing more. How could Li Xiangxue not know how this male colleague felt about her? Ever since they met in the company, this guy had always been very attentive to her and helped her in various ways. Anyone who was not a fool would understand what he was thinking. But this fool is really overestimating his own abilities. He doesn't even think about his own situation. His salary is probably about the same as his. It's only 5 or 6,000 at most. With that much money, you still want to pick up girls. Wake up, 5 or 6,000 yuan is not enough to pay your mortgage, so how can you pick up girls? But when he thought about Yi Qianyang's attitude towards the two of them yesterday afternoon and evening, he felt very lonely and regretful. If he could really become his girlfriend, it would be so perfect. However, both she and Chen Yufeng understood what Yi Qianyang meant, so they did not stay by his side or in the hotel all the time. After waking up, they packed up early and left the hotel to continue working. Shuer, why are you so polite to me? I'll go buy you lunch at noon. I'll bring it to you when the time comes and we'll eat together. Xiaowan was not unhappy at all and was still thinking about how to help his goddess. From the first day Li Xiangxue came to work in the company, the moment he saw her, he was completely attracted by her. I told you it's not necessary. Li Xiangxue now felt very annoyed. He couldn't help but think of the absurdity of yesterday. None of the three of them took any protective or safety measures. If I accidentally win the prize, then what will happen to Chen Yufan and myself on the opposite side? The goddess in your mind, whom you have tried your best to get but cannot get, is treated like a worn-out shoe by others. The rich keep flipping, the poor stop to read. Crude, but true. Shuer, do you have time on Christmas Eve? Xiaowen asked with great anticipation. Chapter 32 A New Journey. Xiaowen still asked unwillingly. No time, no time. Li Xiangxue rejected him again without hesitation. He was indeed very sleepy. He lay on the table and slapped his head weakly, but his eyes were always on the latest LV bag placed next to him. Xiaowang beside him also noticed his eyes, with a faint smile on his face. In recent months, he has been trying hard to control his consumption and save money, just waiting for Christmas Eve to buy an LV bag for Li Xiangxue. He believes that by then, he will be able to move Shuer, and he will be able to succeed in confessing his love to her, har har. Here, Xiaowen is trapped in his own fantasy and unable to extricate himself. Of course, even if he already knew it, Xiaowen would not be able to change his current dog-licking idea. As a dog licker, he does not think of himself as a licker, he only thinks of himself as being loyal and infatuated. Even if his beloved woman does something wrong, he will tolerate it. Otherwise, is he worthy of saying that he loves her? Since he loves her, no matter what she does, he must forgive her. As a man, you should be broad-minded and tolerant of the woman you love, instead of rubbing salt into her past mistakes when she is sad. Xiaowang despises those men who are willing to die if their girlfriends or girls have the slightest connection with other men and cheat on other men. He definitely does not love his women, otherwise how could he have such thoughts? Yi Qianyang had no idea about the horrible and bizarre thoughts of his two male colleagues, Li Xiangxue and Chen Yufan. Even if he knew, he would definitely feel sad and angry at their lack of resistance. This is probably the current situation of society. No one knows why these evil trends appear now. Although there are fewer women than before, there is no need to lick them like this. It's just that these are other people's business. Yi Qianyang doesn't have too much energy to care about this. He just wants to enjoy his life now. At least he doesn't want to go through those busy and miserable days like before. After waking up and washing up, he noticed that the things he bought before bringing back the two women yesterday were the rebates from the food system. At that time, about 300,000 yuan in cash was withdrawn. When three people were playing games together, they would scatter the red banknotes everywhere to liven up the atmosphere. This really made Li Xiangxue and Chen Yufan, looking at the red banknotes falling all over the sky, improve their service attitude and methods several times. These systems that use cash do not have any rebates. But the total cost of eating, buying 6 bags, and opening the presidential suite was close to 970,000 yuan. The system rebate was 100 times, 97 million yuan. I accidentally added another small goal. I have more than 360 million in cash. Such days are indeed wonderful. No matter whether you get any advantage or not, Yi Chen definitely does not suffer any loss by raising him. When these two women were having a great time last night, their favorability level had exceeded 90. As long as Yi Qianyang was willing, let alone inviting them, even if he asked them to stay at home and be supported by him, they would definitely have no objection. However, Yi Qianyang no longer had any interest in these two women. After the hotel waiter served some breakfast, he asked the waiter to clean the room and paid a month's rent. He might come here to live often in the future. After all, the house he rented was really too bad, and he hadn't found a suitable one to buy temporarily. I believe that there will be many women who will devote themselves to this room in the future. As a good environment, it will be more comfortable. After packing, he took a taxi to the International Automobile City. Wang Yifeng didn't send him a message today, which meant that he hadn't confirmed it yet. He was not in a hurry and would wait until he was confirmed. Besides, his father would not be released for almost 3 months, so there was still time for everything. Standing here and looking at those 4S stores, there are all kinds of brands here, such as pants, dung forks, bulls. Yi Qianyang doesn't know much about these delicious brands. He only knows some of them roughly. After all, the top ones have only a few car logos, most of which are Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Maserati, Porsche, Ferrari and the like. You can just pick any brand among these and go out to show off, it is very useful, or go to places where there are many beautiful girls, there will definitely be beautiful girls who will come and chat with you. I accompanied Wang Yifeng to buy a G-Class yesterday, and today I don't want to buy a Mercedes-Benz anymore. He plans to take a look at them first before deciding which one to buy. Are you Yi Qianyang? Just when he was thinking about what car to buy, a surprised voice sounded behind Yi Qianyang. He looked back and saw a young woman in a professional suit walking towards him. When he saw what the woman looked like, Yi Qianyang was delighted. Hey, isn't this our study committee member? Of course. It's rare that you still remember me, your old classmate. Dao Mengdai glanced at Yi Qianyang imperceptibly. She was a little surprised in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface, showing the surprise of meeting an old classmate. It's been several years, and I haven't seen you contact me. I haven't seen you in our WeChat group or QQ group. Let's go and sit over there and have a cup of tea. Dao Mengdai greeted him familiarly, and then led him to the showroom of a nearby store to sit down and rest. After sitting down, Yi Chenyang looked at his old classmate sitting opposite him, Dao Mengdai, the study committee member when he was in high school. He never expected to meet her in the international automobile city today. Moreover, what was a coincidence was that he did not meet her yesterday. He met her today when he came alone. If he had met her yesterday, with Wang Yifeng here, it would have been a little bit. You know what, after these few years, Dao Mengdai no longer has that dry and immature feeling she used to have. Dao Mengdai is now quite attractive, with fair skin, delicate facial features, light makeup, bright red lips, and a well-fitting professional suit. The white shirt inside the suit has been bulged out by the inside, and the fatal black stockings with letters on them further perfectly show the unique charm of this mature woman. Yi Chenyang, it seems that you have lived a good life in the past few years. All this equipment of yours must have cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? Dao Mengdai said jokingly after helping Yi Chenyang pour a cup of tea. Chapter 33 Old Classmates. It's okay, I'll just make do with it. By the way, why are you here? Didn't you go to Shanghai City before? Why are you back to her US city? As the former beauty and celebrity of the class, Dao Mengjia's whereabouts were naturally talked about by many classmates. Even though they had no private contact, Yi Chenyang knew that Dao Mengdai had worked in those big cities a long time ago, so he was a little curious about why he met her here. What's so strange about this? At this age, do you think I can still go out and hang around? I was caught by my family a long time ago, and they insisted on arranging a blind date for me. When Dao Mengdai said this, she suddenly threw a coquettish glance at Yi Chenyang, stared at him, and said with a smile, "By the way, do you have a girlfriend now? If you don't have a girlfriend, consider staying with me like this. I remember when we were in school, you always asked questions on the pretext of not understanding English questions. You wanted to get close to me, right?" Oh. Yi Chenyang felt a little embarrassed when talking about the embarrassing things in his youth, but he really liked Dao Mengdai at that time. He even had a crush on her and secretly wrote her several love letters. Those love letters were quite corny. It was a pity that he didn't send them out due to various factors. He. Seeing Yi Chenyang's somewhat embarrassed look, Dao Mengdai laughed even more happily. "You are still so naive. I am just kidding you. I am already in love and have been engaged. It won't be long before we get married. I will send you a message when the time comes. You must come." Yi Chenyang. Simple? Are you kidding? I was with Li Xiangxue and Chen Yufan yesterday. The word simple has nothing to do with me. But he continued, "Of course, I will go there when the time comes. I also want to see who is the one who wants our study committee member." Yi Chenyang spoke really quickly, and he said this subconsciously and unscrupulously. "Then do you want to be the study committee member?" What was very strange was that Dao Mengdai didn't seem angry at all. Instead, she stood up from her seat and came closer, whispering in Yi Chenyang's ear. This time, this ambiguous little smile arose in an instant. Yi Chenyang had never expected such a result. However, since others had already made their moves, as a tall and strong man, how could he possibly give in at this time? "Of course I do. When I was studying, I thought about it day and night. I couldn't sleep or eat because of it." Yi Chenyang replied. "Yi Chenyang, you have really changed a lot, and you are getting bolder and bolder." Dao Mengdai rolled her eyes at Yi Chenyang and said with a smile, "If it were in the past, you wouldn't dare to say these things to others. It seems that now that you have made money, you are more confident." From when she saw Yi Chenyang at the gate just now, looking at his clothes and his expression, Dao Mengdai could be sure that this poor boy who was once a very ordinary person in the team, Yi Chenyang, must have really made a fortune, so she took the initiative to say hello and reminisce about the past. Otherwise, even if we don't contact each other normally, the class WeChat group and QQ group are there, and we all know that Yi Chenyang is in her US city, so why haven't we met? Dao Mengdai took the initiative to contact him privately, and she didn't even tell Yi Chenyang about her engagement news. In the past, Yi Chenyang was very self-aware. He knew that he was an orphan, had no family background, and generally did not make any money from his job, so he basically would not speak in these major groups. Even if someone tagged him or called him, he would try not to speak and would just look at them occasionally. Are you here today to buy a car? Dao Mengdai asked directly. Yes. Yi Qianyang nodded and replied, do you work here? That's great, can you recommend me a car that's suitable for me? Is it suitable for you? It mainly depends on what price range of car you want to buy, said Dao Mengdai. Of course the more expensive the better, otherwise how can it bring out my temperament? Yi Qianyang thought about it and expressed his idea of buying a car very seriously. Yi Qianyang is great. What kind of business did you do these days to make so much money? You are so arrogant now. Dao Mengdai was a little bit unconvinced, but also very envious. I just do some small things to make a living. Yi Qianyang said with a smile. If he told his experiences to others, it was estimated that few people would believe what he said, because the system seemed to exist only in novels. However, he really had a system to make up for it. This system allowed him to get rebates as long as he spent money on women. What kind of money-making business does Yi Qianyang have now? You'd better take him with you. I have a mortgage and a car loan now. I dare not take a day off for fear of being deducted. Life is extremely difficult. Seeing that Yi Qianyang didn't seem to be joking, Dao Mengdai said with some anticipation. Let's take a look at the cars first. Yi Qianyang smiled, stood up and walked towards the exhibition hall, where luxury cars were displayed one by one. This is a Porsche. If I take it down now, the total cost will be about 2.8 million. This one is a Mercedes-Benz S. If I pay full price, it will probably cost me 170 or 180 yuan. This BMW 7 Series costs more than 160. This latest Maserati is worth about 3 million yuan. This Bentley is also the latest model, about 6 million. When Dao Mengdai saw Yi Qianyang paying attention to these cars, she naturally hurried over to introduce these cars to him and also gave him a brief explanation of the prices and basic functions of these cars. Then choose this one. After roughly introducing more than a dozen models, Yi Qianyang was a little disappointed that no one at the scene came to refute him, so he casually pointed to the most expensive Bentley and said, do you really want to buy this car? In fact, it has been confirmed that Tianyang is really making money in business, but when Dao Mengdai heard that he really wanted to buy this Bentley, she was still very surprised. I want to drive this car away today, can I? Yi Qianyang asked directly. Of course you can. We already have temporary license plates as backup. As long as you fill in the information, we will go to the vehicle management office to complete all the remaining procedures. Dao Mengdai said with a smile. Chapter 34 Dao Mengdai. Ordinary cars naturally cannot have such treatment, but all the cars sold in their showroom are luxury cars and luxury car services, and they are all bought by these wealthy bosses. Most of them just need to pay and sign, and their company will take care of all the rest of the procedures. After all, the time of rich people is much more valuable than theirs, so how can they be asked to run around to do these things? Xiao Wu, please go get me a car purchase contract. Dao Mengdai asked another staff member in the exhibition hall to get a car purchase contract, and then asked Yi Qianyang. Boss Yi, do you plan to pay for this car in installments? Or do you want to pay in full? If it is paid in installments, they can get an extra few thousand yuan in interest commission. If it is paid in full, he can also get a lot of commission. After all, this car is worth more than 6 million yuan. Moreover, she could also see how strong Yi Qianyang's financial resources were now. Pay in full. It's not that he doesn't have the financial means to pay in installments, so why should he do so? And when he was poor before, he never considered buying anything in installments. Sure, Boss Yi. Your business is so big now. Are you free today? Come to my house for dinner in the evening. Let me share your experience in doing business over the past few years so that I can also improve myself. When Dao Mengdai knew that Yi Qianyang could buy this Bentley in full, he extended his invitation very enthusiastically. Let us not talk about sharing experiences for now. Besides, do we have to wait until the evening to start such things? Of course, Yi Qianyang has a lot of things to do today, and he won't waste time here with him during the day. After paying the money and filling in the general information, Yi Qianyang drove away directly under Dao Mengdai's reluctant eyes. After leaving the international automobile city, he first went to the nearby Huawei mobile phone store to replace himself with the latest model of the far advanced 60 mobile phone. Then he drove to another high-end residential complex he knew before. He had thought about buying a 40-square-meter apartment in her US city before, thinking about living a good life with Wu Mengyao, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. As for Wang Feng's villa complex, he couldn't go there anymore. After all, if they were seen in the same community, or if they were brought back and forth in the future, it would always be awkward. So he changed to another one. It's not like her US city only has one high-end residential area. Moreover, he planned to buy a few more houses in other places. One of the very important factors was for his convenience in the future. He believed that every man would have such an idea in his heart, to keep a beautiful canary in every community. Yi Qianyang had it too. He was poor and had no ability before, but now he was rich, so he naturally wanted to prepare this and give it a good try. Maybe in the future, when he had more women, he could directly build a manor, gather all of them together, flip through their signs every day, and experience the life he once dreamed of. He even wanted to get these women together to hold some kind of competition so that they could compete for a place. This large flat has a total area of 340 square meters. It has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen. It faces south and is very spacious. The living room and study are also very large. It's a rare good house here. The beautiful saleswoman in this community led Yi Qianyang into their house to visit. The house has been fully decorated, and now all they need to do is buy some furniture and daily necessities. What he requested just now was that the house should be bigger and more spacious, with everything good and ready for him to move in directly, so the beautiful sales girl brought him this one. "Mr. Yi, what do you think of this house?" This saleswoman, the little beauty, had average looks and a very average figure, so he wasn't very interested. After carefully looking at it, he was very satisfied and nodded and said, "Okay, this is it. I want the key now at the price, and you handle the formalities." Her US city is a new first-tier city with a population of tens of millions. The housing prices in this area have exceeded 30,000 yuan, not to mention that this one is fully decorated. The good one costs about 16 million yuan. In addition, he spent 6 million yuan to buy a Bentley today. His total consumption for the day has reached more than 20 million yuan. If it were in the past, let alone more than 20 million yuan, he would be heartbroken even if he spent 20,000 or more than 2,000 yuan a day. After paying for their house and getting the key, Yi Qianyang has suddenly transformed from a loser with no house or car to a rich and handsome man with a house and a luxury car and a mansion. Amid the reluctant look of the beautiful sales girl, Yi Qianyang drove the two of them away. After earning the day's money, it was already past 5 o'clock. The sky was slowly getting dark. The street lights outside were on, and there was a lot of traffic. Just as Yi Qianyang was driving around, their previous WeChat group suddenly became a scene. "Has any of you had contact with Yi Qianyang in recent years?" This was the first question asked by the study committee member Dao Mengdai. He finally got home from work today and couldn't wait to lie on the sofa and ask. She really wanted to find out what kind of job Yi Qianyang had been doing since they graduated, how he could earn so much money all of a sudden, and also to understand his experiences during this period, and most importantly, whether he had a girlfriend. "Yi Qianyang? Who is he? Why don't I remember there is such a person in our class? Is he from our class?" "Study committee member, you are not mistaken, are you?" someone answered. "Oh, I remember. He seemed to be a loser at that time. Although his grades were good, he was too poor. I don't even know whether he went to college in the end." Some people also remembered the name Yi Qianyang. What happened to Yi Qianyang? Could it be that the study committee member is still pursuing you? This is too exaggerated. Who gave him the confidence? I think he would pursue me, but there is no way these people would like me. They sneered and replied. When she thought of Yi Qianyang's confident expression and his generosity in spending millions at the company today, she felt itchy in her heart. I couldn't help but squeeze my legs tighter. I couldn't help but want to contact him. Chapter 35, Young and Frivolous Dreams. Study committee member, you are kidding me. I remember I saw him delivering takeout to our office on an electric scooter some time ago. A classmate immediately replied in the group that he did see Yi Qianyang at work, but he did not go to say hello to Yi Qianyang. He is now a white-collar worker no matter how you look at it, so naturally he looks down on Yi Qianyang and will not acknowledge this old classmate. People are very realistic nowadays. Many classmates will try to find ways to contact each other, but the ones they contact are those who are more capable than themselves and who may be able to help in the future. Someone like this who delivers food will only lower their reputation, so naturally no one will contact him. How can I have time to joke with you? Dao Mengdai didn't say much to him. She just sent a few photos of Tianyang that she had taken secretly with her mobile phone in the afternoon. These photos of him were actually quite detailed, including front, side and back photos. From every photo, one can tell that Tianyang looked very elegant and imposing at this moment, especially the kind of calm confidence he always had on his face, which was not something that most people could possess. He bought a Bentley worth more than 6 million yuan in our company today. Oh my god, no. How is that possible? The WeChat group, which was originally relatively quiet, suddenly became completely lively. After Dao Mengdai said this, no matter whether the classmates remembered Tianyang or not, they all didn't quite believe the news. Now the best person in their group who relied on his own ability could only buy a BMW 3 Series at most, which cost 3 or 400,000 yuan. How come in such a short time an orphan could already drive a truck worth millions? They were unwilling to believe it and felt very unhappy. Why is this impossible? He is really rich now. You haven't seen him in person, but just look at the aura he has. You can't fake that kind of fortune. I have been in this business for so long and have seen too many rich people. Dao Mengdai tried her best to flatter Tianyang, regardless of whether he could see the chat history in the group. If he could see it, it would be a good thing. Maybe one day it would be spread by others. At this time, Tianyang had already driven his Bentley back to the Swan Lake Hotel. He was lying in the bathtub, taking a bath and browsing the short video platform. I don't know what's going on with these short video platforms nowadays. They always push these contents to his mobile phone. No matter whether they are young and beautiful women or young married women, the contents they shoot are very unified and they are all showing themselves directly. His phone used to receive push news, how come it suddenly became like this? The most important thing is that these beautiful young ladies all have very similar features, with fair skin, long legs and very thin waists. The feeling he got was that his big hand grabbed him and hugged him easily, and instantly he wanted to have a good discussion about life. After Tianyang had this idea in his mind, he immediately started to act. Today, he took a few photos when he bought this Bentley car, and also took a short video while driving. Then he took a few selfies of himself in the hotel, downloaded an Tianyang app, quickly edited them into a short video, and then uploaded it to Douyin. In this era, although Tianyang does not have a very handsome appearance, he is at least above average. Coupled with the confidence and aura of a rich man after becoming rich, this is a huge plus and very attractive. After uploading, he began to search for local videos. It's no wonder that nowadays, this short video platform has all kinds of videos on the local platform, and there are many people who have the same idea as him. Short video platforms are very popular now. Men, women, young and old all play them to kill time. With just a simple hype, an ordinary person can instantly become an internet celebrity and become famous. He randomly picked a few pretty girls nearby and said hello. He didn't have to wait for more than a few minutes before he received replies from them. Several girls even took the initiative to ask for his contact information. Those on WeChat said they were a bit bored at night and wanted to chat on WeChat. Tianyang had anticipated such a result. It was not because of how good the videos he shot were, how handsome he was, or how he was an internet celebrity. Mainly where he lived and the car he drove. It's all about money. As the saying goes, if you bloom, butterflies will come to you. As long as you are good enough, you will never lack a girlfriend. If you don't take the initiative, those beautiful women will flock to you in an endless stream. Now in this society, the easiest way to prove whether a person is good or not is to see whether he has money. Whether a person is excellent or not, it is not certain whether he has money or not, but a rich person is definitely not bad. This is the inherent thinker of everyone now. No matter whether the car in Tianyang's video is real or fake, or whether it is him, there will always be some women willing to come and test it out. I am willing to come and see whether it is true or not. What if it is true? There will always be some princes living among the people in this world. They have read these fairy tales since they were young. They are willing to give it a try, thinking that at worst they will suffer a loss without any damage to their skin or flesh. Just when Tianyang was about to go out for a midnight snack with a so-called female college student, Dao Mengdai called. What's the matter, study committee member? Yi Qianyang said with a smile. Didn't I ask you to come to my house and sit down tonight? I want to hear your experience. Have you eaten? If not, I estimate it will take about half an hour to finish cooking. You can come and try my cooking. Dao Mengdai on the other end of the phone was very enthusiastic. Forget it then. I'll go to your house for dinner. You two will show off your affection to me. It will be so boring for me as a single dog. Is it better to go to see others show their affection than to have a midnight snack with another beautiful woman? So Yi Qianyang refused without hesitation. What do you mean by showing affection? One of us went on a business trip recently, so there's no time to show affection. And why is it so fussy to invite an old classmate like you to my house for dinner? Dao Mengjia's answer seemed very casual, but the signal it sent out was completely different. At least from Yi Qianyang's point of view, the meaning was quite clear. It's even very tempting. Who hasn't had some frivolous dreams when they were young? Dao Mengdai is the dream he has had the most. Chapter 36, Appointment. Hearing her say this, Yi Qianyang remembered how many times he had dreamed about Dao Mengdai in the middle of the night when he was young and frivolous. So after receiving the signal, he will definitely go to this invitation tonight. He wanted to pass on his experience to this woman. According to the location she sent on WeChat, Yi Qianyang drove his Bentley and quickly arrived at the community. When he passed by a tobacco shop just now, he deliberately bought 2 bottles of the most expensive red wine in the tobacco shop. The 2 bottles of red wine are worth 10,000 yuan in total. Of course, this is also the most expensive thing he can buy at the moment. You can't drive all the way there just to buy a bottle of wine. And as long as the intention is there, it's enough. You can't just go to someone's house for a meal empty-handed. You have to bring a small gift with you. Bringing wine is the perfect thing to do at this time. Spend 11,000 yuan, rebate 1,100,000 yuan, has been credited. It's so nice. If you spend money on women, you will get a 100-fold rebate, and another 1 million will be deposited into your account. I thought you stood me up today and didn't come. Dao Mengdai said with a smile when she opened the door and saw Yi Qianyang standing at the door. At this moment, when Yi Qianyang saw Dao Mengdai, his heartbeat instantly accelerated. It was obvious that Dao Mengdai had dressed up specially tonight. And because she is at home now with the air conditioner on, it is quite warm, so the clothes she wears are much thinner than when we saw her today, and her mature, voluptuous figure can be seen very clearly. The study committee member called me personally, how could I not come? Yi Qianyang smiled knowingly. He was no longer the ignorant guy who knew nothing. Ever since Dao Mengdai took the initiative to contact him and invite him, he had already determined that something would happen tonight. Not to mention that Dao Mengdai is dressed like this now, it is obvious that she is deliberately trying to seduce him. This also forced Yi Qianyang to admit that money is really a good thing. He was really lucky to get this system, otherwise, he and Dao Mengdai would never have had the opportunity to have such close contact in their lifetime. Dreams are just dreams after all. After entering and taking a look at their living room, I found the decoration was average, but the furniture was arranged very warmly. It can be seen that Dao Mengdai and her husband have a good relationship. I came here in a hurry. I just bought 2 bottles of red wine nearby. Yi Qianyang said with a smile as he put the gift box in his hand on the dining table. My boss Yi, you took 2 bottles of wine at once so late at night. Are you just trying to get me drunk? What do you want to do? Dao Mengdai asked with a smile. What do you think? Of course I did. Yi Qianyang was very direct. There was no need to be tactful. It was boring. We were all adults. Why would we do that? And at this time, his eyes were fixed on Dao Mengdai. Start to appreciate this surging body and slender waist. His mind began to float back to the videos he had seen today while taking a bath. Such an impressive performance, coupled with this slender waist, must be quite exciting when she twists it. What nonsense are you talking about? She already has a husband and is about to get the marriage certificate. Dao Mengdai rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. But it was obvious that he was not angry. Instead, he turned around and walked towards the kitchen. You cook for a while. I have another dish that will be ready soon. I'll have a drink with you later. Okay? Yi Qianyang smiled and watched Dao Mengjia's back as she walked towards the kitchen, then he lay down on the sofa. Boss Yi, what kind of business have you been doing in recent years? They asked after a few minutes. I don't do anything. I just carry bricks to make a living. He answered 100% seriously and did not mean to lie. What a joke. Dao Mengdai came over with the dishes. A homemade version of sweet and sour spare ribs, steaming hot, looks very good and you can smell the fragrance from afar. Oh, to be honest with you, you just can't believe what's going on in today's society. Tianyang said helplessly. Then tell me where you are moving bricks. I will go with you tomorrow. I have never had high requirements. If you can move bricks and a big Bentley, I only need to move a small BMW. Dao Mengdai said jokingly after bringing all the food to the dining table. Oh. Tianyang really didn't know how to answer this question. Look, we are such good old classmates, but you have a way to make money but you don't even take me with you, huh? Dao Mengdai snorted, and her big watery eyes looked at Tianyang with great anticipation. Facing Dao Mengjia's expectant eyes, Tianyang smiled, and his smile was very happy. The location of their restaurant is not big, so when the two of them were facing each other, they were very close. Tianyang could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from Dao Mengdai. This is the smell after taking a shower. We are all adults in our 20s, so there is no need to pretend that we know nothing. Now Dao Mengdai was able to invite Tianyang over late at night, and he even took a shower and changed into such a set of clothes. Naturally, he had made this preparation early. Just like when everyone held a reunion with old classmates in the past, there would inevitably be some minor frictions between those former sweethearts and those classmates who have now become rich. As for men, they naturally want to fulfill their dreams from their youth, and these former white moonlights, beauties, also think that they can take this opportunity to change their fate. For example, Tong Mengdai now has some extraordinary ideas in her mind. Very confused, but very eager. Boss Yi, what are you doing? Dao Mengdai could now feel Tianyang's hot breath very clearly, and she couldn't help but start to get nervous. You are beautiful. I want to see more of you. Tianyang moved his body closer and stretched out his hand to actively hug Dao Mengjia's slender waist. Oh, stop being naughty. I haven't served you a dish yet. Dao Mengdai said shyly and coquettishly. Chapter 37, Normal People's Decisions. At this moment, Dao Mengdai seemed to have forgotten that she was at home and that she already had an engaged fiancé. But for Tianyang, he did not feel any guilt at all. It can even be said that this is the way society is now. Can you be sure that your girlfriend or your wife will remain chaste for you when you don't know? So after this incident, Tianyang became a little more cautious. In the future, he must be more sincere and put more effort into his woman. He likes to give hats to others, but he will never allow others to give him hats. It took nearly an hour to carry this dish back and forth, and we finally finished, looking at the food scattered on the ground. Dao Mengdai endured the numbness in her legs and said weakly, "Why are you still so anxious?" Har har. I can't do anything about my childhood dream. I'm really impatient and can't wait any longer. Look, many of the dishes are already cold. Dao Mengdai glared at him coquettishly. It doesn't matter what you eat, and what can be tastier than you. Tianyang said jokingly, and then asked her, how am I compared to your guy? Dao Mengdai. Although she didn't answer, she had actually decided who was better in her heart, and she also knew what was the most correct answer. It seems that you like being the study committee member very much. Dao Mengdai did not answer the question directly, but asked instead. How about this, I'll marry you. That way I can do it whenever you want, and I don't have to rush. Hey, study committee member, what you said is killing me. Aren't you harming me? There are Taoist priests like you who would demolish 10 temples but not ruin a marriage. How can you let me do such a wicked thing? Tianyang immediately expressed his attitude without hesitation. You sound so righteous, but what did you do just now? If you have the guts, why don't you just do nothing? Dao Mengdai said relentlessly, you've made me betray my marriage just now. What betrayal are you talking about? If you don't know, then it doesn't matter, right? Tianyang said a sentence that is now being praised by many people on the internet, although this sentence is extremely unhealthy and has extremely distorted values. Okay, let's clean up quickly and eat. I didn't have anything to eat tonight, and I'm really hungry after being tired for so long. Seeing that Dao Mengdai wanted to say something, Tianyang quickly changed the subject and then used a corkscrew to open the red wine next to him. Looking at this guy's current performance, he also knew that there was no need for him to worry about this matter any longer. Dao Mengdai sighed softly in his heart and quickly adjusted his mood. How should I put it? She didn't really suffer any loss. After all, she was very happy just now and she did it voluntarily. After simply heating up the dishes and drinking some wine, the atmosphere, which had been a little dull just now, began to sublimate and gradually became ambiguous. I don't know how long they had been eating before the two of them were cuddling together again. Gradually, the blush on her face that had not faded just now became redder and redder. Tang Mengyao also became more and more relaxed. After drinking the glass of wine, she went straight into Tianyang's arms and said, "I told the group about you after get off work today, but no one believed it. No one believed that you could be so successful." Looking at the woman in his arms at this moment, her charming and hazy peach blossom eyes, and her delicate red lips, opening and closing. I believe that any normal man seeing this scene would not be able to control the flames of his physical strength. Unless it is one of those so-called decent novels, well, those male protagonists are outrageous and can remain calm and even righteously accuse these girls, but Tianyang is not that kind of person. He is a normal man, both mentally and physically, so he accepts the fact calmly. About an hour later, there was a noise in the bedroom. The two people soon separated. You are really too awesome." Dao Mengdai had no strength left in her body now, and her body was covered in sweat. She said weakly. Tianyang smiled and lit a cigarette. A cigarette after a meal and a cigarette after sex are both the most relaxing moments. "I feel refreshed." Dao Mengdai rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "You are always like this. Aren't you afraid that I will get pregnant?" "I am preparing for pregnancy recently. Everything was prepared just now, but this guy just didn't need it. Don't worry about that. I've already had a sterilization." Tianyang said affectionately and comfortably. He didn't believe it. How could this woman not take some remedial measures afterwards? "Boss Yi, you really know how to joke." Dao Mengdai teased. He looked at his cell phone and suddenly jumped out of his arms in surprise. This allowed Tianyang to appreciate the scenery more completely. "It's almost 11 o'clock, you should go back quickly." After saying that, she no longer had time to care about Tianyang. She rushed into the bathroom quickly. After a few seconds, the sound of splashing water came from inside. It was obvious that she was cleaning herself now. Seeing this, Tianyang finally understood that Dao Mengjia's fiancé was not on a business trip at all and would probably be back soon. He had no intention of staying here and getting caught, so he stood up and went into the bathroom. "Hey, why are you here? I beg you, good man, please stop making trouble." Woo woo. Although it sounded like something was wrong, Tianyang actually did nothing. He just quickly rinsed it, kissed a few times and left. After putting on her clothes, Dao Mengdai also cleaned up. When she came out of the bathroom, she was wrapped in a short bath towel, with water droplets still dripping from her face and hair. "You should go back quickly and come to our house for a visit when you have time," Dao Mengdai said with reluctance in her heart as she watched Tianyang leaving. "Sit. Or sit." Tianyang raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Bad guy, what do you think?" Dao Mengdai glared at him with a snort. In the end, the two of them chatted for a few words and Tianyang left. Today he waved his sleeves, leaving behind no cloud, but leaving behind hundreds of millions of descendants. After Tianyang left, Dao Mengdai began to quickly clean the kitchen, living room, dining room, bedroom, and bathroom, clearing away all traces of what had just happened and restoring them to their original appearance. She also opened all the windows in the house for ventilation. After she had finished cleaning up, she returned to the bedroom, opened the drawer, and found a box of pills in the drawer. After opening the box, there was only one pill inside. "Do you want to eat one?" Just at this moment. "Wife. I'm back tilde." Chapter 38. The most annoying thing is being woken up. Just when Dao Mengdai was very conflicted, a cheerful voice came from outside. It was his fiancé, who came home from get off work. When she thought of the man she was about to marry, his love and tenderness for her, and the indifference in Tianyang's eyes when he was about to leave, Dao Mengdai took out the pill without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp, giving up the last bit of fantasy. Dao Mengdai actually felt completely relaxed physically and mentally. She changed into her pajamas in one breath and walked quickly towards her husband. "Honey, why did you get off work so late today?" Dao Mengdai asked tenderly. "Recently, this project in the province is about to take off, and we need someone to keep an eye on it. Whether we can make money depends on this." Dao Mengdai's husband looks very honest. He should be a few years older than Dao Mengdai, probably in his early 30s. You are so busy. Have you had dinner today? Otherwise, I will make some for you. Dao Mengdai was very enthusiastic and asked with concern after taking the bag from her husband. No need, wife. I ate a bite at night. It's too late now. Go to bed quickly. You have to go to work tomorrow. After hugging his wife, her fiancé went to the bedroom after a while, ready to take out the clean clothes. Okay, then you take a shower first and I'll finish watching this episode of the TV series. Dao Mengdai nodded and said. Her husband didn't think there was anything wrong. After returning to the bedroom, he prepared his clothes, took off his clothes, and put all the coins and keys in his pocket on the bedside table. He happened to have a piece of waste paper in his hand, so he threw it into the trash can. As his eye swept towards the trash can, he saw a box that had just been opened. Yuting. All kinds of imaginations suddenly popped up in his mind. This man was not born. He just kept staring at the box in the trash can. Finally, he took a long breath, reached out and took the box out of the trash can, walked to the window, and threw it out of the window, just as if he didn't see it, just as if this thing didn't happen. After doing all this, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. Not long after he finished taking a shower and lay down on the bed, Tang Mengdai, who was watching TV in the living room, suddenly came in, looking a little hurried, and walked towards the trash can. How could it be gone? Was it thrown somewhere else? Dao Mengdai was a little surprised when she saw that there was nothing else in the trash can. Is there something wrong with her memory? She remembered that she had thrown it into the trash can and just now she saw a TV show halfway through and remembered it and quickly came to look for it. However, looking at the man lying on the bed, breathing evenly and obviously asleep, Dao Mengdai thought to herself that he should not have noticed it, and that she must have thrown him somewhere else. The whole night passed in silence, and Dao Mengdai was a little absent-minded. She didn't go back to the bedroom to sleep, but lay on the sofa in the living room. Although the TV was on, her mind was not on it at all. It was not until around 7 o'clock the next morning when her man got up that he saw Dao Mengdai lying on the sofa, asleep, and he sighed deeply. Hey! Then he went back to the room and took a thin quilt to cover his woman. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Tianyang was awakened by the sound of the phone. Someone sent him a video on WeChat. He's crazy now, why is he calling? Tianyang was very unhappy. He took out his phone and opened it. It was the girl he added on TikTok last night. If it weren't for Dao Mengdai last night, he would have gone out for supper with this girl. He only remembered that this girl had an amazing figure. Is there something wrong? Why are you calling so early? After answering the video, Tianyang didn't have any interest in caring about what the other party was wearing, and asked lightly. Brother, didn't you tell her last night that you were going to take her for a ride on the ring road? How come she disappeared in the end? The girl didn't care at all. Until now, Tian was in a bad mood and was still showing off his figure on the other end of the phone. Go away. Beautiful women definitely have privileges, but Tianyang didn't give him any face at all. He snorted coldly and hung up the phone. It was really abominable that his sleep quality was affected so early in the morning. And the beautiful woman on the other end of the picture was looking at her phone in shock. She had gotten up early in the morning and dressed up carefully. She had wanted to date a rich man for dinner and shopping, but he didn't even look down on her. This was really depressing. Tianyang originally wanted to continue sleeping, but he was disturbed by the phone call. He couldn't fall asleep even if he closed his eyes. Finally, he had no choice but to get up with a sigh. This state of getting up made him very unhappy. Where are you? Tianyang also sent a message to the girl he had just video called. Wu Xiumei, who was originally very depressed and disappointed when someone hung up the video call, immediately became excited again. It seems that the rich man just now couldn't resist her charm and figure. She thought about it in her heart and replied quickly. I'm from the Agricultural University. After replying to the message, the location was also sent. I didn't expect it to be from the Agricultural University. To be honest, Tianyang was still a little surprised when he saw this location. He had thought about it before, and some gossip news he had read were about little stories in front of schools, such as if you drove a luxury car and parked it there. Put mineral water, black tea or Red Bull on it, and then you just have to lie in the car and wait patiently. Soon, beautiful girls will come one by one, selecting the drinks suitable for them and put them in the car. Of course, this definitely involves risks. Not all of them graduated from this school. Many of them have fake certificates just to increase the price. After getting up and washing up, he drove his big Bentley to the agricultural university. Tianyang was thinking in his heart how to deal with this guy who had disturbed his sleep. I was already very angry when I woke up in the morning, and I was forced to get up, which made me even angrier. I couldn't let her go so easily. Chapter 39 Choice. Agricultural University is located on West Tianyang Road in her US city. In the past, this location was considered a very remote place in her US city, but in recent years, her US city has developed very rapidly and started to expand in this direction. Now it has gradually become prosperous. For example, the gate of the agricultural university used to be very empty and there were few people, but now there are many cars and people. A brand new black Bentley was parked in front of their school today. It was parked on the road opposite the gate of their school. This area is gradually becoming prosperous, and there are indeed many good cars, but cars of this level like Bentley will naturally easily attract the attention of the crowd. It seems that another person has been taken away. What's the point of being so sour? Your goddess is just someone else's. Do you think he's here to pick up his lover, or is he leaving drinks there for someone? When everyone saw this car, they started to imagine all kinds of things. After parking the car, Tianyang opened the window, leaned back, lit a cigarette, and watched the young people coming and going on the opposite side, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. Although he was only 4 or 5 years older than these people, it felt as if many, many years had passed. His 4 years of college life were not as good as he had imagined. Compared with these students, it was a world of difference, because at that time he needed to work various part-time jobs to earn money to pay tuition and survive. When he had no classes every day, he did various odd jobs, such as handyman in the school and temporary worker outside the school. He did anything that could make money. Others spend these 4 years busy dating and picking up girls and relaxing, but his 4 years were more miserable than those of the average worker. Perhaps it was because of this that God gave him a compensation by giving him this life system. God raises him. God raises him. It seems that he really needs God to raise him. If God hadn't helped him, how would he have had the chance to drive a luxury car and wait for young girls in a place like this? He had only smoked half of his cigarette when Wushume gradually appeared at the school gate. Seeing him looking around for her, he finally found Tianyang, who was across the street, and a happy smile broke out on his face. She is a beauty, with good looks and a good figure. At this age, she will attract people's attention wherever she goes. Now her beautiful smile makes her even more attractive. The classmates and pedestrians walking back and forth nearby were instantly stunned when they saw this scene. There were many classmates who knew this girl, and when they saw her walking step by step towards the luxury car, they were immediately moved. It's over. My goddess is no longer my goddess. She has completely fallen. What's wrong with these women nowadays? How come another one is so superficial? Can money really make them violate some principles? Some unwilling male classmates roared in their hearts. Logically speaking, they should be the first to get the moon because they are close to the water. Such a beauty and goddess of the school belle level should be their girlfriends, but now they are picked up by someone outside in a car. Alas, this is the society, this is the reality. We have to work hard and struggle. Only when we make money can we drive here one day and wait for the goddess to come up by herself. Some male students understood the reality of this society very early and secretly cheered themselves up. This is how society works. Only if you are rich enough can you enjoy things that the poor cannot enjoy. If you are rich but cannot exceed a certain range of rules and limits, then only a fool would work desperately to make money. Tianyang didn't have time to sigh about these things. His eyes were always on Wushume. It was obvious that this girl dressed up when she came out. Her long legs, which were longer than before, were perfectly displayed. She didn't wear the kind of pants that might affect her leg shape. It seemed that this girl knew her own advantages. She wore a tight thermal underwear and a small jacket on her upper body, which showed her curvy figure perfectly. Get in the car. When Wushume approached, Tianyang directly gestured for her to get in the passenger seat. Oh. Wushume didn't expect Tianyang to be so direct. She originally wanted to stand outside the car and give him a few charming glances and say a few ambiguous words. But he was not a fool. After hearing what he said, he trotted to the other side without hesitation, opened the passenger door and sat in. Upon seeing this scene, the male students all looked gloomy. It's obvious. The goddess in their minds has completely fallen into the abyss and has completely degenerated. Of course, this is just what these male classmates think. Wu Xiumei doesn't think so. She feels that she has found a shortcut. As long as she has a relationship with such a rich man, even if she is not his girlfriend, she can be his lover. It doesn't matter who you follow. Do you have to follow those poor classmates? His idea is indeed the same as that of many young girls, and it is also very beautiful. However, the reality is much more cruel than they imagine. For example, Tianyang had no intention of making Wu Xiumei his girlfriend, let alone having her as his lover. After experiencing what happened with Dao Mengdai yesterday, such a woman must never be a lover. If such a woman is a lover, on the one hand, he can guard against her spending money indiscriminately, using his money to support a gigolo, and cheating on his wife. That would be too troublesome. As for a lover, the most suitable one is someone like Wang Yifeng. Take off your clothes. Wu Xiumei was still fantasizing at this time, thinking that she would definitely live in a mansion and drive a luxury car every day. Suddenly, Tianyang's cold voice came over. Wu Xiumei looked at Tianyang in bewilderment, as if she hadn't understood what this sentence meant. If you don't want to delay, go down now. Tianyang said bluntly. He didn't want to spend too much time with the women here. Beautiful women are indeed attractive, but there is never a shortage of beautiful women in this world. There are simply too many of them. It is too easy for rich people to find beautiful girls, so the fact that he can come here is enough to express his sincerity. Little brother, please don't be so anxious, okay? Wu Xiumei neither got out of the car nor took off her clothes immediately. Instead, she said with a charming smile. She wanted to rely on her looks, her figure, and her charm to completely impress this rich man. She hoped that something would happen between them. But it definitely couldn't happen here, let alone at the gate of their school. Chapter 40, Shattered Dreams. Even if you go, you should go to a star-rated hotel, book a luxurious suite, order a bottle of expensive red wine, a big bathtub, perfect roses, and a top-notch Wellington steak. This is the normal process and everything will come naturally. He. Tianyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He directly grabbed a dozen red banknotes from the briefcase next to him and threw them directly into his arms. What are you doing? People don't come to see you for money. I'm different from the people there. After throwing the dozen bills into his arms, Wu Xiumei's heart trembled, but she still spoke with forced calmness. Par. Another dozen banknotes were thrown over. Little brother, do you really think they are those who come out to do business? Wu Xiumei licked her beautiful red lips and said. Another stack of red banknotes was thrown over, and Tianyang also spoke. Drag it on, or you won't have a dime. Little brother, I. Looking at Tianyang's eyes, Wu Xiumei now understood, and then he slowly put the 3 dozen bills, which was 30,000 yuan, into his bag. Putting this in meant he had made the final decision, and then he reached out and took off his jacket. At this time, Tianyang also wanted to be very considerate, so he pressed the electric button to slow down the chair. At the same time, all the windows slowly rose up. It was enough for him to enjoy the scenery inside the car alone. After a few minutes, the Bentley sedan that was originally parked quietly on the side of the road suddenly shook a few times, like a lone boat in a tsunami. Before one wave subsides, another wave rises, and we have no choice but to go with the flow. That car. Someone soon noticed this situation and looked surprised. We are not fools. Many people have done these things. Do they understand what is happening now? Oh my god, I think I saw Sister Wu Xiumei getting on this car just now. When several boys saw this scene, they felt extremely painful in their hearts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There are also a few Wu Xiumei's bootlickers who don't believe that their goddess would do such a thing. As more and more people talked, more and more people came from the vicinity. They watched from afar and did not leave them. They just wanted to know who would come out of the car next. They wanted to make sure whether the person in the car was their goddess Wu Xiumei. Although many people saw Wu Xiumei get into the car at the beginning, many people did not believe that their girls would do such things. In the waves, the lone boat swayed with the wind that night, leaving Wu Xiumei with no time to think about what was happening outside the boat. At this moment, he had to try hard to control the direction and immerse himself in it. It was freezing cold outside in November, but warm as spring inside. A large group of people were waiting outside. Tianyang had thought that something like this might happen, but he didn't expect that there would be so many people around. If he had known, he would have been even more excited. Perhaps it was because of the change of environment. This time he was much faster than before, about 20 minutes. The sea began to calm down gradually. Only then did they notice that there were so many people watching outside. Now you are satisfied, you are happy. Slowly coming back to her senses from her excitement, Wu Shumei also discovered that there were many people gathered outside. When she saw that everyone's eyes were focused on this car, she suddenly felt some regret in her heart. Satisfied and happy. Tianyang nodded. To be honest, he was really happy. He had accomplished something that he had only dared to imagine before but never had the chance to do. He took the school beauty away in public and did it in public. This kind of picture in one's mind must have been the dream of many young and frivolous people. Can you drive a little further forward? Wu Shumei asked after she had tidied her clothes. If she got off the car now, she would be completely exposed in front of everyone, and her reputation in the school would be completely ruined. Of course, this reputation would definitely be negative. What's wrong? Are you afraid that if you get off the car now, these people will look down on you? It will affect your reputation. Tianyang's face was calm. He pointed at the onlookers and continued. These people will definitely say behind your back that you are shameless and materialistic, but I can tell you 100% that they will still fantasize about having something happen with you and still want to lick you. And your female classmate will probably find you privately in no time and try every means to get my contact information from you. After saying this, Tianyang stopped talking nonsense with her and opened the car door directly. You really are cold-blooded and heartless, B.A. Wu Shumei said sarcastically. He originally thought that today would be a wonderful day, but it was completely over in just half an hour. Tianyang had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't hear his complaints. He just watched Wu Shumei packing up. After 10 minutes or so, no matter how slow or hesitant Wu Shumei was, she had finally finished packing and put her clothes in place. It's really her. Oh my god, it's the goddess Wu Shumei. Seeing the person getting off the car, the crowd became completely excited, and several boys even burst into tears. The goddess in their hearts, the white moonlight in their hearts, was completely shattered at this moment. This feeling made their eyes red, and they could not hold back at all, and tears flowed down. Chapter 41. His words came true. The perfect dream lover was completely shattered at this moment. The boys at the school gate could not bear this feeling, and many of them were completely heartbroken. After getting down from the car, Wu Shumei's expressionless face was much calmer than everyone imagined, as if everything that had just happened in the car had nothing to do with him, as if nothing had happened. After getting down, he looked straight ahead with a firm gaze, not caring at all about the people watching. However, Wu Shumei also knew in his heart that everything that happened to him today would definitely be posted on his circle of friends, school forums, and major social platforms. Tianyang, who was sitting in the car, was watching everything outside with great interest. He understood that most of the male compatriots outside must hate him very much, hating that he had tarnished the whiteness in their hearts, and the moonlight had tarnished the goddess in their minds. But so what? The goddess in your mind is only worth 30,000 yuan, and you can get her with 30,000 yuan. Unconsciously, Tianyang's state of mind had changed greatly. In their school dormitory. Xiaomai, you really know how to have fun. One of Wu Shumei's roommates said sarcastically as soon as they entered the dormitory. They are already junior students this year. In fact, they have very few courses. They will start their internship next year and spend more time in school. Most of them are just bored and wasting their time in school. There are actually not many people who are considering taking the postgraduate entrance examination to continue their studies. Most people are just messing around in school. Men are always picking up girls, surfing the internet and sleeping everywhere, while women are just having all kinds of love affairs. There are not many people with real talents after graduation from a good university. No wonder their salaries and benefits after graduation are very average. Nowadays, there are often sarcastic comments on the internet. If you hire a migrant worker at a construction site for 4,000 yuan, no one will pay attention to you. But if you hire a college student, thousands of people will rush to grab the position in an instant. It's not that there's a lot of pressure in society nowadays, but that there are too few people with real talent. When you have the ability and capability, the salary will not be low. Yes, look at our school forum, Moments, and TikTok. There are so many videos there. Soon, a roommate opened his phone with a smile. A short video was playing. In the video, a Bentley was swaying in front of the school gate. Not long after, a person walked out of it and got off. The person was clearly captured in the video, and it was Wu Xiumei. Hee hee. Wu Xiumei sneered and opened her bag expressionlessly. He took out 3 stacks of red banknotes and threw them on her table. Hiss. When they saw the 3 stacks of banknotes, they gasped. Their eyes were shining. For many people, 30,000 yuan might not be a lot of money, but for ordinary students, especially those from ordinary families, 30,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. What's more, they also knew where the 30,000 yuan came from and how long it took. TSK, this money is so dirty. There was a girl in the dormitory who had been silent. She spoke at this moment, her tone full of disdain and her eyes full of indifference. Hee hee. I can get 30,000 this time. What about you? You spend every day with your poor boyfriend, but he has never bought you anything. Has he ever returned the gifts you bought him? I remember the last time you bought him a pair of sneakers, you ended up eating instant noodles in the dormitory for so long. You even have to use our shampoo and toothpaste. Wu Xiumei was not going to be bullied like that, so she fought back immediately. Ours is love, love, what's wrong with giving for love? What is this of yours? Are you selling it? Her roommate continued to mock and attack her. Love is funny. Wait until they are really married before telling me about love. What you think is love now is just others playing with you. Believe it or not, if I flirt with your boyfriend a little bit, he will dump you immediately. Wu Xiumei sneered. Everyone yearns for love, and everyone wants to have it, especially these young girls, who all yearn for the perfect love in idol dramas, but at this time, at their age, how many people can finally achieve a happy ending? It is because boys of this age are not mature at all, and have not seen the outside world, so they break up easily. All right, stop arguing. We are all good sisters in the same dormitory. There is no need to argue. What are you arguing about? Let's talk it out. The other 2 girls in the dormitory felt that something was not right and that they should get out of the house. If they didn't persuade them and let Wu Xiumei continue like this, these 2 guys would definitely fight. After the 2 of them calmed down, one of the girls couldn't help but come over out of curiosity and asked in a low voice. Xiaomai, who is the rich man who came to pick you up today? He drives such a beautiful car, it's a Bentley. That's right, how did you 2 know each other? I just checked online and found that his latest model is much more expensive than yours, and it costs more than 6 million. At this moment Wu Xiumei recalled what Tianyang had said to her just now. As expected, it had only been a short time and they had already started to inquire about Tianyang's information. It's okay. Let's talk about this later. I'm tired and I'm going to take a shower. Wu Xiumei shook her head and didn't say anything else. She went straight to their bathroom to take a shower. Even during this process, he came over to get clothes and bath towels, etc. She didn't even take the 30,000 yuan in cash on the table, and just left it there. The 30,000 yuan now placed here is like a blooming flower, exuding its alluring fragrance. What is the pursuit of a person in his life? Few people can figure out what he wants to do in his life. Some people even know that at the moment of their death, after their life is over, they still don't know what they have lived for. But no matter what, one thing is certain, if he had been born rich, extremely wealthy, then he would definitely not have had so many problems, so much pain, or so many difficulties in his life. For example, Wu Xiumei's 2 roommates were thinking at this moment that if they had the 30,000 yuan in cash on the table, they could choose to buy the skin care products, clothes, shoes, and bags they wanted, and by the way, they could also change to the latest model of Fruit 15. Chapter 42, Met an Acquaintance. I believe that when they change into new clothes, new bags and new mobile phones, their friends around them will only envy them. Are they too realistic? Obviously not. It's just that society is like this now. People laugh at the poor but not at prostitutes. I don't know when it started, but such distorted values have been considered normal in everyone's mind, and everyone is addicted to these values. This is also why these short video platforms are so popular now. These beauties and girls are willing to show off their figures. They just want to climb up the ladder through this platform, trying to take shortcuts and reach the sky overnight. XX Internet Cafe. After coming out of the agricultural university, Tianyang had nothing to do beforehand, so he parked his car on the side of the road and found an internet cafe to sit in. In the past, he often saw videos posted by internet cafe ladies on short video platforms, and he also saw many people deliberately teasing these ladies. He suddenly wanted to see if he could meet beautiful ladies by using this professional level network card. However, it was obvious that Tianyang's luck was not as good as he thought. He walked to the cashier's counter of the network card and saw a man cashing out. He originally planned to take out his ID card and top up 10,000 yuan to pretend to be a cool guy. But at this moment, there was no such quality at all. But since he was already here, he did not just turn around and leave because there were no pretty girls. Instead, he took out his ID card, recharged 50 yuan, and turned on a machine. To be honest, he had not been to the internet cafe for a long time. On the one hand, it was because he was busy with work and he needed to earn money to support himself. Another reason was that he had no friends to accompany him. Even in recent years, when domestic gaming teams have won championships, he was very excited when he saw the news online, but he had no friends to celebrate with him, and no friends to go to the internet cafe with him to have fun. Tianyang casually chose a relatively remote location, turned on the machine and logged in. He hadn't logged into his LOL game account for 2 years. The account level is still the same, and I haven't played for 2 years. After logging in, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar interface, I actually miss it a little bit. In the past, his life was very boring and the only fun seemed to be the days of galloping in this canyon. To be honest, his skills are very average, even pretty bad. His teammates often scold him, saying he is too bad and ask him to get out, but he is still very happy and has a lot of fun. Reminiscing about his past youth, Tianyang quickly drew his attention to one of the interfaces. On this interface, there was a woman wearing a plain dress. The dress was very close-fitting, showing off her perfect curves to the fullest. Even though he hadn't played this game for 2 years and hadn't paid attention to any competitions in this game for 2 years, he knew who this woman was. Sister Ju. She is one of the 4 new beauties in the LOL region. Compared with the previous Miss and several others, she looks younger and more beautiful. In other words, she is more attractive to men and her figure is more seductive. After all, she came from a girl group. Click on this page to see the introduction of the most recent game, which should be held in China after the last finals. It is a LOL game with some value. The competition starts on November 29th, today is November 20th, and there are still 9 days left. After looking at the details and the information of several beautiful anchors on the page, Tianyang suddenly became very interested. To be honest, every game geek has fantasized about having a game commentator like Miss. He even fantasized about several of the game commentators before, but it was all in vain before because he had no money. Now that he has money, Tianyang's midnight dreams are about to come true. So at this moment, he looked at the beauties on the screen, his eyes gradually became blurred, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Maybe he can really fulfill those dreams of his youth. He even fantasized about those celebrities who were once the focus of everyone's attention in his mind. The sense of accomplishment he felt when he saw them doing it was absolutely indescribable. After determining the target, Tianyang didn't think any more about it. He simply took a look at some information and photos of these beauties and closed the web page. Anyway, these people would appear in his mobile phone sooner or later, and by then there would not only be photos, but even some interesting videos. Tianyang naturally knew that a woman like this was not like Wu Shumei, who could be easily obtained with just a few tens of thousands of dollars. She is not like those small internet celebrities who broadcast live on short video platforms, where you can just spend some money to break her legs. Of course, it's not to say that money can't break their legs. I believe that as long as the women are in this circle, money can make them undress and surrender. It's just that the amount is a little bigger. However, although Tianyang earned his money effortlessly, you can't just give any beautiful woman you see millions or tens of millions of dollars to her. If that doesn't work, just give her hundreds of millions. If you do that, you're driving up the price and destroying the market. The price was originally rising, and if your outburst caused the market to rise further, on the one hand, it would be unfair to the majority of male compatriots, and on the other hand it would also attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. Now Tianyang is just rich, simply rich. He has no ability to protect himself, and he has no social status at all. He is just a nouveau riche. If someone wants to deal with him, any casual person with social status can make him miserable. So, what people say about having money allowing you to do whatever you want is not always true, at least not relative to his current social status. So now Yi Qianyang is thinking about gaining a firm foothold in this society with a huge amount of money in his hands, and then maybe he can really do whatever he wants. But isn't there a saying that is true? If you can't stay here, you can find another place that will stay. If you have money, you can be called a big shot wherever you go. When I came out of the internet cafe and was about to go out to find new scenery, I met a beautiful young lady. I guess she was an acquaintance, a patrolman. Zhang Jinyu. But at this moment she was not wearing her uniform, but a very casual outfit. Oh, Patrolman Zhang, I didn't expect we would meet so soon. Chapter 43 Patrolman, Zhang Jinyu. Yi Qianyang walked over and greeted Zhang Jinyu. To be honest, he and this patrolman had a very good relationship. After all, he was caught by him last time, which was a bit embarrassing. So this is a small vendetta. Before, he was powerless in the face of such a beauty. But this moment, he wanted to try it and get some revenge. You? Zhang Jinyu frowned slightly when she saw Yi Qianyang. After several seconds, she remembered who was the person who greeted her. Is this what I caught when I was sweeping somewhere some time ago? Is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Jinyu asked without concealing the disgust in his eyes. Yi Qianyang didn't take Zhang Danhua's look at all to heart. Instead, he looked at her carefully with great interest. This beauty was really amazing. Zhang Jinyu, wearing this casual outfit, didn't have the heroic look she had before, but looked more charming and beautiful. Especially at this moment, the slender, straight long legs wrapped in this pair of leggings are eye-catching. It's just a small matter. I just wanted to invite Sister Liu to dinner to thank you for your previous education and to prevent me from continuing to degenerate. Yi Qianyang said very seriously. How should I put it about the last incident? Yi Qianyang naturally had no money and no qualifications to go to that place to play. He was entertaining customers. What's more, if he dared to go to that place to play, Mengyao would cut him to pieces if he was found out. So when there was no substantial evidence, his boss Zhang Fengwei came over and took him away for some money. No need, it's just my duty. Zhang Jinyu's voice was still lukewarm, and she directly rejected Yi Qianyang's invitation. No need for meals. How can I not use it? I was planning to customize a silk banner these 2 days and personally present it to you, Inspector Zhang. Yi Qianyang said seriously. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would really think that this was a prodigal son who knew how to correct his mistakes and who had suddenly realized his mistake and turned back. I appreciate your kindness, but you don't need your banner because I have already resigned. So you don't have to call me Patrol Officer Zhang anymore. As a patrol officer, no, as a former patrol officer, Zhang Jinyu actually felt very touched by Yi Qianyang's words and felt a little happy. But I always feel like something is not right. But one thing is certain, if the man in front of her really realizes his mistakes, then it would definitely be a good thing, which means that her previous work was correct and beneficial to the people. Hearing this, Yi Qianyang was happy. Resigned. It seems that I will never have the chance to become President Liu in the future, and I will never have the chance to see his graceful look when he is wearing that uniform. However, he still maintains a gentle smile on the surface. You've resigned. That's even better. I may need an assistant to help me with my daily life. Why don't you come over and give it a try, Miss Zhang? Don't worry. Food and accommodation are provided. You have the final say on how much salary you think is appropriate. Hearing Yi Qianyang's words, and his tone so loud, Zhang Jinyu suddenly laughed and laughed very happily. Yi Qianyang. Male. I grew up in an orphanage in her US city. 27. I'm currently working in an IT company, but I think I was fired because of a mistake. I happened to check your information when I was organizing my work a few days ago. I still remember it. Now you are bragging about your wealth in front of me. Did you find the wrong person? Zhang Jinyu pointed at the people in the distance, and asked curiously, why are you still hanging around outside at this hour? Have you not found a job yet? When Zhang Jinyu finished saying these words, she suddenly discovered a problem. It seemed that the man in front of her was a little different from the man in her memory. She couldn't figure out exactly what was different, but one thing was certain, the clothes this guy was wearing were very different from what she had seen before. It's true that I haven't found one yet. Yi Qianyang shook his head and continued, It's just that a few days ago I suddenly realized that there is no future in working for others, so I decided not to look for a job. I have to start my own business. This is indeed what Tianyang is thinking in his heart now, and he had it in his mind a long time ago. However, Tianyang before had no connections and no funds. Even if he had a good project, it would be useless. But now it is different. He no longer has to worry about money. Suddenly, his life has lost a struggle and a lot of troubles. Well, that does make some sense. Zhang Jinyu said very politely. In fact, he didn't want to discourage Tianyang. At his age of more than 20, no matter who he was, he would have a little capital to start a family or a career. But this young man in front of him was still wandering around outside at such a good time. How much could he achieve? How much capital did he have? So, I now cordially invite Miss Zhang to join my team and become a member of my team. In the future, we will work together and make progress together. Tianyang once again extended a sincere invitation to him. As for secretary and assistant and the like, they were just superficial jobs. He just wanted to find a reason and an excuse to keep this woman by his side so that he could take her down step by step and train her step by step. Of course, he also knew that it was just empty talk and no one would believe him even if he talked to the woman for a long time, so Tianyang pointed to the new Bentley parked next to him and said with a smile. Look, this is the car I built for myself first. Looking in the direction Tianyang pointed, a new luxury car came into Zhang Jingyu's sight. She was a little surprised and said with disbelief in her eyes, "Is this car yours?" Then she simply shook her head and said, "But this has nothing to do with me. I have things to do here. Let's leave it at that for now." After saying that, Zhang Jinyu turned around, found a taxi parked nearby, got in, and left. Judging from her appearance, she is indeed quite anxious. Tianyang naturally wouldn't stop her. The other person was so cold, he couldn't just stick his head in front of him. That would be too embarrassing, and it wasn't like a rich man like him to do something. Just as Tianyang was about to drive away, he suddenly saw an interesting scene. At this time, there was a slim young lady wearing a down jacket standing there. From a distance, this young lady's figure can't even be hidden by her down jacket, which is quite amazing. This made Tianyang's eyes light up. Chapter 44, Newcomers. Because of the weather, the heater in his car is always on, which results in a thin layer of mist appearing on the car windows outside for a period of time. At this time, the young and beautiful lady in a down jacket is gesturing with her slender fingers on it. You don't need to look to know that this young lady must have drawn simple patterns like kittens, puppies, pets, and hearts. But Tianyang was a little confused. Few adults would do such things nowadays. How come he met such a loving young lady today? Is the painting finished, miss? Tianyang took a few steps forward and asked with a smile. The drawing had been completed and recorded with a mobile phone. At this moment, Wang Liqin was about to change the camera to record her own charming and beautiful appearance so that it would be a complete short video. Suddenly, she heard this voice coming from behind and was startled. When she looked back, she found that it was a handsome boy. She was immediately relieved. At the same time, she had some different expectations in her heart. Because now he can see very clearly that the handsome boy walking in front of him has an appearance score of over 70 and is very elegant. The most important thing is that with a set of branded clothes as a foil, his appearance and temperament have been greatly improved. And Wang Liqin also has a feeling that the Bentley in front of him may very likely belong to this boy. With the backdrop of this Bentley car, he is even more moved. Maybe it was because the other person was a rich man, or maybe it was because today's weather was just right with a light breeze that added a touch of warmth to this cold winter, or maybe it was because this strange little brother wore clothes of the color she liked, and the smile on his face made her feel warm. All of these things about him combined quickly wandered around in her mind. It all seemed to take a long time, but in fact it was only a matter of 1 or 2 seconds. When Wang Liqin turned around, she already had a charming smile on her face. "Well, I've finished it." Finally, with a hint of surprise and expectation on her face, she asked, "I'm sorry, did I bother you?" What Wang Liqin means is this car yours, and can it be used normally? Not really. If you haven't finished painting yet, I can wait until you finish before I leave. Tianyang shook his head, appearing very gentlemanly. Of course, the main reason was that this woman was quite good looking and had a great figure. To be honest, if he hadn't spent an hour in the car with Wu Xiumei, he would most likely flirt with this young lady now. But now, he is no longer very interested. After all, this sage time has not yet passed. Oh, this car is yours, sorry. After hearing Tianyang admit that the car was his, Wang Liqin felt more certain in her heart, and then she had an apologetic smile on her face. I'm really sorry for scribbling there without your permission. How about this, it's almost time for dinner, I'll treat you to dinner. Tianyang. No way, this can be used as an excuse to treat someone to a meal? Tianyang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the girl in front of him was much more proactive than he thought. It's just that he really hasn't spent the sage time yet, so he shook his head and refused without hesitation. That's not necessary. I just happen to be busy and don't have time to eat tonight. Oh, so, let's add each other on WeChat. When you are free, tell me and I will treat you to a meal then. Wang Liqin did not intend to miss this opportunity. After hearing Tianyang's refusal, she hugged Tianyang's arm openly. Although the down jacket she was wearing now had some layers of obstruction, Tianyang was still able to feel the connotation very easily. Well, it's also quite soft. Feeling the kindness and connotation from strangers, when Tianyang was about to turn around and drive away, two good-looking women came over from the opposite side, and one of them scored over 90 points. Just by looking good one could achieve this score, which made Tianyang's eyes light up. Of all the girls he has met so far, Yuan Shisha scores above 80 points, and with her dressing and usual skills, she can reach 90 points. Wang Yifeng's appearance is definitely above 90 points. Study committee member Tang Mengjia's appearance barely scored 80 points, but her skills are quite good, so she can get an extra 5 points to 85 points. Liu Danhua's appearance is rated 75 points, mainly because she was wearing a uniform before and we could only feel her heroic spirit. More details need to be explored. Wu Xiumei, who had just been exercising in the car for over an hour, scored 80 points for appearance, 80 points for technique, 80 points for figure, and 80 points for coordination. All in all, she was quite good, and the 30,000 yuan was well worth it. Of course, I don't know whether she can use it a second time. With Tianyang's current financial resources, the beauties he can look at must score at least 80 points. Beauties who score 90 points are hard to come by. Of course, this is also the goal he has been working hard for, otherwise there is no use having so much money. Qin, you asked us out for hot pot, but you secretly came here to flirt with this guy. Isn't that too much? Before the man came over, he heard one of the girls snort. There was some dissatisfaction in her voice, but Tianyang could see very clearly that this girl's eyes were all on him. Tianyang was originally planning to leave, but now that he saw two acquaintances coming with this girl, he thought that maybe they could have dinner together tonight. It can be seen very clearly here that some of the decisions and principles he talks about are actually very unsteady, and may be completely changed because of other factors. If Wang Liqin was alone tonight, he would probably leave directly before his idle time was over, but now he is not alone at all. 1 plus 1, sometimes it is not necessarily equal, it may be greater than, and the effect is completely different. Moreover, now it is 1 plus 2. At least 4 people can get together to play mahjong to kill time. Just when Tianyang was thinking about it, Wang Liqin's 2 best friends had already passed by. The first person to speak was Wang Liqin, who looked and had a similar figure, but her personality was much more lively than theirs. When she came closer, she walked towards Tianyang with confidence and asked with a smile. Qin, who is this handsome guy? I've never seen him before, why don't you introduce him to me? Chapter 45:4, Now we can play mahjong. While she was speaking, the woman's eyes were always on Tianyang, and your sister would occasionally glance at the big Bentley next to them. Yuan Yangyang, stop making trouble. You definitely don't know him because we just met. Wang Liqin was also a little unhappy. She was originally feeling a little depressed. She wanted to have a perfect encounter with this handsome guy she just met, but she didn't expect that this thing didn't work out. Instead, it was ruined by the 2 best friends she called over. This was a bit depressing. If she had known earlier, she would not have asked them out for hot pot today. Is that so? Yuan Yangyang was a little surprised. It seemed that she would not be sorry for her friend. After all, they just met. So she asked without hesitation, what is your name? My name is Yuan Yangyang, you can just call me Yangyang. Tianyang. Tianyang answered casually, and cast all his attention on the beauty next to Yuan Yangyang, who was also the only beauty with a score above 90. He smiled and asked, What is the name of this beauty? Xu Yumei. Xu Yumei's voice was rather flat, and it seemed that she was very introverted and not used to communicating with others. However, Tianyang was confident that this discomfort was only temporary, and he was not in a hurry to do his own things at this time. Anyway, as for those games and commentators, it would be easy to solve the problem if there was a before or after. A few days earlier or later, actually there was not much difference. The most important thing was that it was not easy to meet a beauty like this with a score of 90. Did you mean to go eat hot pot? Tianyang asked directly. Yes, eating hot pot is definitely the most comfortable thing in this weather, so a few of us made an appointment to go to the nearby Haidilu to eat hot pot. Yang answered the most lively question. I see. I also like to eat hot pot, but that place is too noisy and boring. Why don't you go to my house? I just bought a house and I'm ready to start cooking. I haven't thought of what to eat. Isn't today a coincidence? We can just buy some hot pot ingredients and start cooking. When he woke up this morning, the young lady from the sales office who sold him the house last time sent him a WeChat message, saying that everything had been arranged for the house, and he had helped to purchase all the items on the list that Tianyang needed, including furniture, electrical appliances, bed sheets, quilt covers, etc., all of which were the best and newest ones purchased according to Tianyang's requirements. There is no time in the day, but he has time. This sales lady also got to know these big brands for the first time, and it was also the first time for her to spend so much money on these daily necessities at once, which made him enjoy the extravagance of rich people when buying things, especially when he saw that the glass was just a cup for drinking water or wine. Usually, he would buy it for 5 or 6 yuan at most at the night market stall, and a better one would cost 10 yuan. However, according to the brand that Tianyang requested, a glass would cost 7 or 8,000 yuan, which was more expensive than a cup made of gold. It was simply outrageous. The total decoration of his house and the daily necessities cost more than 1 million yuan, which was enough for her to buy a smaller house in her US city. This made the young lady in the sales office almost unable to close her legs. She had all kinds of fantasies in her mind, but because she was not rich enough, she could not hold on to such a rich man. Sure, we just want to eat, and you need to start the fire over there, so let's make it a deal. Yang agreed very happily, and Wang Liqin, who was standing next to her, nodded in agreement. It would certainly be great to be able to visit the home of this young man you just met and see if he is really a rich man. Only Xu Yumei, who was standing next to her, remained silent for a moment, and finally, with the help of her 2 little sisters, she nodded and agreed. Okay, we have decided. Let's set off now. It is still quite cold outside in the winter. Standing outside and chatting is not as comfortable as chatting at home, Tianyang said immediately. It's just that I just bought some things and piled them in this car. Now there is no room for only one person. I wonder which beautiful lady would like to go with me. This was a bit of a mistake. When he came out just now, he bought a lot of things and stuffed them in the second row, and the trunk was also full. Now he can only take one of the 3 beauties away. I. Yang immediately raised her hand to indicate that she wanted to take this car. Without waiting for anyone to answer, she opened the passenger door and sat in. Wang Liqin next to her looked a little unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. The other person had already gotten in the car, so how could she get angry? She could only remain silent. Seeing that Tianyang didn't say anything else, she and Xu Yumei got a taxi. Master, don't be anxious. I will drive slowly and you just follow my car. Tianyang also came closer and greeted the taxi driver. And he whispered to the driver, brother, please don't lose it. I won't drive too fast. If I lose it, it will be a little less fun tonight. The taxi driver was about 50 years old. From his expression, one could tell that he had experienced a lot. After hearing what Tianyang said, he looked up at the 2 beauties, Yang and Xu Yumei, sitting next to the taxi, and the big Bentley in front. Now you know what this young man is planning. Alas, he is another rich second generation. These girls will definitely not be able to escape tonight. There is no need to think that tonight will definitely be a 4-person mahjong game. It is clear at a glance who will win and who will lose. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Yang asked impatiently as soon as Tianyang got into the car, started the car and just started driving. As she spoke, she turned her body to this side. When it comes to this, we have to admit that Yang has unique advantages. Although her appearance is much inferior to Xu Yumei's, and her long legs are not as long as Wang Liqin's, her whole figure is quite round, and there is a prominent point that makes people unable to divert their eyes. It was her towering beauty that attracted me the moment I saw it from afar just now. This is why Yi Tianyang noticed it instantly just now, and it is also one of the important reasons why he immediately changed his mind. Not yet. Even just a quick glance would make Yi Tianyang feel dry mouth. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen it so real. Such capital has never been seen in reality.